Chapter 1: Revelations and Farewell. The Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, considered one of the 5 great ninja nations, was known as the home and origin of some of the most prominent ninja in history. It was also publicly known for fostering camaraderie and solidarity, but if people knew about some of the actions of its inhabitants, they would be outraged. At the village hospital lay a battered child, his entire body bandaged. The 6-year-old had a slightly muscular and well-proportioned build, with light tanned skin, and was a bit taller than other children his age. But the boy's most striking features were 3 marks on each cheek, giving him a fox-like appearance: his short scarlet hair, and his right eye, a deep blue so intense it could only be compared to a sapphire. Yes, one eye. The other was missing, its place covered by a bandage concealing a vertical scar. The boy's name was Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of Konoha. The boy seemed to be sleeping, but if they only knew that deep in his mind a conversation was taking place that would change his life forever. Mental landscape. In a dark sewer, the child's sobs could be heard. The small child was curled up in a fetal position on the humanoid paw of the colossal red fox. This 9-tailed fox, imprisoned behind golden bars, had rabbit ears and a strangely human torso. The giant beast was a bijou, to be precise, Kurama, the Kyubi no Kitsune, the most powerful of the tailed beasts. Despite being trapped and sealed inside the child, the fox wasn't looking at him with hatred and resentment, but with pity and helplessness. 7 years ago, Kurama was sealed within a host once again by the 4th Hokage and his wife. After nearly a century of captivity, he was finally freed from his second Jinchuriki, only to be controlled shortly after by that damned Uchiha and his Sharingan. He slaughtered everyone in his path and destroyed a large part of the village until he broke free from the bastard's control. He attempted to escape, but the 4th Hokage wouldn't allow it. He was teleported out of the village and sealed within a host for the 3rd time. At first, he had decided to hate the baby and escape at the first opportunity. But as the months passed, he had begun to relax. Of course, locked up here, there wasn't much to do. His jailer was just a child, and although he could look into his memories or through his senses, he wasn't interested in seeing what a child's daily life was like. But strangely, he hardly cared. He had never felt so calm and clear-headed. He thought it was because of the seal, but dismissed the idea. He doubted the 4th Hokage would have been bothered by his mood or comfort, so he could only be his jailer, though he had no idea how he did it. His situation only became more peculiar when, after a year in that sewer, the little one appeared. The giant fox was stunned. He knew that one day he would come face to face with the redhead. It was inevitable. But he always thought it would be years from now, not months. What truly surprised him, though, were the baby's eyes, not their color, but the look they gave him. Since his father and creator, the sage of the 6 paths, had died, he had received only looks of hatred, fear, and contempt. The little one had initially looked at him with curiosity, nothing surprising, he was a child after all, and then with admiration. Kurama had frozen, unaccustomed to this situation, and could only watch as the little one crawled enthusiastically toward the cage. He couldn't understand it. He was a giant fox, a demon according to many, but this tadpole simply seemed to be heading toward him as if he were a normal person. The little one continued crawling until he reached the bars of his cage and squeezed through. This would have been the perfect moment to attack his captor, but the thought hadn't even crossed his mind. He was simply too shaken by the situation. Soon, he felt something soft on one of his paws, looked down, and saw the little one curiously stroking his skin. He just stared at him until Naruto looked up and smiled. That simple, pure, and sincere smile completely changed the former Biju's opinion. Since his father, no one had smiled at him. No one had spoken to him. Curses and insults don't count. No one had tried to treat him like a person. That day, Kurama decided to give the redhead a chance, and in 6 years he had never regretted it. Naruto became his pup, his little brother, and he took care of him as best he could given his imprisonment. He taught him to read and write when those bastards at the orphanage refused, comforted him when those damned bastards threw him out onto the street, and soon after, taught him how to find food in the forest so he could survive without a roof over his head. This situation lasted a whole year until the old Hokage found him on the street and gave him that shitty apartment. Kurama, seeing that the villagers would now know where to find him, decided he had to start training the little boy. He helped him unlock his chakra and forced him to do rigorous and intensive exercises. He knew it was too much for a child like him, but they had no choice. They were practically on their own, at the mercy of resentful civilians and ninjas. The little boy needed to be strong. Since the villagers weren't going to sell him decent food, Naruto continued hunting in the forests near Konoha. Although he didn't mind, his furry friend always turned hunting into a game for his amusement. He even went so far as to unlock his abilities and benefits as a Jinchuriki, an incredibly advanced healing factor and the ability to sense emotions. Those two advantages had saved his life more times than he could count. He always looked after him like a father looks after his young. Unfortunately, tonight wasn't enough. Today was October 10th, Naruto's birthday, but also the anniversary of his defeat and the death of the fourth Hokage. Naruto growled in anger as he headed home when a mob of villagers and some shinobi formed to hunt him down. Despite Kurama's help in training his physique and chakra, he was still just a child, and he was eventually caught. Those bastards beat him mercilessly. Some shinobi drew their kunai and played target practice with him. One even went so far as to gouge out his left eye. They would have continued if the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hadn't appeared and ordered his ANBU to arrest everyone involved. The old man could only look on with remorse at Naruto's pitiful state and rush him to the hospital as quickly as possible. Now, the young Jinchuriki found himself inside his mindscape, weeping, his brother figure staring at him, unsure what to do or say. It wasn't the first time his pup had been beaten, but it had never been this brutal. No matter how much chakra he pushed out or how much healing he used, his eye was gone forever. Kurama decided they had gone too far. Naruto, Miraim, he said. The fox told him, but Naruto continued crying into the palm of his right hand/paw. Kurama raised his other paw and carefully lifted the boy's head, looking deeply into the single blue eye he had left. Naruto, we can't go on like this. We have to leave. The little boy didn't understand the question. Where to? We have to leave Naruto village. I can't stand watching that scum abuse you anymore. It breaks my heart to see how they treat you and not be able to do anything. You deserve better than this, kid. The redhead then understood what his brother figure was trying to tell him. But he always says I should. You must what? Forgive? Naruto, there's a fine line between kindness and stupidity. You crossed that line a long time ago. How many more beatings will you have to endure before you understand? And the worst part is that that old monkey isn't doing anything to stop it. He released the bijou in frustration. The little Uzumaki had suffered so much throughout his life that it was practically a miracle he wasn't traumatized and still retained a shred of innocence. But Kurama wasn't under any illusions. He knew that could change if that Konoha trash continued with its actions. The old monkey wasn't going to do anything. Kurama figured the civilian council had him by the balls. It was truly sad. The man once hailed as the Shinobi no Kami, god of the shinobi, had been reduced to a pathetic, spineless old man. There was also the fourth Hokage's student, Kakashi Hatake, but in 6 years that man hadn't done a thing to help his pup, and he didn't think he'd do anything anytime soon. He figured he was too busy wallowing in self-pity, or perhaps he simply didn't care what happened to the little Uzumaki. The only other people who were kind to him were that old man and his daughter at the ramen stand. But being civilians, there was little they could do. He couldn't afford to wait. He had to take matters into his own hands. Naruto remained silent, tears still streaming down his cheeks. The old Hokage, his grandfather figure, always told him he should forgive the villagers and that they would eventually accept him. He wanted to believe his grandfather, but his brother's words had sunk deep. Deep down, he knew it was true and that he was grasping at straws. But what else could he do? He had no family, lived in an old apartment nearly demolished by civilians in the red light district, and almost the entire population hated the poor boy or simply didn't care. The only reason he had survived until now was thanks to the fox's training and lessons. All he could do was have faith that things would get better, but it seemed he couldn't even afford that. Kurama sighed, "I'm sorry, pup, but you have to face reality. Konoha isn't a safe place for you, and if we don't do something, things aren't going to get better." Naruto nodded, wiping away his tears. "So where should I go? I've never left the village, and from what you've told me, you've been locked up for a long time." The redhead knew his brother had been trapped inside 3 people, himself being the third, but he'd never been told who the other 2 were. When he asked, the fox simply said he'd tell him when he was ready. The little boy didn't understand, but despite that, he decided to trust his brother. This conversation would lead to revealing certain information he didn't want to divulge. Not because he didn't trust him, but because the answers could completely destroy the boy. He would only tell him when he was ready, and he would never be ready in this hell that was Konoha. Kurama smiled with relief. He had finally managed to convince him that I'll think about it during the night. For now, go to sleep, and we'll talk later once you've recovered. Naruto nodded and approached the edge of Kurama's claw to hug its snout. The poor boy had barely had any human contact in his life, the giant fox and the old Hokage being the only exceptions. Because of this, Kurama allowed him to hug him whenever he wanted, though he would never admit it. Deep down, the ancient Bijou enjoyed it. The 2 stayed like that for a while until Naruto let go and gave him a small but genuine smile. "Good night, Kurama and I," the redhead said before vanishing. As soon as she left, the fox lay down, rested his head on his paws, and sank into deep thought. Getting his cub out of this place wasn't going to be easy. Security was quite strict in the village, not only for those who wanted to enter, but also for those who wanted to leave. He considered several plans in his head for a while, but they were all too risky and dangerous. As time passed, Kurama began to despair and couldn't help but curse the 4th Hokage for the millionth time for putting the little one in this situation. But suddenly, an idea struck him as he recalled his fight from 6 years ago. To be precise, a giant toad that had fallen on him and immobilized him. It might work, but it's a very risky bet. He began to weigh the pros and cons. "Well, our goal is to get out of here and find a safe place. After that, we'll improvise as we go." She didn't like to risk her little one, but it was the best option. She decided to talk to him about it as soon as she left the hospital. Konoha Hospital. It was late at night when the redhead opened his eyes, and he didn't like his situation. He'd been to the hospital so many times that he'd learned to hate it with a passion. The smell of the drugs and the lifeless white walls didn't help either. But then he noticed something different. Weakly raising his hands to his face, he felt the bandage wrapped around his left eye. What he couldn't feel was the eye behind the bandage, and then he panicked. The shock finally reached the poor one-eyed boy, and he began to cry and whimper again. The villagers had never gone this far, and he was terrified of what would happen next time if he stayed. He tried to sit up straight and get out of bed, but he felt tired, and the sedatives he was taking weren't helping. That's when he felt arms wrap around him, and he looked up, terrified for his life, only to see one of the few people who cared about him, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man wore a long white haori that completely covered his body except for his head, where he wore his hat, which distinguished him as Hokage, and bore the red kanji for fire, obscuring his spiky, graying hair. Several wrinkles on his forehead and under his eyes betrayed his advanced age, and he sported a graying goatee. His black eyes reflected only worry and sadness. Upon seeing his grandfather in everything but blood, Naruto could only hug him and cry his eyes out while the old man could only stroke his back, not knowing what to say. He had failed him, again. He had done it so many times that he could only hate himself even more for it. He had made many mistakes in his life, but the one he held in his arms now was the greatest of them all. No child should suffer this kind of harm, much less at the hands of his own people, and he could only blame himself. He should never have listened to his successor and revealed his status as a Jinchuriki. The fourth Hokage thought that by doing so, the people would treat him like a hero. How stupid and naive he was. The lives of these few were filled with pain. The name of people like him said it all, the power of sacrifice. Such was the meaning of the word Jinchuriki. He should have kept it a secret, just as he had with his two predecessors. But instead, he announced his condition publicly, and the reactions were immediate. The ignorant civilians clamored for his death, while the ninja had mixed reactions. Despite knowing the difference between the child and the demon, some also demanded his death. Others simply decided to ignore the matter and avoid him in the future, and a few considered turning him into a weapon. He should have known what would happen. After all, he had met with the council before making the announcement, and their reactions had been the same. The civilian council clamored for his head. The clan heads wanted nothing to do with the matter except for Fugaku Uchiha. But his intentions regarding the newborn were more than clear to the third Hokage, and he wasn't going to allow Naruto to be in his custody. The elders shared the same idea as the Uchiha leader, to turn him into a weapon. The only difference was that Fugaku wanted the infant to be loyal to his clan, while the elders wanted him loyal to the village. Hiruzen grimaced as he recalled past events, berating himself for the millionth time for not having seen it coming. He should have kept the secret and lied to protect him. Instead, he'd driven a giant target into his back. All he could do was declare his status as a Jinchuriki, an S-rank secret, to prevent the hatred of the elders from spreading to the younger generation, and frankly, it was useless. Despite never telling them why, the adults always forbade their children from having any contact with him, condemning the boy to a life of loneliness and pain. Without a doubt, his adopted grandson's situation was, and always would be, the worst mistake of his life. Gigi, the voice, broken by the sobs of the little one nestled in his arms, brought him back to reality. I can't, sniff. Take it anymore. I don't want them to, sniff. Hurt me anymore. I want them to stop, sniff. I want to be happy, the redhead finished shouting, ending up crying again in the old man's arms. Hiruzen couldn't stop the tears welling up in his eyes and could only hold the child even tighter in his arms to comfort him, while inside, the feeling of hatred and contempt within himself continued to grow by the moment. The old man didn't let go until Naruto fell asleep in the veteran ninja's arms. He placed him back on the bed and lingered for a moment, his hand resting on his face as he looked at him with regret. It only lasted a few seconds, and then he left the room. ANBU, he said, and suddenly, 5 ninjas wearing porcelain animal masks emerged from the shadows. These men and women all wore armor covering their chests, stomachs, and forearms, tight black pants, and spiral tattoos on their left shoulders. Listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. You will stay here until Naruto recovers. You will stand guard day and night, and if anything happens to him, I assure you that what you will lose is not your rank, but your life. Understood. The veteran ninjas shuddered at the old man's tone. His words were spoken in a low voice, but his tone made it clear that if they messed up, they could consider themselves dead. Hi, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded. Nico, Cat, you're in charge for now. I need to discuss some matters with Captain Inu Dog. These words were directed at a violet-haired woman with a cat mask and a beautiful figure, who could only nod as she watched her leader leave for the Hokage Tower with the captain of his ANBU team. Tori Hokage. The third Hokage entered his office with Inu following behind and hurried to his chair as his subordinate closed the door. Hiruzen then let out a long, sorrowful sigh and removed his hat. Take off your mask, Inu, he said. The captain obeyed. The man had a well-toned physique, showing signs of rigorous training even while wearing his armor, and his spiky gray hair was striking. As soon as he removed his mask, Hiruzen could see the man's face. He wore a mask that concealed his mouth, cheeks, and nose, but his mismatched eyes were clearly visible. His right eye was black, while his left was red with 3 tomos swirling lazily. This man's name was Kakashi Hitaki, the sole surviving student of the 4th Hokage. Despite having his mouth covered, hiding his facial expression, remorse and helplessness were clearly visible in his eyes. This has gone too far, Kakashi. Naruto lost an eye tonight, and I fear he may lose something else in the future. The copycat ninja could only clench his fists in anger. What happened to the civilians who attacked him? He asked. I sent most of them with Ibiki. Unfortunately, there were too many and some managed to escape, and without leads we won't find them. Sadly, there's little I can do before the civilian council gets involved, he said ruefully. The gray-haired one said angrily. So what? Are you going to release them tomorrow like nothing happened? Unfortunately, yes. Due to my negligence, I've allowed them to gain too much influence. If I don't release them, they'll most likely cause a disturbance. Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki doesn't help matters. Sensei and Kushina-sama must be turning in their graves right now, Kakashi thought. If only you knew, the old man thought ironically. We couldn't prevent today's events, but we can prevent those of tomorrow and beyond. As soon as Naruto is released from the hospital, I'm going to put you in charge of a team to protect him, the village leader said confidently. The AMBU captain was surprised by his leader's decision. Won't the civil council protest? Some might think assigning an AMBU team to protect a 6-year-old child is a bit of an overreaction, he said, sounding a little worried. Hiruzen could only smile. They can protest all they want, but despite their influence, the shinobi forces still fall under my direct command, and the council has no right to interfere. Then he narrowed his eyes. Besides, I can count on Danzo to support my decision, even though our motives are very different. Kakashi narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the third Hokage's response. Danzo Shimura, or as the veterans knew him, Yami no Shinobi, Shinobi of Darkness, was one of the council elders. He was a dark-skinned old man with an X-shaped scar on his chin who had lost his right arm and eye during the Third Great Ninja War. He covered them with bandages and usually wore a dark blue kimono with a staff in his left hand. He had a more militaristic philosophy of what Konoha should be. He firmly believed that ninjas were weapons first and foremost, and that feelings were unnecessary. He and Hiruzen had radically different ideas, but the common ground that united these two former friends was that they prioritized the well-being of the village above all else. Hokage-sama, are you sure we can count on you regarding this matter? The gray-haired ninja asked suspiciously. The third Hokage lit his pipe and took a deep drag before replying. I have no doubt, in his own words, a broken weapon is of no use to the people. He said with a certain disdain, while Kakashi could only grimace behind his mask at the mere thought. Anyway, we'll continue with this matter when Naruto recovers. In the meantime, you should go see Ibiki. I'm sure he won't mind having an audience, and who knows, maybe he'll let you participate, he said with a sly smile. Kakashi visibly perked up at those words. Ibiki Marino was a consummate sadist in the art of torture, and he was most likely busy toying with the civilians who had attacked the redhead. Oh yes, he certainly wouldn't mind stopping by for a while to inspect his work. Konoha Hospital. 2 days had passed since the incident, and Naruto's mood only worsened. He never liked being forced to stay in bed, and the nurse's disapproving looks didn't help. The longer he waited, the more tempting Kurama's idea of leaving the village became. He was finally discharged and walked home. The redhead was wearing blue pants with matching shinobi sandals and a red long-sleeved shirt that Nico had brought him from her house. The masked kunoichi had also warned him that the villagers had broken into her apartment and caused quite a bit of damage. Naruto could only sigh wearily and look around. Everyone's eyes were on him. The looks of contempt or hatred were nothing new. He had grown accustomed to them, much to his dismay. What truly frightened him were the sick grins some villagers wore as they stared at the bandage over his left eye. Unable to bear it any longer, he ran home, trying not to cry. He didn't want to give them the satisfaction. When he reached the entrance of his apartment, he opened the door without noticing that the latch was broken and saw the state of his home. The living room/kitchen windows were shattered, his dining table had broken legs, and he didn't need to go to his bedroom or bathroom to know they would be in a similar condition. Naruto, letting his emotions take over, let tears flow freely and huddled in a corner of the living room, terrified. Shoo, calm down. Puppy, calm down. You won't have to endure all this anymore. We're leaving today. He heard the redhead in his head. He wiped away his tears and listened attentively to the fox in his head. Kurama smiled. Okay, so you know what summoning contracts are. Shouldn't I? The boy asked, confused. Well, not necessarily. They're quite rare, actually, although they're fairly common here in Konoha. Basically, there's another realm, another dimension, where a number of animals specializing in shinobi arts live, and they can be summoned to help you in battle. To do so, you must sign a scroll recognizing you as a summoner of that clan. Generally, these clans do it to show off among themselves, although some prefer to keep to themselves. I patiently explained to him the old fox. Naruto then asked doubtfully, but I don't have one and I don't know where to get one either. And you, Kurama and I? That's the thing. Kid, there's another way to get them. If you're naturally affiliated with one of those summoning clans and perform the hand seals for the summoning jutsu, you'll end up in that clan's territory. I won't lie to you. The odds aren't in your favor. Only a select few have that option, but it's the best I can think of to get you out of here without putting you at risk. Naruto began to ponder this. Essentially, they would be gambling a lot. If the jutsu worked, he would end up in the land of one of those clans. But that didn't mean they would accept him as a summoner or that the clan he was affiliated with would be able to help him train. Although he had nothing to lose, if the jutsu didn't work, he would have to find another way to escape. Okay, what do I have to do, Kurama and I? First, pack your bags, and then if you want, leave a letter for the people you care about. Then I'll give you instructions. The redhead hurried to obey and went to his room to gather his clothes, or what little remained of them. The villagers hadn't held back. His mattress was ripped in half and his wardrobe a complete mess. Even so, he managed to find a few changes of clothes and some toiletries, which he packed into a backpack he had lying nearby. Then he hurried to find a blank sheet of parchment, ink, and a brush, but when he tried to write, his mind went blank. Naruto didn't have many loved ones besides his brother. He could count them all on one hand. His grandpa, Ayame-chan, and Tsuchiyaji-san. But even so, he didn't know what to write. How do you tell the people who love you that you're leaving because you can no longer bear living in the village where you live? In the end, he decided to be honest and release all his repressed feelings. All the pain, all the despair he'd kept bottled up for 6 years of abuse was poured onto paper in impeccable handwriting. When he finished, he saw a few smudges on the paper and realized he'd shed a few tears while writing, but it hardly mattered anymore. The boy went to the kitchen, placed the letter on the counter, and mentally prepared himself for his possible departure. Do you have everything? I asked his brother. And the clothes? And a toothbrush? Yes. Don't you want to go to the bathroom before we leave? Nichan, exclaimed the little one. Okay, I was just making sure. Naruto pouted. Kurama worried too much sometimes. I have already shown you the 12 hand seals. Now the ones you need to make are, in order, I, boar, Inu, dog, Tori, bird, Suru, monkey, and Hitsuji, ram. Naruto nodded and proceeded to make the required seals while inside. Kurama begged his deceased creator with all his might to make it all work. Ninpo, Kushios no Jutsu. Then, the little boy disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving the wrecked apartment completely empty. Streets of Konoha. It was already night when Hiruzen finished his day's work and decided to pay a visit to his adopted grandson. The village leader was escorted by the same ANBU team that had protected the boy for the past 2 days. After Nico told him about the state of his apartment, he decided that he could sleep at his house for the night and that he would help him find a new home tomorrow. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of his apartment, I immediately knocked and waited. The delay surprised him greatly. Thinking that perhaps the little boy hadn't heard him, he knocked again and still received no answer. Maybe it's at Ichiraku Ramen, Inu suggested. I don't think so. They must have closed by now, the old man replied and tried to open the door. When it opened, the old man panicked, fearing the worst, and quickly went inside. his ANBU following behind. He turned on the light and finally saw the state of the apartment. It was completely uninhabitable, as he had feared, but there was no sign of the child. "Look for him. He has to be around here," he said in a panic, and his subordinates rushed to obey. The old man went to the kitchen to see if he could find anything, and then he saw the parchment. With a trembling hand, already knowing what had happened, he opened it to read the last words he would hear from the little boy for a long time. At the end of the letter, the poor old man fell to his knees as tears streamed down his cheeks. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm so sorry." It was obvious to Hiruzen that Naruto had left for good. He could only hope that wherever he was happier than he was here. Chapter 2, My Little One. Yonkei's Valley. Naruto landed on his bottom after reappearing in a puff of smoke in the summoning realm. He took a moment to get his bearings after his brief journey between dimensions before focusing on his surroundings. The redhead was in a forest shrouded in mist, which gave it an air of mystery, but also of fear. The one-eyed boy was euphoric. It had worked. He was finally free from that hell. He was so happy he would have started jumping for joy if it weren't for his slight worry and fear of the place. A child, alone, in a forest, surrounded by fog. It wasn't the most appropriate place to start shouting for joy, especially if there was a possibility of attracting some hostile presence. He dismissed those troubling thoughts and decided to talk to the fox. "Kurama and it worked. I really did it." "Yes, pup. It seems you are part of that select group of people with an affinity for a call. Congratulations," he said, while mentally offering a quick prayer of thanks to his deceased creator. "Now we have to find the clan that lives around here. Try to detect any nearby presence." The redhead nodded and tried to sense any nearby emotion. Even though he was only 6 years old, he could detect basic emotions within a 200-meter radius, and that was only when his inner companion wasn't helping. Even so, he couldn't sense anything. Seeing this, the fox inside him decided to channel its power to extend the detection range. After 2 minutes, they both began to worry, fearing something might have gone wrong, until they sensed a hint of happiness right behind the boy. The feeling seemed to be coming from very far away, so he started running as fast as he could, his curiosity getting the better of him. He ran for 10 minutes without stopping, the fog gradually lifting with each step, until he saw a strange bridge spanning a river. Naruto crossed it without hesitation, and at the end, he found a massive torii gate through which sunlight streamed. Passing through the wooden structure and finally leaving the fog behind, he stopped abruptly, awestruck by the beauty of the place as the wind whipped across his face. A huge valley flanked on both sides by high mountains and rock formations with small waterfalls falling down into rivers beneath a thin layer of clouds or the fine mist that floats through the valley, giving an air of mystery and magic around it, with beautiful sakura trees swaying. Naruto took a few moments to etch the breathtaking view into his memory, but his eyes soon caught an unfamiliar figure in the sky approaching him. It was too small to make out its shape, but he wasn't about to risk an attack, so he remained vigilant. The unknown being landed in front of the curious boy, and he could finally see her clearly. It was a woman, one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, dressed in a form-fitting black kimono that accentuated her incredible figure, adorned with a red obi, wooden sandals, and tabi socks. Her long black hair was tied in a low ponytail with a red ribbon. Her red eyes and beautiful smile gave her a sensual air that would have driven any man wild with lust. But what truly surprised the boy was seeing 2 enormous black wings behind her back, creating a magical aura that captivated him. Kurama, for his father's sake, was frozen in place. He easily recognized the creature standing before his adoptive brother, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to end up in the lands of this clan. His blank mind tried to process the shock of the situation, and all he could manage to say was, "Puppy, you have the devil's luck." The little boy didn't understand what his brother meant, but he didn't have time to ask. The woman jumped on him, wrapping her arms around his head and burying his face against her large, soft breasts as she screamed at the top of her lungs. W.I. The poor boy didn't understand what was happening. A woman with wings had landed in front of him as he gazed at the landscape and suddenly began to scream while giving him a tight and very comfortable hug. Not knowing how to respond, he simply stood there frozen, his brain trying to process the surreal situation he was in, while the newcomer continued to squeeze him as if he were a stuffed animal. The newcomer, noticing the boy tense up, blushed and realized her behavior might have frightened him. She quickly let go of him and looked at him more closely. She had to restrain herself from squeezing him again. Up close, he was even cuter than she'd thought, but that thought soon vanished, replaced by concern as soon as she saw the bandage on his face. "Are you hurt, little one?" The child was still processing the situation, so all he could reply was, "Huh." The woman gave him a tender smile in response to his reaction. "I was wondering if you were hurt. That bandage over your eye looks very worn. I need to go find a doctor," she said with a hint of concern. He might have been a stranger to her, but she wasn't going to abandon an injured child to his fate. Naruto could only blink as he stared at her until he finally reacted. "No, I'm fine. It's just that I lost my left eye a few days ago, but they've already treated the wound," he replied, a little more relaxed now that he saw this woman wasn't going to do anything to him. The dark-haired woman relaxed on the outside and gave him a smile, but inside she had a huge frown. Judging by the scar sticking out from under the bandage, I'd say they deliberately gouged out his eye in a painful way. "If I find that bastard, I'm going to kill him for hurting an innocent child." Then he realized the child was strange, as if something were missing, until he finally noticed the absence of wings on his back. A human, but then that means... "Excuse me, miss, but could you tell me where I am, who you are, and well?" The redhead blushed slightly before continuing his question. "What exactly are you?" The woman opened her eyes and then gave the child a shy smile. "Oh, sorry, where are my manners? My name is Shuri, and you're at the entrance to Yonkei's Valley. As for your last question," she smiled indulgently as Naruto's blush deepened with embarrassment. "I'm a Tengu. And where did you come from, little one?" I asked Shuri. The redhead, suppressing his blush, replied, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Pleased to meet you. I performed the summoning jutsu without a contract and ended up here." Shuri opened her eyes in surprise. Era, so you're a candidate for summoner. We haven't had one in over 70 years. I suppose in that case I'll have to take you to the clan leader," she told him and stood behind him, gripping his waist tightly before saying with a mischievous smile, "Hold on tight, Naruto." Naruto didn't understand what she meant until he saw the Tengu woman spread her wings. He turned white instantly and tried to refuse her offer to take him, but it was in vain. He could only let out a huge scream as Shuri took off at full speed. Naruto, with one eye closed, clutched the hands around his waist as if his life depended on it, trembling with fear. He didn't dare move or fight because of his terror, so he could only wait for them to reach wherever the dark-haired woman intended to take him. He heard a soft laugh behind him, but he kept his eyes closed, suppressing the urge to scream. Naruto looked down. The boy didn't say anything but shook his head vigorously. "Come on, little one. Don't be afraid. I promise I won't let go of you. And this is a view you definitely don't want to miss," he said in a loving voice. Hearing the sweet sound, she relaxed slightly and, with clear effort and fear, slowly opened her one functional eye. From high above the valley, she hadn't been able to see the details, but now, flying at low altitude, she could clearly see the resident Tengu. The women were all stunning beauties, with enormous breasts, round bottoms, and beautiful faces. The vast majority wore the same type of clothing as Shuri, but with different colors and patterns. The men, on the other hand, were quite frightening. Most were over 2 meters tall, walking mountains of pure muscle who could easily crush a ninja with brute force alone. Some wore hakama with black pants and white tops, but she saw some dressed in a kind of sleeveless black gi with matching pants. She was quite surprised by the differences between the two genders, but then she noticed something rather curious. Back in Konoha, no matter the time of day, You could always see a child running or playing in the village. But here in the valley, she couldn't see a single one. Perhaps they are at school. She put the subject aside and decided to enjoy the flight with a slight smile on her face. Shuri smiled slightly as she felt the child relax in her arms, and as she continued flying, she pondered the little boy's behavior. From her brief conversation with him, she knew immediately that he was quite polite and kind. She had heard more than once about some rather arrogant summoners who treated their partners like tools, and she was glad that Naruto wasn't one of them. But what intrigued the Tengu woman was his initial reaction and body language. When she hugged him the first time they met, she wouldn't have been surprised if he had struggled to break free or turned red with embarrassment. Instead, he remained stiff as a board, almost as if he were afraid. Considering he'd been ripped from his grasp, it was quite normal for him to be afraid. But then why didn't he try to run away? His body language also indicated a state of constant alertness. Even in her arms, he seemed to be watching her every move. Shuri assumed this was his usual behavior. If he had been a trained shinobi, she wouldn't have been surprised by his actions, but everything pointed to him being a mere novice who hadn't even had his first kill yet. So she deduced the only possible answer, one that flooded the Tengu woman with pure homicidal rage. The child had been mistreated and even had his life threatened if the loss of his left eye was any indication. The Tengu were a rather unique clan compared to other summons. Aside from the obvious fact that they were a race very similar to humans, the most striking difference was their longevity. Unlike other summons whose lifespans were measured in decades, the Tengu lived in centuries. But they also had a serious problem: their birth rate. On average, a Tengu was born every 10 or 20 years, making it quite difficult to repopulate their species. For this reason, children were their greatest treasure. The thought that Naruto, a nearly defenseless 6-year-old boy, had suffered to such an extent made them want to find the culprit and kill him in the most sadistic and painful way possible. Naruto, still enjoying the view, sensed Shuri's hatred and contempt, but said nothing out of respect. He knew those feelings weren't directed at him, so he wondered who could have angered her so much. Soon he felt the woman's arms tighten around him and sensed the affection directed toward him. He didn't understand why the beautiful woman would care about a complete stranger like him, but he wasn't going to complain. Oh no, not at all. It felt good. After several minutes of flight, Shuri landed in front of a huge, typically Japanese mansion. Although the residence didn't have a second floor, it didn't need one. From above, mid-flight, she had been able to see that it was almost as large as the Uchiha district itself. In front of the entrance stood 2 jade dragon statues at the foot of a massive black wooden door. "Welcome to my house," he said with a smile as he headed towards the door. Naruto, very confused, proceeded to follow her. "Wait a minute, your house? But weren't we going to see the leader of your clan?" he asked. As she opened the door and entered the building, she turned her head to answer him. "Yes, you see, it turns out he's my father." The little Jinchuriki's eyes widened. If he had known from the beginning, he would have spoken more carefully, and he felt worried about her behavior. The beautiful woman noticed this. "Relax. I've never cared much about my position as an heiress, and I don't really like formalities either," she said, smiling, as the little boy sighed in relief and followed behind her, observing the interior of the house. Although the mansion was undoubtedly impressive from the outside and seemed worthy of a daimyo, the interior was more, shall we say, cozy. There were no enormous gold and jade statues decorating the halls, no paintings adorning the walls, and certainly no servants or attendants in uniforms beholden to some pompous, high-born idiot. The rooms I glimpsed as I walked were indeed enormous, but quite modest. There was no art, no refinement. All the furniture was rather simple, yet it gave a distinctly cozy feel. The only paintings I saw, so to speak, were framed photographs depicting some event or family with enormous smiles. There were no attendants or servants, only other Tengu laughing, joking, chatting, and some even fighting while the others cheered and placed bets. Naruto may have been raised almost exclusively by a giant fox with a reputation as a mass murderer, But even he thought it was odd to see Tengu causing a ruckus in their master's house, and no one saying a word. Speaking of the fox, the redhead realized that his inner companion hadn't spoken since Shuri brought him, #kidnapping, to this place, but decided to ask him later. The little boy followed the woman, oblivious to the stares he was attracting. The men were speechless, their eyes wide with shock at the sight of a human, a child no less, in the clan's main house, though some wore broad grins at the prospect of having a new summoner. The women, on the other hand, all flushed and sporting unsettling smiles, tried their hardest not to leap up to the little boy and give him a deathly hug. Soon the two arrived at a sliding door at the end of a corridor. The little boy was very nervous. If the average Tengu were already terrifying mountains of muscle, he could only imagine their leader being 10 times more imposing. Seeing him so worried, the woman placed a hand on his shoulder and gave him a kind smile. That simple gesture calmed him a little, but he remained uneasy about the impending encounter. Shuri turned back towards the door as she asked permission to enter. "Father, may I come in? There's a matter that needs your attention." They both heard some murmuring through the door before receiving a reply. "Go ahead, my dear." The woman opened the door and entered, the boy following behind, mentally preparing herself for the encounter. The room appeared to be an office, with shelves crammed to the brim with rolls of papers and a low table in the middle with a few cushions for sitting. She took a deep breath to calm herself, and, summoning her courage, Naruto decided to peek his head around the side of the woman in front of him and finally saw him. The leader of the Tengu clan wasn't just big, he was enormous. And although he looked very old, his figure and aura were no less imposing. He was at least 2.6 meters tall and was also wider and more bulky than any other Tengu. The black wings behind his back also seemed thicker and stronger than those of his kin, not just larger. The old man wore a completely white hakama with a black cape over his shoulders, and he walked on wooden stilts. He had long, straight black hair with some gray streaks, as well as a long gray beard that betrayed his age, but the most prominent feature, and the one that made all their fear vanish at once, was his long nose. "That's a huge nose. I'm sure it'll be perfect for aiming," the little boy thought, completely unaware that the person in question was looking at him. Not that he could be blamed. He'd never seen a person with such a nose, even though he was a Tengu and not a human. But still. "You're not the first one to think that, son," the voice startled the boy, who had been lost in thought. The clan leader was looking at him with an indulgent expression and a smile, as if he knew what he had been thinking. Naruto turned as red as his hair at being so easily read and quickly lowered his head in apology. The old Tengu chuckled at the boy's reaction. "Relax, little one. You're not the first one who's been mesmerized by my nose," he said, laughing heartily. "Having said that, allow me to introduce myself." The old man stood up and put on a serious face. "My name is Sajobo, 7th leader of the Tengu clan. Pleased to meet you," he said, and bowed slightly in a sign of respect and greeting. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Pleased to meet you, Sajobo-sama," he said very nervously. The Tengu's imposing figure didn't help with that. Sajobo continued to stare at the little boy with a serious face, but this broke in a few seconds when the Tengu leader let out a deep sigh. "God, I can't stand formalities. No Tengu likes them. You know, Naruto, forget the sama and all the useless talk. It makes me feel old. Just call me Hee," he said with a huge grin. The incredulous little boy tried to refute it. But Sahoba-sama, I can't." Era. In that case, call me Ka-chan," Shuri said, placing a hand on her cheek and giving a tender smile. If her father could mess with the cute boy, so could she. Naruto froze, staring at the woman. The two Tengu looked at the redhead in confusion, but they began to worry when he started trembling and his eyes began to water. "Really?" the boy asked. "Do you really want to be my Ka-chan? Really? Shuri froze when she heard that voice, so desperate for love, and saw those eyes. She saw so much loneliness, so much pain. The woman cursed herself for being so stupid. She knew it was possible he'd been abused and was emotionally fragile, but she hadn't imagined it was this bad. But when she looked again, she really wanted to burst into tears. The little boy truly wanted her to be his mother. He was asking her completely seriously. The woman made her decision. She approached the boy, knelt down, and smiled at him as she stroked his cheek. Honestly, if that's what you want, I'll be your Ka-chan, my little Naruto-chan. The boy, nearly broken with emotion, could take no more and threw himself into Shuri's arms, crying tears of joy and hugging her with all his might, fearing he might disappear. The woman simply let him, while she lovingly stroked his hair and back to soothe him. Sajobo simply stared, a little touched by the emotional scene unfolding before him. Apparently, he was going to have a grandson, and even if it wasn't by blood, he couldn't care less. He briefly wondered how his brother-in-law and granddaughter would react, because his daughter was completely serious about this. Naruto was almost emotionally broken, and what he needed most now was a family, and the old Tengu would want to know how his life had led him to this point. But for now, they had other matters to discuss. Not to kill the mood, but we need to talk about the fact that our clan has a summoner candidate. Upon hearing the Tengu chief speak, Naruto reluctantly tried to slip out of his new mother's embrace, but she wouldn't allow it. She took him by the waist and lifted him, bringing him to the table. Shuri sat in Saiza and placed the little redhead on her lap, hugging him from behind. The little boy, unsure whether to be embarrassed or happy to still be in the arms of his newest mother figure, decided to pay attention to the old man. Sajobo, trying not to laugh, decided to get straight to the point. You see, Naruto, unlike other summoning clans, we Tengu are a people who have long preferred to remain aloof from conflict and war. And because of this, we've been almost forgotten over time. We have secret agreements with other summoning clans, but we generally don't associate with anyone. That's why I have to ask you, what do you expect from us? The little boy just lowered his head. I just wanted to escape. It was barely a whisper, but the adults heard it clearly. Escape from whom, Naruto-chan? The voice of the boy's new mother was no longer warm or pleasant. It was cold and ruthless, promising unspeakable pain to anyone who dared to harm her new baby. Sajobo was no better, but decided to ask for a more detailed explanation before judging. Naruto, can you explain in more detail what your life has been like so far? Naruto hesitated. Until now, people had hated him for being a Jinchuriki and had shown him no mercy, but the reassuring smile of his new family calmed his doubts, and he began to tell them his life story. He recounted everything without exception, tears beginning to stream from his single eye. His situation as a Jinchuriki, the beatings he had endured, how Kurama had cared for him until now, and what had happened 2 days earlier on his birthday, when he lost his left eye to a mob of villagers. By the end of his story, the redhead was sobbing uncontrollably, releasing all the pain he had bottled up for 6 years, and snuggled into his new mother's arms. Shuri was horrified and disgusted by the behavior of the inhabitants of Konoha. She so wanted to go to that place and start a massacre to punish those monsters, but she decided to put it aside for the moment. The little boy in her arms was her top priority for now, so she hugged the little boy tighter while whispering sweet words to comfort him. Sajobo had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was furious and indignant. He couldn't understand how humans could be so stupid as not to see the difference between a sealing scroll, Naruto, and a kunai, Kurama. But it was even worse for those who did know the difference and simply stood by and did nothing. Unacceptable. On the other hand, he felt remorse and disappointment. The old Tengu wasn't directly responsible for Naruto's mistreatment, but he couldn't help but reproach himself for having helped that man develop his full potential and abilities. If he hadn't, Kurama wouldn't have been imprisoned, and that little boy wouldn't have suffered so much. He was being an idiot for dwelling on the past, but he couldn't help it. I understand, I must say, little one, that your situation is quite unique. Your coming here was merely a means to an end, though you can't be blamed for that either. You were born in hell and wanted to escape it. Even so, we have rules, Naruto, and I must ask you this question. If we were to accept your training and you became a strong person, what would you use your power for? Greed? Hatred, perhaps? The little boy, his eyes glistening, pondered the question the Tengu patriarch had posed. Greed? He knew the meaning of the word, but he'd never given it much thought. He could live with just enough. He only wanted to be happy, to have a home, friends, family. He didn't think it was particularly greedy of him to desire such things. Revenge? Konoha had tortured the redhead from the very day he was born. All the pain, misery, loneliness, and despair he had felt throughout his life had been the fault of its inhabitants. He wanted them to pay for what they had done to him, but at the same time, he didn't want to become like them. He only wanted pure and simple justice. What did he want power for, then? The image of his fox brother flashed into his mind. He had always been there for him. He could have deceived the innocent child and escaped whenever he wanted, but instead, he stayed and used everything at his disposal to help his Jinchuriki. I said it once, and I'll say it again. Pop, if it's for you, I'll stay by your side and protect you for as long as it takes. It's a lifetime promise. His brother's words echoed in his head. Nichan, she exclaimed in her head. Her brother had been very quiet until now, but it didn't matter because an expression of happiness crossed her face. She had found her answer, all thanks to her brother. Protect, he said, looking at the old Tengu. His voice was firm, the sadness gone, and his face so serious that there was no doubt about the seriousness of his words. I know I don't have a house, a home, or precious people besides Kurama and I. That's why I left Konoha. I want to find a place to call home. I want to make friends and find people who are important to me. If I find a home, I want to have the strength to defend it myself. No matter what comes my way, I will face it without ever giving up. This is my promise, my Nindo. That's why, please, train me. Throughout his entire declaration, he hadn't taken his eyes off the old man. Sajobo and Shuri were impressed. Despite all the pain he had endured, he still possessed the inner strength to deliver such a speech. There was neither doubt nor fear in his voice, only an inspiring voice full of hope that reminded the old man of a specific person. It was then that the possibility dawned on him. The shape of his face, the determination in his eyes, his surname, it could be. Sajobo preferred to put those thoughts aside. If his hypothesis was correct, this young man before him had the potential to surpass his predecessor, not only as his summoner, but as a shinobi and as a person. He would have time to verify this later. Besides, he would have to speak with his superiors. The old Tengu then gave him a smile, that if those are your reasons for becoming strong, then I think you'll be a good summoner for me and my clan. Naruto could only blink. So that means... And Sajobo then made several hand signs and placed his hand on the table. After a burst of smoke, an enormous scroll appeared, almost as big as himself, and he proceeded to open it. Sign your name in blood next to the other name, and put your fingerprints in blood too. Naruto grinned from ear to ear and did as he was told, without even pausing to look at the other name written on the scroll. A faint sheen later, the blood had dried and was clearly visible on the scroll. Sajobo looked again and nodded. Well, this matter is settled. All that remains for me to say is, welcome to the Naruto family, he said with a huge smile. Shuri pressed her newborn baby's face between her prominent breasts while stroking its head with her cheek. Congratulations, Naruchan. The little boy could only hug his new mother while happily letting her pamper him. But he couldn't help but let out a huge yawn, revealing the exhaustion he'd accumulated throughout the day. His day had been hectic, to say the least. He'd left the hospital, packed his bags, used a new jutsu without any prior preparation or practice to appear in an unknown land, not knowing if he'd have to return or if he could stay. Certainly, the pressure and stress had finally taken their toll on the little boy. Shuri, could you look for a room for Naruto? I think he needs a good rest, said the old man, amused. Shuri blinked in confusion until she saw the sleepy child's face and smiled maternally. I suppose the events of the day have taken their toll on him. I'm going to take him to bed. See you later, Oda-sama. Shuri left the room with Naruto in her arms. leaving the Tengu patriarch to his thoughts. That child should be crying out for revenge for all the pain he suffered, but instead he chooses to let it go and look toward the future. It's truly remarkable how a 6-year-old can act more wisely than an adult. I sigh at his reflections. Unfortunately, the past will come looking for him sooner or later. It's inevitable. The best thing we can do is prepare him for it. A troubling thought crossed his mind. I'm starting to think all of this is happening for a reason. If that little boy really is his descendant, things are going to get very interesting in the shinobi world. Naruto's bedroom. Naruto stood in the middle of his room, waiting for his adoptive mother. It was a fairly basic bedroom with a wardrobe, a table and chair, and a bed. Apparently, Shuri wasn't going to allow him to wear anything that connected him to Konoha, including everything he'd brought. So he waited for her to bring his new clothes while fighting off sleep. After a while, he finally heard his bedroom door open. Era, you're really tired, aren't you, Naruto-chan? The woman said with a smile. The redhead simply nodded, rubbing his tired eyes. Seeing that this wasn't the time to tease him, Shuri decided to put him to bed as soon as possible. She began undressing the little boy, tossing his old clothes aside, and helped him put on his new pajamas, much to their delight. Shuri was pleased by how cute he looked, and Naruto because he had always dreamed of having a mother who would care for him like this. Shuri then carried the little boy to his bed and tucked him in, stroking his hair. Get some rest. You're going to have a very busy day tomorrow. Good night, Naruto-chan, he said with a smile and gave her a tender kiss on the forehead that took longer than expected before he picked up the dirty clothes and left the bedroom, all with a happy smile on his face. Good night, Ka-chan. And the little boy closed his eyes as he succumbed to exhaustion. He had never felt so protected and loved in his entire life. Leaving was the best decision he could have ever made. Inside, the fox smiled with pure joy. His little cub was finally safe. He had truly had 1,000 doubts about this plan, but the options were limited and the situation desperate. However, the outcome had been even better than he could have ever dreamed. The Tengu clan. A semi-legendary clan of ferocious warriors skilled in almost every ninja art. They were nearly the equivalent of the Senju, the clan of 1,000 skills, only in terms of summoning. What was truly terrifying about this clan wasn't their power or their numbers, but their knowledge. Throughout the centuries, they had been stealing and copying every jutsu they had seen in order to better understand the various uses of chakra and the different fighting styles so they could practice them themselves. Naruto had been accepted as a summoner by a clan that could teach him practically anything. He just hoped that if they trained him, they'd take it seriously. Kurama knew the nature of the Tengu quite well. They were curious, very protective of their own, but above all, and most importantly, perverts through and through. He was certain that when his training was over, he was going to be a pervert. He just hoped that at least he'd reach puberty a virgin. But considering how cute he was and how handsome he was going to be in a few years, he didn't have much hope for that. He refocused his mind on the present situation. He had much to discuss with his old friend. The fox was so focused that he didn't notice the presence entering his Jinchuriki's room. Boardroom. It was late at night, and Sajobo was waiting for his advisors and counselors to arrive. He sat in the lotus position on a red cushion at the far end of the room, which was slightly elevated above the rest of the floor. Behind him, the kanji for Tengu was written in large, black letters for everyone to see. Suddenly the door opened and Shuri walked in. I'm sorry for the delay, father, but Naruto-chan didn't have any clothes, so I had to find her something, she told her father. As the next leader of the clan, it was more than normal that she was on the advisory council. Don't worry, no one has arrived yet, although they shouldn't be long. Sorry for the delay, boss, we're all here now. A voice was heard from the door. Father and daughter turned their gaze towards the entrance to observe 5 Tengus entering, all dressed in traditional black hakamas of the clan. The first to enter was a Tengu with a mischievous air about him. His hair was combed forward, and he had a blonde goatee, except for a small patch of black hair, a rather unique color among his clan. His yellow eyes showed curiosity and anticipation. Most likely, like everyone else, he had heard the news of Naruto's arrival. He was Azazel, leader of the research branch, and also the guardian of the largest shinobi library ever created, and he had no qualms about stealing to expand it. The second man to enter had entirely black hair, slicked back, with a thick but short black beard framing his chin, and violet eyes. He exuded an air of authority and discipline, quite fitting given his position. He was the husband of her daughter, Barakiel, the clan's leading instructor and foremost weapons and taijutsu specialist. The third could be described as a psychopath. He had long hair that reached his mid-back, no facial hair, but it almost would have been better to have it to hide the bloodthirsty grimace that was always on his face, deformed by a diagonal scar. This man was Kokabeel, the clan's strategist, and the most sadistic man one could ever meet. If he weren't so skilled in the art of battle and warfare, he might transfer to the torture division if they had one. The last two to arrive were clearly related. Their faces were practically identical, distinguished only by their gender. Their hair was tied in short, black ponytails, and they had black eyes and smiles. The woman was Run, a political specialist, and her twin brother, Run, was an expert in information and all the ways to obtain it. These 6 people, along with the clan leader, formed the advisory council, but ultimately, the decision was the clan leader's. "It was about time you arrived. I suppose you've already heard that," the old man asked. "A human child has appeared in the valley and might be our new summoner?" "God, of course, that kind of news gets around fast," said the Tengu with a sadistic face. "I must say I'm surprised. I know we've only had one summoner, but I don't think other clans have received such a young summoner candidate," Azazel said, scratching his goatee, thinking. "Two." "Excuse me, boss?" Barakiel asked. "We've had 2 summoners so far, with today's child being the most recent and also the youngest," Sajobo said with a mocking smile, enjoying the incredulous faces of everyone present except his daughter and his brother-in-law, who had already been informed of the situation. "Before you all start screaming like madmen, sit down. I have a lot to explain about the little one." Everyone present sat down on a cushion, awaiting an explanation. They didn't like what they heard one bit. The patriarch told them everything about the little boy. They were furious, but none more so than Barakiel, since his wife had decided to adopt him in a way. The redhead was his son, and nobody messes with their own child without facing the consequences. "Get in line, you shitty crows. If anyone's going to kill those bastards, it's me," said a guttural and powerful voice full of fury. The Tengu, except for Sajobo, searched the entire room for the source of that eerie voice until Azazel spotted a crystal ball in the center. The blond man looked more closely and could make out red eyes so full of hatred that his blood ran cold just looking at them. "Calm down, Kurama. Every action has consequences, and Konoha will have to answer for it sooner or later. Allow me to introduce you to an old friend. The being you see in the crystal ball is Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. I managed to establish a link with him, and as I've told you, he's currently trapped inside Naruto." Everyone was surprised by that information, but they still greeted politely, although many had doubts. "Sajobo-sama, when you and Kurama-sama met, I was never aware of that." Rin took pride in being informed about everything. The fact that this information had escaped him touched a nerve. "It was a long time ago, Rin. We met completely by chance, and after a while, we became friends. Unfortunately, when I was appointed clan leader, I no longer had time to meet with him, not to mention that I was frequently changing locations. Yes, it's been almost 3 centuries since I last saw you, and wow, you've changed. The biggest whoreman of the Tengu clan has become responsible. You even had a daughter, huh?" Everyone burst out laughing at Kurama's statement, except for his daughter, who was giving her father a look that promised pain. "Hypocrite, as if she weren't a pervert herself." Sajobo coughed, covering his red cheeks with his hand. "Okay, getting back to the topic of discussion, Naruto has already signed our contract and will stay with us until we see fit. I called you here to discuss how we're going to train him." Everyone suddenly became serious. Barrakiel was the first to speak, at only 6 years old. His physical conditioning is the most important thing. You can count on me to train him. Shuri smiled at her husband's words. She had always wanted a child to spend time with, and this was her chance. Azazel nodded. I agree. However, he also needs a basic education, math, history, etc. As for ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and the like, he'll learn them when he's a bit older, though I wouldn't rule out fuinjutsu. If he's a true Uzumaki, he'll most likely be a prodigy in the art. By the way, Karama, how much chakra does the kid have? I asked, preferring to have a complete picture of the boy in order to prepare a multi-year training schedule. A lot, replied the fox. It defines a lot, Daijo Kokubio. Let me put it this way, he's a pure-blooded Uzumaki given the characteristics of his clan. Plus, he's my Jinchuriki, which only boosts his chakra even more. So I'd say he has almost as much chakra as an experienced Jonin, said the fox calmly, as if he were talking about the weather. Everyone was stunned, incredulous at what they were hearing. They knew the little boy would have more chakra than other children his age, but not that much. Kokubile started clucking like a madman. Oh yes, the little one definitely has potential. Just imagining the monster he'll be when he grows up, and he continued clucking like a madman while the others stared at him blankly. Azazel suddenly had an idea that if he has that much chakra, I think I have an idea to accelerate his training, although we'll have to be careful, he said with a sly smile. Everyone stared at the blonde man suspiciously. No, seriously, it's a very good idea, although with his age, if we overdo it, he'll most likely end up with his brain fried. He couldn't help but laugh as he imagined a little redhead with smoke coming out of his ears. Shuri stood up abruptly, a bloodthirsty grimace in her wake, that you're not going to put my little Azazel in danger. I swear if anything happens to him, I'll rip your legs off and shove them where the sun don't shine. The blonde Tengu, and all those present, turned pale with shock, not knowing whether to put their hands on his legs or his buttocks. Just kidding, just kidding. I swear, if we're careful, there's no danger in using this method. He hastened to say. He liked her legs very much. Thank you, especially with how useful they are for using what's in between them. Calm down, Shuri. Let Azazel explain. Sajobo then said, curious to know what his idea consisted of. There's a B-rank kinjutsu called Kagebunshin no Jutsu that allows you to create solid copies of yourself. The peculiarity of this jutsu is that all the clone's memories are transferred to the creator when it dissipates. The only risk is that if you make too many, you risk brain overload. It also consumes large amounts of chakra, but I don't think the kid will have any problem with that. Everyone present was impressed by the idea. In short, you intend to focus on the boy's education by training his clones, while Barrakiel focuses on the physical training of the real Naruto. This way, we save a lot more time. The patriarch concluded. Wouldn't it be dangerous for Naruto? I know Kurama taught him some chakra control exercises, but he still doesn't know any jutsu, and learning a kinjutsu at his age without understanding the consequences and responsibilities? Shuri asked, a little doubtful, leaving the doubt at the end of her question. Don't worry, honey. As long as our son learns that technique in front of us, there won't be a problem. Besides, I plan to teach him the importance of thinking before acting. Using this method will greatly accelerate his learning, at least for now. Shuri was still a little hesitant, but decided to trust her husband's judgment. Okay then, I'll bring you the scroll with the jutsu tomorrow morning. The sooner I learn it, the better, he said with a smile. Everyone was about to get up, but someone stopped them. Wait a moment. Sajobo was the one who stopped them. Before you leave, I need to confirm something. Everyone looked at him, confused. Azazel, during the fall of Yuzu, you didn't happen to loot the library, did you? The blonde man gave the old man a smile full of arrogance and pride. That I certainly did. I took everything I could with the help of my family. I didn't leave those ninjas from IWA. And Kiri, even the scraps. Ha ha ha. Why do you ask? I ask at the end, a little confused. If you have the clan records, I'd like you to trace their family tree. I think Naruto might be related to our first summoner. All the Tengu tensed up and glanced sideways at the crystal ball. Why the hell are you all staring at me? The fox asked, half angry, half curious. The old man sighed wearily and began his explanation. You see, Kurama, 60 years ago I canceled the contract we had with our summoner because it wasn't easy to say this. After all, Sajobo personally trained that person and helped them fully develop their Kekkei Genkai, as well as all their techniques. He sighed again and continued. Because he was primarily responsible for your imprisonment and that of your brothers. Kurama's mind went blank. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. He felt as if he had been slapped across the face. Hashimura Senju, the patriarch, filled with remorse, nodded. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage and god of shinobi of Konoha, was one of the founders of Konoha and hailed as one of the strongest shinobi of his time. But what he was truly known for was his Kekkei Genkai, Mokuton, an element of immense power that allowed him not only to control nature itself, trees, plants, and so on, but also to suppress the power of the tailed beasts and calm them. Now it made more sense how he was so powerful. A new Kekkei Genkai was uncharted territory for any ninja. It would take generations of users to discover all its secrets and abilities. But that monkey Senju managed to do it on his own thanks to the Tengu clan. They possessed the greatest repository of ninja knowledge in existence and the experience of centuries of study and learning to help the bastard develop his Mokuton to its full potential. God, if Naruto really is his descendant, I'm going to start thinking Hagoromo Gigi is playing some kind of cosmic, existential joke on me. Damn, it's been ages since I've been this upset. I'm usually incapable of. Her mind went blank again. He wasn't agitated. He hadn't been agitated for years. Since being sealed inside his pup, he'd almost forgotten the general resentment he felt toward humans. Never in his entire life had he been so relaxed and calm, almost as if he were being forced to be. Don't mess with me, the fox thought. The idea was totally and utterly ridiculous, but if it turned out to be true, he couldn't help but let out a cruel laugh, but decided to share his thoughts later. Relax, buddy, it wasn't your fault. It was that Senju monkey who locked me up. Then I looked at Azazel. The name of the human incubator is Kushina Uzumaki. Check the records to see if she is related to the bastard. Everyone was speechless. The way she had described her Jinchuriki's mother showed how much hatred she felt for her. Kurama, I understand that she was your Jinchuriki before Naruto, but that's no reason for you to talk about her like that. His old friend reprimanded him. Everyone who wasn't aware of it was surprised. Kurama then gave him a death stare. Sajobo, you have no idea what they did. That woman and her husband condemned my puppy to a life of unimaginable pain, and I will never forgive them for it. As far as I'm concerned, they can rot wherever they are. Come on, Kurama-sama. What did the boy's biological parents do to make you so furious with them, besides sealing you away again? Barikil asked doubtfully. It couldn't be that bad. Kurama then told him, and Barikil and everyone else couldn't believe what they heard. Naruto's bedroom. Naruto felt strange. There was no other way to describe it. He was vaguely aware that he was half asleep, but that wasn't the reason for his unease. It was because he felt safe. When he lived in Konoha, he fought against drowsiness every night. He didn't dare sleep for fear of being attacked in his sleep. It had happened to him several times, so his fears weren't unfounded. But now that he thought about it, last night was the first time he had fallen asleep willingly and without any fear. He supposed that was the ability every mother possessed when tucking her children in. He smiled slightly at the thought of Shuri. He hadn't known her very well, but from what he could see, his Kachan was a kind and sweet woman. She liked to tease people a little, and if the hatred he felt from her when he told her about his life in Konoha was any indication, he would say that she was very protective of those she loved. It wasn't an unfounded assumption. It was what he had felt using his detection ability, and he could only love her for that. Yesterday was truly one of the happiest moments of her life, but also one of the most mentally exhausting, so she decided to go back to sleep in that comfortable, warm bed. She found the soft pillows against her face a little strange, but decided to ignore them and snuggle closer to fall asleep again. Tengu Complex. The clan heiress was walking through the complex's corridors, hand in hand with her husband. The married couple were heading to the redhead's bedroom to prepare him for breakfast and, incidentally, introduce him to his father. She could have done it at another time, but there was a reason. Shuri had felt a myriad of emotions yesterday, but the most dominant was hatred. A boundless, uncontainable hatred that felt like it would consume her. The first time she saw her little Naruto, it was like looking at a small animal frightened of everything. He was so cute. But where she truly saw the scars on the little boy was when she teased him, suggesting he call her Ka-chan. The redhead seemed so desperate, so fragile, but the moment she knew she would love him unconditionally was when he hugged her and cried in her arms. The situation might seem like madness to anyone else, but Shuri didn't care. He was her son, her baby, and anyone who dared to contradict her would suffer unimaginable pain. Shuri thought Naruto had already suffered enough and deserved some happiness, but apparently there was a small secret, something the human incubator and sperm donor, as Kurama described the redhead's biological parents, had done that could mentally destroy the poor boy in his current state. The solution would be not to tell him, a bad idea because sooner or later he would find out, or to improve his confidence and mental stability. For that reason, the boy's adoptive parents went to his room to begin improving their relationship with him. The two finally arrived in front of Naruto's bedroom. Barikil couldn't help but let out a nervous sigh, and Shuri couldn't help but smile. Era, are you nervous? What will our son think if he sees his father cowering in front of him? He said, with one hand in front of his mouth, hiding his mischievous smile. Barikil frowned. It's not that, dear, it's just, do you think he'll like me? I don't exactly look friendly, and I might. He could not continue expressing his doubts because of the finger Shuri had placed on his lips to force him to be quiet. Removing her finger, she placed her hand on her husband's cheek. That you're going to love her. Naruto isn't someone who judges just by appearances, especially considering her life experiences. He frowned at her last statement, but quickly recovered. You're going to love it. Barikil visibly calmed down and smiled, took a deep breath to compose himself, and nodded to his wife. Shuri turned back to the door and knocked carefully before opening it. Only the married couple hadn't expected to find little Naruto with company. The couple easily recognized the boy by his red hair, which contrasted with his black pajamas and white sheets. It was the female figure that left them speechless. The girl in question had long, black hair, beautiful features, and if her eyes were open, one would have seen gorgeous violet eyes. She was 1.50 meters tall and had well-formed curves for her age, but the girl's most prominent feature was her C-cup breasts, which could be appreciated because her sleep kimono was slightly open, and the face of the happily sleeping redhead was now resting on those comfortable fleshy pillows. Barikil was left speechless, not knowing what to do, while Shuri could only smile at the sweet scene. Era. It seems that Naruto felt lonely at night, and his Wani-chan has come to keep him company, said the woman, hiding her smile with her hand. Naruto woke up to the sound of his mother's voice and tried to get up, but the arms wrapped around his small body wouldn't let him. Looking more closely, he noticed the little girl sleeping beside him and, especially, how much she resembled his mother. Since he was immobilized by this unfamiliar child, he turned his head toward the couple in the doorway of the bedroom. Good morning, Ka-chan. Who's the pretty girl and why is she sleeping with me? He asked innocently. The redhead was a child after all. Waking up between a girl's breasts wasn't going to bother him, for the time being. Shuri was about to answer him, but the girl began to wake up. She opened her eyes and noticed the redhead trapped in her arms. Naruto could only blink with his one visible eye and turn his head to the side in confusion. The effect was immediate. The kawaii eye. The girl cried out as she pressed the cute boy's face against her chest, tightening her hug. The little boy then had a vague sense of déjà vu. Shuri laughed heartily at her daughter's reaction. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Akino dear, if you let go of your brother, perhaps we can all go have breakfast together. He then told his daughter. Akino then opened her eyes wide. Brother? She cried out in surprise. Naruto then looked at his mother and back at his newly discovered sister. Yes, without a doubt she was his daughter. They were exactly alike except for their age and eye color. Yes, dear, due to certain circumstances I adopted Naruto yesterday. He's also the clan's new summoner, though perhaps it would be better if I let you introduce yourselves to each other. The mother said, smiling, and turned to her youngest son and nodded. A somewhat shy Naruto pulled away from the girl's arms and sat in a seiza position on the mattress. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, One-chan, he said, bowing slightly in greeting before looking into her eyes. Akino's mind went blank as her cheeks flushed. When she finally processed the redhead's words, she hugged him again, pressing his face against her breasts. Kawaii. Oh my god, you're so kawaii it should be illegal, he said, rubbing his face against her soft hair. As if that weren't enough, the mother of both children decided to add fuel to the fire. Moo, it's not fair, Akino-chan. I want to hug Naruto-chan too, she said, pouting as she approached her children. Akino then turned to her mother and oh, he's my little brother. Only I can have him, he said, frowning. The mother, for her part, also frowned and grabbed her adopted son by the waist, crushing the boy's head with her impressive bust. He's my son, my Naruto-chan. If anyone has priority over him, it's me, she said, staring intently into her daughter's eyes. If anyone present had been paying attention, Barakiel was still trying to process the situation. They would have seen the sparks flying between them. Kurama, who had woken up a while ago, was dying of laughter. Oh my god, this is gold. If the puppy is already a magnet for women at 6 years old, he'll most likely lose his virginity before he turns 15. Naruto, nearly panicking, couldn't understand why they were fighting over him, but he didn't want to see his mother and sister angry, so he decided to try and talk to them. The redhead's head was still stuck between his sister and mother's chests, so he tried to find something to lean on, and it turned out to be one of Akino's breasts. The 13-year-old girl let out a cute little moan and looked into her adoptive brother's eyes. Colossal mistake. Shuri stared at her daughter, who seemed mesmerized by her son. When she looked at the redhead, she understood why. A distressed look, a wet little eye with a cloth over it, and lips forming a tearful grimace, making the child look like a wounded and sad little animal. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto was executing an ancient technique known to every woman and child. Ninpo, Koinu no Mi, ninja art, puppy eye technique. Please don't fight. I don't want to see you angry, said the little boy, on the verge of tears. The brains of the two females were instantly crushed. A tremendous female scream then echoed throughout the complex. The Tengu, fearing an attack, began running around the building like headless chickens, searching for the source of the problem. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of a certain redhead, two women were squeezing the child to death while shouting phrases like, I'm sorry, Naruto-chan, though we will not fight again. But the word they kept repeating between sentences was, only. Kurama, already on the verge of death from laughing so much, could only think, forget what I said. She's not going to leave this valley of virgin. He said to no one in particular. Barakiel stood rooted to the spot in the doorway, trying to process the whole family scene that had just happened in the room, only for his brain to shut down completely, and he wondered, what the hell just happened? Dining room of the complex. After that unusual family scene, the four of them headed towards the complex's dining hall. Shuri and Barakiel were carried in each other's arms, while Akino and Naruto followed behind, holding hands. Akino wore a violet kimono with a floral pattern that accentuated her eyes, tabi socks, and wooden sandals. Naruto, for his part, wore a short-sleeved black gi with matching trousers and simple but sturdy shoes. The little boy was impressed upon arriving at the dining room. It was an enormous room with tatami mats on the floor and polished wood with images on the ceiling. Hundreds of trays were arranged in 3 sections of the room, with numerous Tengu eating in Seiza position before them. Naruto noticed that two of the three sections were separated by gender, one for men and the other for women. In the men's section, he could see several Tengu arguing or laughing loudly. The women were more discreet, but he could see them smiling as they talked. The third section was the one they were heading to, and there he could see several couples. He didn't have to be very perceptive to know this, as they were holding hands or feeding each other. The only exception seemed to be his adoptive grandfather, who was waiting calmly with 4 seats around him, one on each side and 2 in front. The couple then sat down in front of the old man, while the children sat on either side of them. "Good morning, Hee," said the cheerful girl, although deep down she was a little annoyed at being separated from her new little brother. "Good morning, Hee," he said, a little shyly. Although having a new family made him immensely happy, he was still nervous about making a mistake and being left out. Sajobo smiled at both children. "Good morning, children. Thank you for waiting for us for breakfast, Oda-sama," Shuri told her father. Sajobo flashed him a wide grin that it's no problem at all. "Daughter, I love spending mornings with my family." But then a vein began to become visible on his forehead. "By the way, you wouldn't happen to know anything about a shrill scream that put the entire clan on high alert, would you?" the patriarch asked. Shuri blushed at the rhetorical question, while Akino tried unsuccessfully to hide her laughter. Era, don't laugh as if it weren't your fault too, young lady," the mother said to her daughter. Akino blushed like her mother and pouted. The men, meanwhile, were eating on their side in awkward silence. Barakiel didn't know how to start a conversation. Because of the commotion this morning, Shuri had forgotten to introduce them. Naruto was very nervous, 1,000 doubts plaguing his mind, all of them involving the man who, in theory, was now his father. "This is awkward," said the Tengu, seriously. "Of all the things I could have said, did I have to say that? What the hell am I thinking?" he thought to himself, racking his brain. The redhead could only manage a shy smile. A little. He hadn't expected to get along with Barakiel overnight, but it was true that the tension between them was palpable. Barakiel could only blink in disbelief at the boy's answer, and then suddenly he began to laugh heartily that "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't like you or anything. On the contrary, I always wanted to have a child. It's not that I don't love Akino, she's my princess. But there are things that only a father and his child can share, and well, finding out I have a child from one day to the next has made me a little nervous," the burly man acknowledged. The redhead's smile widened. "Well, I always wanted a father to teach and protect me. Karamanai is great and I love him very much. But when I was in Konoha, I always wanted him by my side and not trapped inside me," the little boy admitted, a bit bitter as he recalled his recent past. He couldn't help but place a hand over his bandage, concealing his missing left eye. The giant frowned furiously as he understood the redhead's implications, but quickly changed his expression to a smile. "In that case, you don't have to worry. I'll be the one to take care of your training. We'll have a long father-son relationship, and anyone who even thinks about laying a hand on you." Barakiel put on a deathly expression, the bush. Naruto then gave a nervous smile at his father's statement, but he composed himself and asked excitedly, "When do we start training? What are you going to teach me?" His bright eyes betrayed his excitement. Barakiel had a huge grin on his face. "Haha, relax, son. We'll start after breakfast. We'll begin with," and the conversation between father and son continued as normal. Neither of them noticed the Tengu patriarch looking over his shoulder and wearing a happy smile. Yankees Valley. The father and son had settled in a clearing a few kilometers from the complex they had decided to use as a training ground. Barakiel was thinking about how to explain the benefits of his training to his son in simple terms, while the redhead was barely containing his excitement. Barakiel finally sighed in exasperation at not finding a simple way to explain what he wanted, so he decided to just say it. "Okay, son, I don't really know how to simplify what I mean, so I want you to make an effort to understand it." Naruto nodded, his smile having disappeared, replaced by a serious face. "Okay, do you know what chakra is?" asked the Tengu. Naruto answered without hesitation. Chakra is the result of the mixture between the physical energy present in all living cells and the spiritual energy acquired through exercise and experience. It is also the energy that allows us to use jutsu. Barakiel smiled. That's the definition word for word. Okay, what you need to understand is that there are different types of chakra, but the basics can be summarized in 5 types: fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind. Each of those 5 has its strengths and weaknesses. Everyone has a natural affinity for one or more elements, and that affinity will allow them to use jutsu of that element more easily. But there's also a detail that few people know. The nature of chakra also greatly affects the body. Depending on the elemental affinity, our bodies can become stronger, more flexible, or faster. That's why I'm going to ask you to run as fast as you can for as long as possible. That way, I can get an idea of your elemental affinities by how you move and how your muscles react. That way, I can also choose a taijutsu style suitable for you. Do you understand? I asked, looking closely at the child to make sure he wasn't lying to me. Naruto nodded without hesitation. Yes, sis. The boy's father nodded. Okay, start running and don't even think about stopping until I tell you to. And with those words, the little boy darted off into the forest. Barakiel spread his wings and took flight, intending to follow his son. Barakiel knew he had asked the boy to do an extreme task, but this exercise would help the redhead learn his limits and strive to overcome them. Now all he could do was watch and wait for his son to tire. If only the poor man knew who he had gotten himself into. Some time later. But how on earth does he do it? The Tengu thought incredulously. His adopted son had been running for 3 hours straight and was still going. He knew that being an Uzumaki and a Jinchuriki meant he would have incredible stamina and endurance, but this was ridiculous. Not to mention that the boy's body reactions confused him. For years he had been able to guess anyone's affinity just by observing the characteristics and properties of their muscles, even if they had multiple affinities, but the boy baffled him. He had seen a glimpse of practically all the primary affinities, which in theory should be impossible. Was it due to his status as a Jinchuriki, or was it some unknown property of the Uzumaki clan? Barakiel followed his son from the air, watching him as he ran. Since he had already run almost 2 laps around the valley, he considered that to be enough. Naruto, that's enough. You've done very well. Now follow me. Let's go back to the clearing where we started. I shouted to my son. Naruto nodded and followed his father as they headed by land and air back to their training grounds. Upon arriving, the boy was surprised to find his mother and sister waiting for him. They were sitting in the shade of a tree with some boxes, waiting for him. When the redhead approached, Akino threw herself at him and gave him a tight hug. Naruto simply smiled at his sister and returned the hug. Behind them, his jealous mother was pouting, but her expression changed to a smile when she saw her husband land in the clearing. Hello, dear. How has Naruchan's training been going so far? What's wrong? His mother asked as she watched her children talking. Both parents noticed the redhead's labored breathing, much to Barakiel's secret relief. If, after so much exercise, his son wasn't even a little tired, he would begin to consider the possibility that he was some kind of natural phenomenon. The truth is, it exceeded all my expectations. Not only did it run nonstop for 3 hours straight, but it also circled the entire valley twice. Shuri opened her eyes in disbelief at what she was hearing. He's very resilient, from what I've seen, but the missing eye has caused him several problems. He's nearly crashed into a tree or a rock a few times. I suppose we'll have to augment his senses to compensate for his lack of decisiveness or find a suitable replacement, he said, frowning. Shuri looked worriedly at her son. No matter how much he trained, it would take years to develop a good sense of danger, and finding a replacement isn't easy, especially here in the valley, being human. The dark-haired woman shook her head, clearing away those depressing thoughts that will think of something. But in the meantime, Akino and I have made you lunch, he said with a smile. Akino-chan, Naruchan, come on, let's eat. The children, hearing their mother, approached the couple holding hands. Shuri couldn't help but give her daughter a sly smile, who pouted when she saw it. The family settled down to eat on the floor, and Barricule pondered how to deal with the problem. From what he'd seen, he knew it would be difficult to find a suitable taijutsu style for his son. His body's capabilities were quite unique. He would have to ask Azazel for permission to search his library. He was also very curious about the boy's affinities, if you could call them that. He wasn't sure what they were, but he was willing to bet that Naruto had multiple affinities, either active or latent. The father was jolted from his thoughts when he noticed something on his left cheek. Turning his head, he saw his wife holding a piece of tortilla with toothpicks, smiling. Barricule smiled back and decided to put it aside for the moment and enjoy their time together as a family. At that same moment, Sajobo, with a crystal ball in his right hand, along with Azazel, were heading towards the clearing. They could have flown, but they decided to walk so they could smooth things over. Sajobo then looked at his companion. So Azazel gave him a sly smile. Awesome. You wouldn't believe the curves it had. I spent half the night. The perverted Tengu would have continued if it weren't for the death glare his leader was giving him. Just kidding. God, nobody understands my sense of humor. I snorted, but the look Sajobo was giving me didn't change one bit. Azazel sighed. I found the Uzumaki clan family tree, and your suspicions were correct. The boy is Hashirama's great-grandson. I found a contract stipulating that in exchange for accepting his marriage to Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama would have to send his firstborn son to live in Yuzu no Kuni with his wife's clan. His son apparently ended up marrying the clan leader's daughter, and from their union, Kushina Uzumaki was born, who later traveled to Konoha to become Kurama's second Jinchuriki. You already know the rest of the story. I conclude solemnly. Sajobo nodded, pondering the irony of the situation. Naruto was apparently a descendant of the man who had been banished as a summoner because of his actions against the tailed beasts. Not only was one of those tailed beasts sealed within him, but he also got along well with it. Worst of all, the village Hashirama founded had turned his descendants' life into a living hell, and it was Kurama, of all people, who had saved him countless times. If I didn't disbelieve in fate, I'd say this whole situation had been orchestrated. A/N, don't look at me. Hey, you shitty crow, it's Kurama-sama for you. Azazel jumped in fright at the voice that suddenly manifested itself through the orb in Sajobo's possession. The Tengu stared at the ball with curiosity. Hello again, Kurama. How has Naruto's training been going? I asked curiously. It's hard to say. He's in good physical condition. All those years running from mobs of villagers in Konoha finally paid off. The problem is that Barricule is having trouble finding a suitable taijutsu style for the pup. He's unable to pinpoint his affinities, so he doesn't want to rush into choosing a style. I imagine he's going to ask him to do a test to get some answers, though I already suspect what the problem is, if you can even call it that. He said with a half-smile. If his suspicions were correct, Naruto was going to cause quite a stir throughout the ninja world. Azazel gave him a sly smile. Oh, does the great and all-powerful Kyubi-chan know something we don't? He said, laughing inwardly, that bothering a being of immeasurable power when he couldn't do anything to prevent it really made him feel good. Kurama narrowed his eyes furiously. Watch out, you shitty crow, you're playing with fire, he said, leaving the threat hanging in the air. Knowing what was coming, Sajobo tried to stop Azazel, but it was too late. Oh, and what will you do to stop me? You're basically waxed inside the gaki haha. He laughed triumphantly as Sajobo suppressed the urge to slap his face at his subordinate's stupidity. Kurama gave him a bloodthirsty smile that sent several chills down the perverted Tengu's spine. Nothing for now. I have all the time in the world. Perks of being immortal. My pup isn't going to live forever, so I'll just have to wait to be free, and when I am, I'll come for you. After all, you still have several centuries to live, and revenge is a dish best served cold and shouting, he said, laughing cruelly, as Azazel turned pale by the minute. The future corpse then noticed the hand of the Tengu patriarch on his shoulder. But don't worry, I'll start planning your funeral, he said with a solemn look and continued walking towards his destination, leaving Azazel standing there, deathly pale, making 1,000 plans to escape the Biju's future revenge. Both Tengu arrived at the clearing to observe the family spending time together. Barakil and Shuri were sitting in the shade of a tree, watching Akino and Naruto playing in the clearing. Naruto was running away from his sister, who was chasing him from the air, threatening to give him a death hug. "Ha ha, I see you're having fun," Sajobo said as Kurama looked through the crystal ball at the scene that was unfolding. The redhead stopped dead in his tracks. "Hey he greeted with a smile until he saw his brother's head inside the crystal ball. "Kurama and I. But how did you?" He couldn't finish the question because his sister had caught him and was hugging him like her personal teddy bear. "Naruto-chan got caught writing," she said with a happy expression until she noticed her grandfather. "Hey are you coming to play?" I asked hopefully. Sajobo laughed at his grandchildren's behavior. Akino-chan, I came to see Naruto. We need to discuss some things about his training," he said, much to the little girl's dismay, as she didn't want to be separated from her little brother, but she let go anyway. The patriarch then looked at the boy as he took a scroll from his pocket. Opening it, he saw a pentagram with each point a circle indicating a primary element: fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, and each element had thin lines connecting them all. Naruto looked at his grandfather, confused, waiting for an explanation. "Naruto, to truly advance your training, we need to accurately determine your elemental affinities. I want you to place your hand in the center of the pentagram and channel your chakra into it." The redhead nodded and did as he was asked. Upon placing his hand on the pentagram, it began to glow faintly. For a few seconds, nothing else happened until thin threads of chakra began to emanate from the kanji for Doton, Suiton, Raiton, and Futon. This surprised everyone present, including the fox, who thought he would only have 2 affinities. But instantly, everyone was stunned when the line connecting the kanji for Doton and Suiton began to glow a golden yellow. Nobody said anything. The adults were shocked. The children didn't understand why everyone had gone silent, and Kurama started clucking like a madman. So I was right. All hell is going to break loose as soon as this gets out, and I can't even imagine how they're going to react in Konoha when they find out they've lost a Mokutan user. And he continued cackling, although the fox's words brought the adults back to their senses. Naruto could only hang his head in confusion. "What is Mokutan?" "Wait a minute. How did you end up in there?" "Kurumi and I," the redhead said, confused as he saw his adoptive brother inside a crystal ball. The fox chuckled that "I am not inside the ball. It is just an image. This orb allows me to communicate with everyone even though I am trapped inside the seal." The child nodded. "As for Mokutan, well, to put it simply, it's a unique element that can be created by combining the Doton and Suiton elements, but not everyone can do it. It's basically a hereditary ability called a Kekkei Genkai." Naruto remained silent, processing the information he had just received, but a question arose in his mind. "The way you're saying it, it sounds like I'm not the first to have it. Did someone else have this ability, and that's how you know it's hereditary?" he asked doubtfully. At this point, the fox's spirits plummeted, and he almost let out a growl, which did not go unnoticed by the redhead. "Yes, in fact, the man who captured and imprisoned my brothers and me had the same Kekkei Genkai. He was also the founder of Konoha, as was your great-grandfather, apparently. His name was Hashirama Senju." He spat out the name as if it were poison. Naruto was shocked to the core. His ancestor was the founder of the village that day after day clamored for his death. Naruto lowered his head in depression. "Then why? Why did they treat me that way? I just wanted some peace and quiet, to make friends. Why?" He would have continued if it weren't for the arms that wrapped around him from behind. Naruto turned his head slightly and confirmed that the arms belonged to his sister. Akino smiled at him. "Naruto, I know you had a hard time until you came here, but that doesn't matter anymore. You're here with us, and that's all that matters," she told her little brother. Naruto, noticing her moist eyes, smiled wholeheartedly. All the adults and the fox smiled at the touching scene. and would have continued if the little girl hadn't opened her mouth. Besides, if they don't like you, that means there's more Naruto for me, he said as he crushed the redhead's arms. Several drops of sweat appeared on the back of the redhead's neck as the adults fell headfirst to the ground because of the silly antics between the two brothers. He's going to rape him. I bet my nine tails that one of these days he's going to rape him, Kurama thought, already predicting the near future. Coming out of his thoughts, the fox decided to continue his explanation. As for the Konoha scum, they basically didn't know your origins. Hell, I knew Mito had sent her firstborn son to her clan, but I always thought he died during the Second Shinobi World War when Iwa and Kiri attacked the land of the dead. I never would have imagined you were related to that person if Sajobo hadn't brought it up. Naruto nodded, but then he had another question. Wait, then my? Don't ask me, the fox shouted at the top of his lungs, surprising everyone. Please, cub, don't ask me that question. I don't want to lie to you, so please. He didn't finish the sentence. He really didn't want to bring up the subject of his biological parents. He would tell him when he was ready. Naruto sighed. All right, Kurama and I, now what? Azazel approached the redhead and handed him a scroll. Now we need you to learn the jutsu that's on this scroll. With this we can accelerate your training and learning. Naruto looked excited. Cool. You'll see. I'll master this jutsu today, and ran off to the other side of the clearing with Akino following behind him. Azazel snorted at that. Yeah, right. As if a 6-year-old could do what an experienced jonin can't. But then he regretted opening his mouth when he saw the look on the face of the child's parents. If looks could kill, he would have been turned to ashes by now. Luckily, or perhaps not, the devil's voice came to his rescue. Shall we bet? If there was one thing his puppy had shown him in the last 6 years, it was that he had a natural talent for surprising people. The perverted Tengu stared incredulously at the bijou inside the ball before laughing. Haha, go ahead, it's your loss, not mine, he said confidently. Barakiel and Sajobo watched the scene in disbelief, unable to believe how stupid Azazel could be. Shuri was considering killing the two idiots for daring to bet on her son. If my puppy fails, I'll forget the previous offense and promise not to kill you in the future. Azazel turned pale but quickly recovered, confident of his victory. But if I win, you will let Naruto take any jutsu he asks for from your personal library, said the fox with a smile. His jaw dropped to the floor in surprise. How the hell do you know that? I screamed before realizing my mistake, mechanically turning my head towards my boss to look at him with a look that promised pain. Leave him alone, Sajobo. Because of his personality and the fact that he's an accomplished thief, I thought he would have stolen some really worthwhile jutsus and kept them for himself. And I was right. Kurama had a huge, smug grin on his face. Did that damn crow think he could outsmart a kitsune? What an idiot. Azazel glared at the fox for deceiving him. But then he smiled. Okay, deal done. He's not going to get it anyway, he said before lying down at the foot of a tree not far away. Sajobo looked at the orb in his hands. Why have you made a bet you can't win? Naruto may be talented, but there are limits. Kurama then looked at the patriarch. Is this a bet I'm hearing? He said with a threatening look. Sajobo was about to accept, but then he remembered what happened the last time he bet against the bijou, and the time before that, and the time before that. Now that he thought about it, he had never won a bet against the cunning fox. It always ended up winning due to some technicality, trick, or ploy. The patriarch reconsidered his words and preferred to sit down, while Kurama wore a huge, triumphant smile on his face. Shuri and Barakiel stared incredulously at the patriarch, not understanding what was happening, but decided to ignore it. Hours later. It was already getting dark when Azazel woke up. Sometime during the afternoon, he had fallen asleep without a care in the world. He looked across the clearing to see Naruto staring at him. Azazel, remembering the bet, smiled triumphantly that I knew it. What's wrong, little one? Have you stayed here to ask me for an extension? The redhead looked at him, confused. You mean the bet? Well, the truth is, I knew it. I knew you'd fail. No matter how much faith that kitsune has in you, he's too gullible. I admit you have potential, but that alone isn't enough. You'll have to spend years before you reach a suitable level, and centuries before you can. Are you finished? The boy asked, his expression impassive and his eyes half closed lazily. Azazel's mouth fell open. He was about to say something, but was interrupted. I'm just here to tell you that the others have already gone to the onsen to bathe, so hurry up. Oh, and by the way, the redhead gave a sly smile. I'm just a clone. Poof. The perverted Tengu stood frozen, unable to believe it, his eyes lifeless and his mouth clamped shut. Thank goodness, because otherwise his soul most likely would have escaped through her. Tengu Complex. The small family of 5 was heading to the onsen located in the resort to wash off the day's sweat. Suddenly, the one-eyed redhead of the group stopped dead in his tracks. He frowned. Stupid shitty crow, he muttered. The fox inside him completely agreed with his statement and was already thinking of various suitable torture methods to punish the pervert. That mouth, Naruto! Shuri exclaimed with a frown. Naruto was a little startled. It was the first time his mother had scolded him. But Mom, Azazel was making fun of my clone because he thought he'd won the bet between him and Karamanai, the redhead said. But then the redhead regretted his words. The face his mother made would have sent the most powerful of the Kages running. I see. It seems I'll have to show him some models too, she said in a dark voice that sent chills through everyone present. When they arrived at the entrance to the baths, the family was going to split up to go into each section. Sajobo and Azazel were already heading to the men's area. Naruto was going to follow them, but a hand stopped him. When he turned around, he saw it was his mother. Era, Naruchan, why don't you come bathe with Kachan and Wani-chan? She said with a smile and a slight blush. The men turned around with incredulous looks as Naruto was about to protest. But Kachan, I'm a boy, I can't go in. Of course you can come in. You're only 6 years old. I don't think the girls will mind. Shuri's answer didn't convince him, and the shiver he felt when he looked at the feminine side of the bathroom didn't help. The boy was about to protest again, but his mother simply grabbed him from behind, protesting. Listen to your mother and come bathe with us. And they entered with Akino following behind. Sajobo and Barakiel, for their part, could only think of one thing. Damn lucky kid. Anymore, the redhead thought. For a whole hour the women had been taking turns hugging him like a teddy bear. It had been very uncomfortable for him, but also pleasant, and he didn't know why. My little puppy has taken the first steps towards becoming a man. Luckily, I memorized the whole bath scene. I'm sure that when he grows up he'll appreciate the situation better. The fox thought. Of course, now at 6 years old he didn't realize how lucky he was. But when he reached puberty, Naruto sighed again as he headed to his room. Only he wasn't expecting the surprise that awaited him there. When he opened the door, he saw his sister waiting for him in bed. Hello, Naruto. Come on, hurry up and let's go to sleep, he said with a huge smile. Naruto, with a blank expression, asked, Nae-chan, what are you doing in my bed? Moo, I like sleeping with my cute little brother. There's nothing wrong with that, she said, pouting. The redhead could only sigh and resign himself to the fact that every night would be the same. After putting on his pajamas, he climbed into bed, careful not to crush any of her wings, and was immediately squashed in a hug with his face buried in his sister's cleavage. With a smile and her eyes closed, Akino said, Good night. Naruto snuggled into his sister's arms and began to think. This had been one of the best days of his life, surpassed only by yesterday when he found his new family. If every day could truly be like this, he wouldn't mind staying here forever. Those were his last thoughts before he succumbed to sleep. The fox inside him felt a pang of sadness. It was true that Naruto would be safe here among the Tengu, but staying permanently wasn't an option. That was what the summoning contract was for. While they could bring someone to their realm, he couldn't stay forever. Not to mention he wouldn't be able to appreciate all aspects of life. His pup was going to live for a century, maybe longer considering his Uzumaki blood. Tengu lived 10 times longer, and even if that weren't a problem, a Tengu and a human were fundamentally 2 different races, despite their similarities. If he hoped to have a family of his own, he would have to leave sooner or later. Enjoy this piece, pup, because sooner or later it will end. The fox thought sadly before going to sleep. Yonke's Valley. 2 years had passed since Naruto had settled with the Tengu clan, and he certainly hadn't wasted any time. Every day was an adventure for him. Training and classes with his sensei, hilarious moments with the Tengu, and of course, time with his family. Naruto couldn't imagine being any happier or better than he was now. The first year with the Tengu was, so to speak, the most mentally stressful. Every morning, from Monday to Saturday, he would get out of bed to go to breakfast, and after that, hell would begin. While he trained with his father, 5 clones would be studying with Azazel and his men. Mathematics, language, anatomy, chakra theory, and history were the predominant subjects in their lessons. The strangest thing was that anatomy was taught by Azazel himself, and history was in charge of Kokubio, but he was more of a hindrance than a help. The two Tengu weren't bad teachers. They knew perfectly well what they were talking about when they taught him. It was just that they had their own peculiarities. The redhead's classes with Azazel would have been more productive if he hadn't been making perverted comments all the time. Fortunately, he was too innocent to understand the perverted Tengu's innuendo. There was only one class that truly caused him problems, and that was when they were teaching him about massage. The act itself wasn't a problem, except that the lesson had been completely geared towards the sexual act. So, the moment he offered to give his sister a massage, he sealed his fate. Akino forced him to give her a massage almost every day before bed. It wasn't that the boy minded. He just didn't understand why his older sister made cute noises when she gave him a massage, and why there was that sweet, pleasant smell in the air afterward. Kokubio, on the other hand, was far too efficient in his teachings. Suffice it to say, the psychopathic Tengu was incredibly illustrative when describing the various weaknesses of ninjas, their clans, and how to eliminate them. It involved a lot of blood and, for some strange reason, almost always a mouse and a spoon. But despite this, he didn't complain, especially when the disturbed Tengu explained and taught him everything he needed to know about his own clan, traditions, teachings, and so on. His training sessions with his father also had their peculiarities. Barricule pushed him to his limits in every way, even excessively, and considering the redhead's superhuman stamina, that was no small feat since he already possessed considerable endurance. He asked his father-in-law to paint seals on his body. Given that gravity seals could hinder his growth due to his young age, Sajobo opted for resistance seals instead. These seals increased the friction of all matter around him depending on the seal's strength, making movement much more difficult as the air hindered him more than he could ever have imagined, giving the sensation of perpetually moving in a pool. From then on, Naruto struggled. Between the seals that caused him to tire more quickly and his father, who didn't know the meaning of the word moderation, his training had become a living hell. Between the high-speed races, climbing walls with his bare hands, and swimming in the valley lake, in which he sank more times than he could count, one would think the man wanted to kill the boy. But despite all that, the boy persevered and never complained, mainly because the goal that always motivated him to keep going was to meet Barricule's expectations, whom he had come to love like a true father. After the warm-up, as his father called it, despite loving him dearly, he couldn't help but think his father was a little crazy. The pair would go to their usual clearing where Shuri and Akino were waiting with their food. Their meals were truly a comical spectacle. Between his mother scolding Barricule for overdoing the training and his sister constantly doting on him, one might think his family was peculiar, but he didn't care. He wasn't exactly normal himself. After filling their stomachs, meditation followed. Apparently, it was a very important part of the training. It taught the boy how to concentrate, be patient, and above all, be more aware of the amount of chakra he possessed. Barricule would have preferred to meditate with his son 3 times a day, but it was impossible. Naruto was still a child, essentially a ball of energy incapable of staying still, and Kurama could attest that since arriving, he was more energetic than before. For that reason, they meditated after lunch. Barrichello hoped that with all the previous warm-up, the redhead would be calm enough to focus on the exercise. After an hour of meditation, they began training with his taijutsu style, which until now had no name. Barrichello was unable to find a suitable style for his son. The few they found might work partially, but the redhead didn't like them, not out of mere whim, but because he didn't feel comfortable with them. Therefore, they decided to study the qualities of the taijutsu styles they had managed to gather in order to create a new one. It was quite difficult and tedious, but they were making good progress. They also included shuriken jutsu in the program, as well as a wide range of chakra control exercises, which, to everyone's surprise, weren't very difficult for Naruto. Sajobo explained that Hashirama, despite having large chakra reserves, also possessed incredible control over them. The patriarch surmised that this was an advantage that came with Mokutan, but he would have to investigate why. When their training sessions ended, his grandfather would be waiting for him in his study to begin lessons. These lessons primarily consisted of practicing his calligraphy. If Naruto wanted to fully understand the art for which his clan was both revered and feared, Fuinjutsu, he needed a flawless and steady hand to draw the seals. But there was another reason Sajobo wanted him there as well. At that time of day, the shadow clones they had been studying all day needed to dissipate, and the patriarch was always there to help his grandson cope with the psychic impact of the massive influx of information into his brain. At the end of the day, after dinner, the redhead was always whisked away to the women's side of the hot springs by his older sister and mother, which made the men incredibly envious of the little boy, while the women were delighted. There was also the small detail that Akino had moved into her room and used the redhead as a stuffed animal to sleep with, though she wasn't going to complain. For some reason she didn't understand, she ended up quite enjoying her situation. This became his routine during the first year, except for weekends, which he spent playing with his sister or his parents when they weren't busy. When he went to see his grandfather in his free time, his grandfather always suggested they play shogi, claiming it would help him with his tactical thinking in the future. Yes, not even weekends were a break from his training. During the second year, much to the relief of his overheated brain, he had completed his theoretical learning to a more than acceptable level, at least for the time being. So his clones were mainly used for two things: Fuinjutsu theory and advanced chakra control. Throughout the day, Naruto had a clone learning Fuinjutsu from his grandfather, who shamefully admitted to being a level 12 Fuinjutsu master. Sajobo explained the fundamentals of Fuinjutsu. Apparently, there were 10 levels of mastery in the art, but in the case of the Uzumaki clan, there were 15 levels, the last 5 of which they themselves had invented. The patriarch admitted to his grandson, with great embarrassment, that he had stolen some Fuinjutsu scrolls belonging to the Uzumaki clan in his youth to expand his knowledge of the art. Naruto didn't blame him for his actions. Besides, thanks to them, he could now train him. The other clones were doing nature transformation exercises, an advanced chakra control exercise that involved changing neutral chakra into elemental chakra. Considering that the redhead might be able to use wood release in the future, they decided the best option was to start with his water release and earth release natures. The exercises consisted of molding a piece of earth into various shapes to improve his earth release and moving a small amount of water in a glass to improve his water release. The exercises were difficult, but they progressed well thanks to the extra clones, although his father forbade him from making more than 5 clones per exercise. They didn't know if overusing this method at such a young age could be harmful to his mind or body, and they certainly weren't going to take any chances. Even so, he managed to complete his control exercises in a year and hoped to begin the more advanced ones. The most exciting part for Naruto was the possibility of learning new jutsu. Until now, his father had only taught him basic ninjutsu, kawarimi, henge, and shunshin no jutsu. The redhead was truly excited to learn elemental ninjutsu and, of course, wasted no time in bringing up the bet they had made a year ago with Azazel, but that was a story for another time. His routine with his father hadn't changed much, except that he'd increased the intensity of his training, but without raising the level of his stamina seals. thinking he wasn't ready yet. There was also the fact that he still played shogi with his grandfather, and to this day, he still hadn't won a single game. As for the family, they still enjoyed Sundays together, and his sister still used him as a teddy bear to sleep with. The only real change was the softness and size of her pillow. A/N. And if you haven't understood what I mean, it's because you haven't yet found the pervert within you. Today, the small family was having breakfast in the dining room with everyone. Shuri, Barakiel, and Sajobo hadn't changed a bit in 2 years. The odd thing was that they all shared a worried look as they glanced sideways at a small redhead sitting to the patriarch's left. In 2 years, Naruto had changed a bit. The boy, now 1.30 meters tall, a more than respectable size for an 8-year-old, had let his hair grow long, reaching his upper back with a few strands falling across his face. Despite everything, the redhead still had a youthful face, accentuated by his whisker-like markings that gave him a cute look, but this was marred by the vertical scar across his non-existent left eye and the black eye patch. The curious thing about that eye patch was that it had no threads to hold it in place. It had been carved with seals to keep it in place and was custom-made. His clothing hadn't changed at all. He wore a black GI for the comfort of his training. Akino, now 15, had only grown more beautiful than before. Standing at 1.70 meters tall, with well-defined curves and an even more prominent bust, she had become a woman many men would kill for. She wore a violet kimono with white lotus patterns that hugged her figure. Unfortunately for all the men who might have been interested in her, the young woman only had eyes for her little brother, at least for the time being. The teenage Tengu knew perfectly well that a relationship with Naruto was impossible. The racial difference was too great. But that didn't mean she couldn't have some fun with him when she grew a little older. Naruto and Akino were talking quietly, unaware of the worried expression on their grandfather's face as he stood between them. The patriarch finally sighed and looked directly into his adopted grandson's eyes. Naruto, the voice caught the redhead's attention. It's been 2 years since you arrived here, and I think it's time we put the results of your training to the test and see if you're truly made to become a shinobi. The old man said solemnly, without taking his eyes off his grandson's face. Naruto, a little nervous, asked, "What do you mean, hee?" Sajobo closed his eyes, but continued speaking, "That I've prepared a test to determine if you're suited for the shinobi life. If you complete it, we'll continue your training, and you'll even receive a reward." Then he opened his eyes and gave her an intense look. "But if you fail?" The little boy was filled with fear at the implications of his grandfather. Did those last 2 years mean nothing to him? Had he been wrong to think that his adoptive grandfather loved him? Sajobo's gaze softened. "Calm down, little one. I won't throw you out of the valley. You're my grandson after all, but I'm going to stop your training right now. I refuse to train you if you're not capable of doing what a shinobi is supposed to do." The entire family breathed a sigh of relief at the patriarch's declaration. No matter how much Akino, Shuri, and Barakiel had protested, the clan leaders' decisions were final. Thank goodness Sajobo wasn't going to separate the little one from them. Naruto was relieved that he wouldn't be separated from his adoptive family, but he was still nervous. His grandfather had given him this test for his own good, but if he failed, they would deny him the training to become a shinobi. Doubt began to take root in the redhead's heart, the same lack of confidence resurfacing as when he was a child. "What's wrong, pup? Have you forgotten all the training you've done so far? Have you forgotten the promise you made 2 years ago? Are you going to back down? Are you going to give up?" The giant fox inside roared furiously. Kurama's voice hit him like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. They were right. He had promised in front of his mother and grandfather that he would face whatever came his way head-on without hesitation, and Naruto Uzumaki wasn't going to break his word. Besides, he wasn't going to do it alone. His brother was always with him. "Thank you, Kurama and I," the boy thought, knowing that his brother was going to hear him. Kurama smiled. Always a puppy, always. His family had remained silent, waiting for the boy's response, but they began to worry when the silence stretched on for several minutes. Sajobo was about to say something, But his words died when he looked again into his grandson's eyes. They weren't the eyes of a child. They were the eyes of a man with a very clear objective. Naruto smiled. No matter what you throw in front of me, hee, I promised 2 years ago. I'm going to face whatever comes my way without ever giving up, because that's my world, he said with surprising conviction for a boy his age. The patriarch, emerging from his stupor, could only offer her a wide grin. Well said, little one. Your test will start in 2 hours, so get ready. Sajobo watched as his grandson quickly ate his breakfast and ran off to his room. He turned to look at the rest of his family. Barraquil had a small smile, but even so, that small expression overflowed with enormous paternal pride. Shuri and Aquino had worried looks as they stared at the door through which the redhead left to go and get ready. But then the worried mother turned her head and looked directly into the eyes of the leader of the Tengu clan. Father, if anything happens to my child, if you destroy his dreams and aspirations, I don't care about clan rules or consequences. I will make you pay. The chief's daughter said with a dead look that sent chills down the old Tengu's spine before she stood up and left the dining room under the gaze of all the Tengu. Apparently, their conversation hadn't gone unnoticed. Sajobo had a serious expression, but inside he was sweating bullets, wondering if perhaps he hadn't made a mistake with all this. Aquino then looked at her father. Father, do you think Naruto will succeed? I asked, worried. The father's proud smile only grew wider. Naruto has gone through training that would have broken the body and mind of a normal person, yet he did not give up or complain, not once. No matter what your grandfather has prepared, Naruto will overcome this challenge. He is my son after all. Her father's words calmed the girl a little, but she couldn't help being somewhat worried. Good luck, Naruto. I mentally encourage my brother. Yonke's Valley. Naruto was now at the entrance to the valley under the Torii Gate where he first met his mother, looking at the mist-shrouded forest. He was wearing the same outfit as before, only this time he had a white ribbon wrapped around his right thigh and a pota kanai above the ribbon, along with 2 small bags of shinobi material tied to the lower part of his back. Alongside the redhead were Sajobo, Shuri, and Barraquil. Aquino had decided to wait for him at the complex. Sajobo stepped forward in front of the child. All right, Naruto. Your goal is to reach the clearing in the forest where you'll have to pass the test. There are a number of obstacles in your path. Do whatever it takes to reach it and complete the objective. Good luck, he said, and bowed slightly in respect. Shuri knelt in front of the redhead and hugged him. I don't know what dangers are in the forest right now, but be careful and get home safe and sound, she said, and Naruto returned his beloved mother's hug. The redhead then looked his father in the eyes. No words were needed to communicate. Barraquil simply gave him a nod, and he returned the gesture. Naruto separated from his mother and entered the forest. The adults continued watching until the mist concealed their figures. Sajobo sighed, spread her wings, and prepared to take flight, not to return to the compound, but to watch over her grandson. Both parents looked at the old man, uncomprehending. Father, are you going to follow Naruto? She asked hesitantly. If she could keep an eye on her son, she wouldn't complain, but the redhead was a censor, one whose skill had improved greatly over the years. There was a possibility that the child would discover them. The patriarch looked seriously at his daughter. Naruto might discover us, but it's a necessary risk. If he really manages to pass the test, he'll need us more than ever, she said with a hint of sadness. Those words left Shuri torn between fear and fury. What have you done? Asked. Sajobo closed his eyes with a solemn expression. What he needs to understand what it means to be a ninja. Inside the forest. Finding a clearing in a forest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The redhead exclaimed mentally. Naruto had already been walking through the forest for an hour, trying to find some sign or path through the fog. Unfortunately, he had no luck, so he wandered aimlessly through the forest hoping to find some clue that would help him in his mission. His brother, laughing at his misfortune, wasn't much help either. Come on, puppy, relax, we have until sunset, That's about 10 hours, he said, barely suppressing his laughter, hoping to calm his little brother down a bit. The fox knew there was a lot at stake, but losing his temper wasn't going to help him in his quest. The boy sighed. I know, Karami and I, but we don't know what test he's prepared, he. It's best to be prepared, just in case, said the boy, resuming his walk. Kurama smiled. I'm glad to see you think things through in advance. A shinobi must be cautious and anticipate all possible situations, he said, proud of the progress of his container. Naruto gave a small, happy smile and continued walking, hoping to find something. 2 hours passed, and Naruto still hadn't found the clearing. Worse, he wasn't even sure where he was and didn't have much confidence he could find his way back. All he could do was complete his mission and hope they would find him afterward. The redhead soon sensed a presence about half a kilometer away. Its chakra was quite large, not as large as his own, but it could rival that of several Tengu back in the compound. Kurama and I, do you think it could be one of the obstacles that Gigi mentioned? I asked my brother in my mind. It's very likely. Their chakra pools are so large they stand out like a sore thumb compared to the animals around here. So be careful. Naruto nodded at the Biju's words and released his stamina seals in case he needed to run. He then jumped onto a branch and began his descent through the trees toward the chakra signature he had sensed. When he was about 20 meters away, he stopped on a branch and hid behind the trunk to peek inside. The figure I observed was feline, white with black stripes and blue eyes. It was lying down looking into the distance. But what really surprised the redhead and the fox was that this animal was 8 meters long, and if it stood on all fours it would most likely reach 3 meters in height. Naruto, don't even move a muscle. If that creature finds you, we're screwed, she said, almost panicking. If that thing were to get hold of her little brother, it would most likely turn him into mush. Naruto completely agreed. That cat is enormous, the boy commented, very impressed. Kurama remained incredulous inside. Cat? It's not a cat, it's a fucking tiger. I scream in his mind. Okay, there's no need to shout. It's not that different apart from the size and color. The main difference is that it doesn't just eat mice, it eats anything, said the fox, annoyed. Naruto frowned and began arguing with his brother in his mind. But then a breeze blew behind the distracted redhead, carrying his scent to the predator, who caught it perfectly. The feline stood up and walked in the direction of the scent. Seeing nothing, he was puzzled, but then he glanced up and saw his next meal. Naruto, who was still arguing, suddenly grabbed hold when he felt the tree move. He was confused, not understanding what was happening, until he looked down and met the eyes of the hungry tiger trying to catch him, and he swallowed hard. Damn, this is what happens when I argue with you, she screamed, fear in her mind. Don't blame me. You're the one who started the argument, replied the fox indignantly. Naruto would have answered the fox if he hadn't had more pressing matters at that moment. The tiger was leaping, trying unsuccessfully to reach the branch where he was perched. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, he moved away from the tree, much to the boy's relief, or at least until he saw him run toward the tree and crash into it, shattering the base into splinters. Thinking quickly, Naruto jumped to the nearest tree and used chakra to cling to it to avoid falling. Seeing that its prey had moved, the tiger repeated the same maneuver, only for the blonde boy to jump again. This situation repeated itself several times, and both were beginning to get fed up. You damn super-developed cat, will you leave me alone already? Yelled the boy. For the last time, cub, it's a tiger, replied the fox in his mind. The feline, momentarily surprised, narrowed its eyes. It seemed it should show the boy who the predator was. The tiger threw back its head and let out a tremendous roar that echoed throughout the forest. Naruto froze, surprised and terrified by the roar. It was powerful and certainly didn't bode well. The redhead then heard several quick footsteps approaching his position. He tried to peer through the mist, and what he saw froze his blood. Tigers. Dozens of tigers of varying sizes, the largest being 5 meters tall and 18 meters long, were heading toward the tree, eyeing Naruto with decidedly malevolent intentions. Naruto tried his best to remain calm, but the numerous predators watching him did not help. It was then that they rushed towards the trees, knocking them down with charges or, in the case of the larger ones, uprooting them with a swipe of their paws. The redhead had no choice but to leap from tree to tree to avoid falling to the ground and facing imminent death. Naruto tried to escape the predator-filled area, but just as he was about to get away, the trees farthest from his position began to fall. He tried to change direction several times, but the result was always the same. The trees he could have escaped through were felled, and then his enemies began cutting down the remaining trees in the center, causing his area of movement to shrink even further. Naruto ended up in the only remaining tree, terrified, watching the tigers perched atop the small mounds of broken wood. The largest tiger finally destroyed the last tree, and as it began to fall, all the tigers kept their eyes fixed on the boy. Naruto landed on his feet and quickly searched for an opening among the tigers to escape through, but it was in vain. He was surrounded. The fox inside him was racing, trying to find a solution, while the redhead kept a sharp eye on the predators, ready to dodge if necessary. There was no way out. He couldn't get past the tigers without being torn to pieces, and unless he could fly or dig a hole at top speed. Naruto then had an idea. Luckily, he was currently standing on a surface of land in this sea of downed trees, so he would have a very good chance of escaping. The redhead would have felt really excited to use his first jutsu in battle if his life were not in imminent danger. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto summoned 2 clones, and they positioned themselves in manji formation. The tigers were about to attack, but the boy didn't give them time to react. Doton, Doryu Heki, Earth Wall. The 3 redheads dug their hands into the ground, thus raising 3 great earth walls that lifted the logs on which the tigers were standing, causing them to lose their balance and fall to the ground. When they recovered, they all rushed over the walls to hunt their prey, but to everyone's great surprise, the boy had disappeared. 2 kilometers from the confrontation, Naruto Uzumaki emerged from the ground like a ghost. Without wasting a moment, the redhead climbed into the trees and flew to the top to avoid being detected by predators. He had learned his lesson. Well thought out, pup. Those walls created a distraction and at the same time hid you so you could use the Doton. Dochu underground hiding place. Completely calmly, an incredible escape plan if you ask me. Although that doesn't change the fact that you're an idiot for letting your guard down, I shouted after praising him. Naruto pouted. You were the one who distracted me. What does it matter if it's a tiger, a cat, or whatever? And he crossed his arms and made a sulking face. Kurama was about to reply but decided to let it go. They had already been in trouble once because neither of them wanted to keep quiet. It was best not to repeat a similar experience. Anyway, having said that, I didn't expect Sajobo to send you into the middle of a forest full of wild animals. The White Tiger clan really is vicious, that I declare. The redhead could only blink in confusion to clan, but then the truth hit him. Wait, they're a summoning clan. I shout/ask incredulously to your tenant. The fox snorted. Of course, kid, tigers aren't that big, not to mention they don't have that much chakra. If they had wanted to, I'm sure they could have climbed the tree and grabbed you without any problems, but I suppose your grandfather asked them to restrain themselves. He admitted. His brother's words sent a shiver down his spine. He was certainly glad his grandfather had wanted them to be lenient with this test. He shook his head slightly to clear his mind and began to think about the whole situation. I am looking for a clearing in a forest full of tigers that know how to use chakra and can bite my head off to face a test I know nothing about. The situation certainly didn't look good. No pressure, said the fox while chuckling. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Nichan, you're not helping, the blonde man said, only to make the fox burst out laughing. Deciding to ignore him, he continued with his thoughts. Gigi didn't give me any indication of where to look, and he wouldn't have let me do a test that I can't get. So there must be some way for me to find the place of the test. I'm missing something. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find the answer. so he decided to recap everything that had happened so far, which wasn't much. He entered the forest, wandered aimlessly, came across a tiger lying down, was discovered. The tiger called for reinforcements, and he almost became the day's meal. Yes, things weren't looking good so far. A doubt formed in the redhead's mind. Kurama and how intelligent are those tigers? I asked hesitantly. Well, they can start talking. The fox sensed his brother's surprise and laughed at it. Don't be so surprised. Summoning clans are generally enormous talking animals. Depending on the species and the resources at their disposal, some clans are stronger than others. However, in our case, the Tengu clan could be considered an exception. After all, they look human but have raven wings. I imagine the tigers that attacked us didn't say anything because there simply wasn't anything to say. They saw you and attacked. Naruto nodded inwardly. That would mean they were incredibly intelligent enough to follow precise orders. He was a little embarrassed to think that Sajobo had tamed them. But then a suspicion arose in his mind. It was safe to assume that the tiger's objective was to prevent him from reaching his destination. But that tiger he saw wasn't looking for him. It was simply lying around doing nothing until it discovered him and called the others. Now that he thought about it more, many tigers arrived, and in a very short time. The redhead wanted to bang his head against a tree trunk. That I'm an idiot. That tiger wasn't just standing around doing nothing. It was on guard. Really, if he had observed the situation better instead of arguing with his brother and hadn't panicked, he would have realized it sooner. Not only that, if he had used his sensory ability along with Kurama to amplify it, he was sure he would have sensed a large group of chakra signatures surrounding a specific place. If it's any consolation, Pop, anyone else in your position would have shit their pants, he said, trying to cheer him up a little. Ignoring the fox's comment, I asked him, Kurama and I helped me find the tigers. Kurama didn't even answer. He channeled a small amount of chakra to enhance the redhead's ability, and the effect was immediate. He could sense that 1.5 kilometers away, there were several powerful chakra signatures arranged in a circle around a signature 10 times more powerful than the others. What the hell? Am I supposed to meet with that monster? He exclaimed in surprise. If the test consisted of defeating the being that was in the middle of all those tigers, it was clear that he had no chance at all. If this were a game, I'd say you have to face the underlings before facing the final boss, huh? The redhead began to hesitate. With this new factor, he wasn't so sure he should risk entering enemy territory, but he had no choice. It was the only lead he had. On the other hand, if he made a mistake, he would be in imminent danger, and he doubted the same trick he used to escape would work twice. The redhead decided to consider the tools at his disposal. He knew the basic jutsus, the shadow clone technique, 3 earth release techniques, and 3 water release techniques, and he had enough chakra to use them multiple times. He also had his shuriken, kunai, and 3 smoke bombs. Even with all that, he wasn't sure he could emerge unscathed from a confrontation with the person waiting for him in the clearing, or so he assumed. Naruto sighed. He had no choice. He had to check if his test/objective was in the middle of that army of tigers. That I guess I'll have to go and check it out. And he began to devise a plan to get through the felines without a fight. Half an hour later, high above the trees, a redhead was leaping from tree to tree, making impossible jumps for even the most veteran shinobi. Naruto had used the last earth release jutsu he knew, Doton, Hijigen no Jutsu, light rock technique. This technique allowed him to decrease the weight of literally anything, including himself. With enough training, he could even reduce his weight to 0, allowing him to fly. Unfortunately, he hadn't trained enough with his earth release affinity to perform such a feat, but it was certainly one of his goals. This particular jutsu was one of those he requested from Azazel's personal library, and not without reason. It was invented by the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa Kemizuru, and only his disciples, the second and third Tsuchikage, knew this jutsu. For now, the redhead used this technique to lighten his load and move around the treetops, performing insane leaps. The redhead wanted to be as far off the ground as possible so that the tigers, if they happened to catch his scent, would have trouble finding him. When he was barely 300 meters from his goal, he stopped, created a shadow clone, and used his earth-release jutsu to reduce his weight, but not excessively. With preparations complete, Naruto remained in the tree, alert and using his detection abilities, while his clone descended to begin the operation. When the clone reached the bottom, he noticed two tigers lying in wait, undoubtedly anticipating his arrival. "Hey, ugly ones." The felines turned around suddenly in surprise. "Yeah, you. Why are you making those faces? You're ugly enough as you are, don't make it worse. Or are you stupid too?" The clone shouted at them. The two tigers stood frozen in disbelief. An 8-year-old boy, completely fearless, was mocking them right in front of their faces. They, considered some of the world's greatest predators, needed a moment to process the whole situation. When they finally understood what this boy was doing, they roared, warning all their companions. From the treetops, Naruto stifled the laughter that threatened to betray his presence as he watched the results unfold. Kurama, inside, was laughing his head off. Every tiger who heard the roars, which was basically everyone, sped to the scene. The clone didn't wait to be surrounded. He took to his heels, the tigers following in his wake. I suppose they would have suspected something if they weren't so furious, and the worst part was, they were going to be left wanting. The clone was just as fast as they were. Thanks to the fact that the redhead had lost weight, his speed had increased, and if they managed to catch him, he would vanish in a puff of smoke. Yes, it wasn't a good day for the felines. As soon as Naruto felt they were far enough away, he started leaping toward his destination, mentally preparing himself for whatever awaited him. He jumped from tree to tree until he ran out of branches to land on. Mid-air, he realized several things. 1. He had found the clearing. 2. The powerful chakra signature belonged to a tiger that was easily as tall as the Hokage Tower back in Konoha. 3. He could start praying that his test wasn't defeating the tiger because if it was, he was in deep trouble. The feline behemoth noticed his arrival and fixed its gaze upon the boy. Naruto was paralyzed, unable to move an inch from where he had landed, completely at the mercy of the giant predator. Things worsened as soon as he received his clone's memories. The tigers had captured him and would most likely return at any moment. Naruto would have panicked if the terror he felt hadn't been replaced by confusion and disbelief the moment he saw the tiger laugh as it stared at him. "Ha ha ha, you should have seen your face. Oh God, that's great, ha ha ha." The feline continued to laugh. Its male voice betrayed its gender, but it stopped as soon as it saw the redhead's face. "Relax, kid. I'm not going to hurt you. You've come this far, and my subordinates aren't going to try to attack you anymore," he said, peering through the trees. The redhead followed his gaze and saw the tigers who had gone after his clone looking at him with narrowed eyes. The giant tiger, who seemed to be the leader, looked back at the redhead. "I don't know what you've done to them, but they're very angry." The redhead composed himself and looked toward the group behind the line of trees, then bowed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, but I needed to distract you to get here. I don't think you're ugly. Actually, you're pretty cool," the humble boy said as he looked into the eyes of the enraged beasts. The tigers initially searched for any sign of deception, but finding none, they relaxed somewhat and were even pleased with the little one's last comment. Naruto smiled and turned to the colossal tiger. The tiger smiled. "Well, little one, introductions are in order. My name is Shellkin, leader of the Shiratora clan, White Tiger." Naruto stood up straight and bowed. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, summoner of the Tengu clan. Pleased to meet you, Shellkin-sama," he said politely. "Better not to anger a tiger that can crush you with just its little finger." The leader of the tigers nodded. "Same here, Naruto. Now then, are you ready for your test?" I asked in a serious voice. The redhead swallowed hard, but his gaze didn't leave the tiger's eyes. "There," he said with all the conviction he could muster. "Very good." Shellkin stood up and moved a few meters away from his position. Naruto was confused by the tiger's actions until he saw a man bound and gagged, his eyes covered by a blindfold, struggling to free himself. The boy looked back at the giant tiger as if searching for some answer. It was confusing. That was all the tiger said. A deathly silence settled over the clearing. What was all he could manage to say? You heard me. Kill him. This is your test. This man is a well-known deserter in Kaze no Kuni for killing civilians for pleasure. You will be doing the world a favor, so don't worry, he said lazily. Naruto was experiencing a range of emotions: confusion, doubt, anger, but the most intense was fear. He had always been prepared for the idea that one day he would have to kill. He wasn't like the other children who dreamed of a life of glory and grandeur, armed with incredible and terrifying power. No, he had a very good understanding of what the shinobi life entailed. Hours upon hours of training, constant danger and fear, and in many cases, mental health issues. He had heard enough stories from Kokabeel to realize that this wasn't a life for just anyone, but it was the life he had chosen. But he never thought this moment would come so soon. Puppy, do it. Naruto was surprised by his brother's voice. You've heard Shulkin. That man is scum. Think of all the people he's hurt. That kind of person is better off dead than alive. The redhead knew his brother's words were true, but that didn't make it any easier. Despite this, he approached the man. When he looked closely, he saw that he was scared, and rightly so. Most likely, he'd been caught off guard and had no idea where he was. Worse still, he was completely defenseless, just like he had been years ago in that hell. Kid, don't even try to compare. You were an innocent and defenseless child. This trash is a man who betrayed his own and kills for pleasure. The fox said, half annoyed with him. Look, Naruto, a shinobi sometimes has to do things they don't like for the good of their own. That's the kind of world we live in. There's scum running around with total impunity while innocent people suffer for no reason. You have the opportunity to make a difference here and now. Naruto listened to his brother's words, and again, he knew he was right, but it still wasn't any easier. Even so, he drew a kunai and moved even closer to his intended victim. The man continued to squirm as if sensing the imminent danger while Naruto watched him intently. The boy felt terrible at that moment. He knew his lessons by heart, so he could easily see 12 different ways to kill him, quickly or slowly, painlessly or with pain. Naruto put his feelings aside and raised the kunai, aiming for the jugular. He paused for a moment to swallow, and with a rigid hand and a shout, he struck. The redhead felt the kunai sink into the flesh, blood splattering his face, and the man's screams would haunt his dreams for a very long time. The little boy was breathing heavily, his gaze fixed on the motionless man he had just killed. His head was a jumbled mess at that moment, but he realized he was on his knees. He hadn't even noticed when he'd gotten into that position, but it didn't matter. He stood up and noticed the unnatural silence that had settled over the clearing. The boy, finally processing the situation and what he had done, began to tremble. Tears started to fall from his eye, and he wanted to scream, but he didn't have time because he felt two arms gently wrap around him. Naruto turned around abruptly and saw who those arms belonged to. Ka-chan, she whispered. Shuri gave him a tight hug. Shoo, Naruto-chan, cry, your Ka-chan is here. The child couldn't take it anymore and cried, pushing from the mental pressure and the weight of what he had done. He cried until he fell asleep, but his mother never stopped comforting him and was secretly already plotting an exemplary punishment for his father for having put her baby in this situation. Naruto's eyes were closed, but he was wide awake. He could feel the dampness on his lower body, so he figured he was in his mindscape. The redhead felt awful. 1,000 emotions were swirling through his head, and all he wanted was to curl up in his mother's and sister's arms or be with his brother. When he opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling was completely dark, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw Kurama looking at him with a serious expression, but also with a hint of sadness. Puppy, I know what you just went through is tough, and I'd like to talk to you about it, but we have a problem. Naruto didn't understand what she meant at first, but then he noticed the absence of walls. In fact, Not even the cage in which his brother was usually trapped was there. The two of them were in an infinite void with only the flooded ground to support them. It was a little frightening. "Where are we?" the boy asked. "You are in limbo." They both heard and turned towards where the voice was coming from. The two opened their eyes wide, Naruto in confusion and Kurama in shock and disbelief. An old man was floating about a meter above the ground, surrounded by 9 black orbs. He was tall with gray skin, deep wrinkles, and short, shaggy gray hair with spiky spikes on top. A braid was tied on the left side of his head, reaching his chin, and he also had a long beard that extended to his stomach. Curiously, he had no eyebrows, but he did have purple eyes with several concentric circles. 2 horns protruded from his head, and he had a mark with 3 concentric circles in the center of his forehead. He wore a long, high-collared white kimono with a series of magatama on the chest and a chikujo in his left hand. If Naruto hadn't been mentally depressed and fragile, he most likely would have been very excited to ask this stranger questions. Instead, he simply looked at him confused, not knowing what to do, but his brother's voice pulled him out of his reverie. Only he hadn't expected those words. Hagoromo-jiji. Naruto had undoubtedly experienced one of the most eventful days of his life. First, he'd been given a test in which he had to find a clearing in the middle of a fog-shrouded forest filled with giant tigers. Then, when he found it, a mountain-sized tiger had made him kill a criminal to pass his test. And now he was in the middle of nowhere, literally, with his brother, the giant fox, who had summoned an old man floating in the air with almost godlike dignity. Now that he thought about it, his life was very strange. The redhead looked at his brother in shock, and then at the old man who had a smile on his face. "Ano, would you mind explaining to me what's going on?" she said almost in a whisper with a sad tone. She hadn't forgotten that she had had her first death just a few minutes ago. The boy's voice brought the fox back to his senses, but he was still completely confused. "Well, God, I don't even know where to begin." The fox tried to clarify the situation, but it was simply too surreal for his liking. He sighed and decided to say it directly. "Anyway, kid, this man is... I can introduce myself, my son, for I am not mute, and this infant finds himself in a difficult situation. He should not be confused beyond this point." What?" said the fox and the boy. The old man blinked in confusion. Have I used the wrong words? Or have they gone astray? What did he say? What the hell? They both thought. They didn't understand anything he was saying, and the surreal situation made it difficult for them to speak. The old man decided to ignore the confused faces of his 2 guests and focused with a serious expression on the redhead, who was looking at him with a hint of fear. "It's best to leave him aside. I hope you are smart enough to understand your current state. This is not a dream, however asleep your body may be. This is the world within your mind. With my power, I have been able to break the seal so that my son may be here. I understand that you may be fearful and confused, but panic is senseless right now, for I wish you no harm." So, throughout the old man's speech, Kurama and Naruto listened and tried to understand the old man's words while also having their own thoughts. "Oh, okay. He's speaking the dialect from when he died. No wonder I don't understand him. Language has evolved so much in 300 years. I still don't understand anything. Well, at least he's not an enemy, I think." The two continued trying to make sense of the old man's words until Kurama got tired. "Stop it, We don't understand anything you're saying," exclaimed the fox. "I am an anachronism. Great changes in traditions and in the perceptions and opinions of men the long passage of time has caused. Every time I travel to find the one who mutates from one state to another in time, I am very aware of the difference in values, and I am also concerned with methodically learning new cultures and languages." Although, the old man had to fall silent due to the interruption of the bijou. "Aha. If you're going to tell us something, do it so we can understand." The fox cried, beginning to think that his father and creator was doing it to annoy him. Naruto, for his father's sake, was still trying to process the old man's words and understand where the hell they were. The pursuit of words and any other kind of learning has a somewhat obscure definition. If we cannot reach a mutual understanding because we cannot find a common definition, then my intellectual knowledge and material thought, to speak more simply, I will have to take into account. I swear he does it to piss me off. Thousands of years without seeing each other, and the first thing he does when we meet is annoy me. Kurama thought internally, with veins bulging on his forehead due to anger, quite curious considering he had no blood in his body. The redhead, who still didn't understand anything, suddenly had an idea. "Excuse me, are you some kind of alien?" was the only logical conclusion in his mind. Yes, this man had a very dignified air about him, but he didn't understand a word he was saying. The old man and the fox turned abruptly toward the boy when they heard his words. Kurama's face was blank at first, but then he began writhing on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Not that he could be blamed. A man with horns isn't something you see every day, especially after living with the Tengu for 2 years. The old man stared at the boy with a serious face and remained silent for a few seconds, completely ignoring the fox's laughter until he answered. "An alien? Aren't you going way too far, mate?" Silence settled once more in the void where the three of them stood. Both brothers had an incredulous expression on their faces, too surprised by the radical change in language to formulate any sentence. "Well, I admit it's somewhat believable, but—" The old man paused mid-sentence to observe his two bewildered guests, and silence fell again for a few seconds until he began to think aloud. "Still don't get it? I didn't think this conversation would be so difficult." Kurama hurried to speak, gesturing and signaling with his hands. "No, no, no. That's fine. That's fine. It's just that you surprised us with the radical change in your way of speaking. I still don't understand anything, but for some reason I feel like all the dignity this man had is gone." "How strange," said the boy, tilting his head to the side in confusion. The old man said nothing, but the fox had to hold back his laughter to continue with this situation. The old man spoke again. "Really? I thought you might understand. I'll try something else. Is everything all right?" "Ha ha ha. Hee. Leave it. It doesn't suit you to talk like that. You almost sound a bit silly," he told his father while laughing. The old man released the shakujo, and it floated upwards, landing with a thud on Kurama's head. "Who are you calling a fool? Do you think that's any way to speak to your father?" he shouted in a reprimanding tone. The fox could only lower his head in apology, though he wasn't at all, while rubbing his head. The old man then sighed. "Well, I suppose it's my fault for speaking that way," he finally said. "So why the hell are you driving me?" Naruto then exclaimed. "Ah, I understand that," he said with a half-smile, before his eye widened and his jaw dropped to the floor. "Father!" the boy exclaimed, unable to believe it. Kurama was about to answer, but the look his old man gave him silenced him. "Yes, father, my name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki, creator of Ninshu, although I was once known as Rakudu no Sennin, the sage of the 6 paths," the old man declared. The poor boy's brain was halfway to collapse. This horned man had just stated with complete conviction that he was the one all shinobi considered the true shinobi no kami, the very creator of ninjutsu, or ninshu as he called it, as it was known today. He looked at his brother for answers, but Kurama said nothing and maintained a serious expression. That was all he needed to know, that this man was quite serious. Naruto composed himself as best he could before speaking. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he said before bending his back 90 degrees. Hagoromo remained impassive. "Lift your head, young man. There is no need to bow before me." Then he looked at his fox-like son and smiled. "It has been a while, my son. I am glad to see you." Kurama gave his father a wide smile as he tried to hold back the tears in his eyes. "I've missed you, hee." Naruto smiled. He was truly happy for his brother, but the emotional moment didn't last long as the sage turned to him. "As much as I'm pleased by this reunion, I'm afraid this isn't a social visit. I've been observing you for a long time, Naruto Uzumaki. The redhead stood stiff as a board, half scared and half incredulous, while the giant fox stared at his father with a mixture of surprise and caution. Make no mistake, Kurama loved his creator, but the fact that he was somehow still alive and had taken an interest in his cub did not sit well with him one bit. I understand you both have questions, and this certainly isn't the best occasion to introduce myself. The old man's words brought back memories of the day's events for the redhead. He lowered his head in remorse, but noticed his body wrapped in a warm, furry blanket. Looking closer, he saw it was actually his brother's tail and smiled, thanking him. Hagoromo smiled slightly at the interaction between the two adopted brothers. But to answer your questions, I must first explain my story. Hagoromo glanced briefly at his son. I know you already know part of my story, but for the sake of our little friend, I ask that you let me speak without interruption, he said to the fox, who nodded in agreement after a few seconds. The old man took a deep breath before beginning. First and foremost, you must understand, Naruto, that years before my birth, the world was engulfed in a plague that persists even today, war. In those times, the concept of chakra didn't exist, but that didn't stop men from forging tools to kill each other. In the midst of all that conflict stood a tree, a colossal and gigantic tree that would dwarf my son here today, a tree that was worshipped and revered as a god. This tree was known as the Shinju. This tree was untouchable for everyone, regardless of their interests or objectives. That tree was off-limits to all. The Shinju had a unique characteristic. Every 1,000 years, a fruit grew on it. This fruit was considered a blessing from the tree and was strictly forbidden to eat. But in that time, there was one person who broke that rule. My mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. My mother came from a distant land in search of the fruit of the sacred tree. She believed that eating this fruit would grant her the power she craved for her goal, peace. Kagaya was right, for this fruit was made of chakra, and by eating it, she became the first person to obtain this source of power. With it, she vanquished the warlords who roamed the world and declared herself ruler of those lands. Those who worshipped her called her Usagi no Megami, opera goddess, and those who feared her called her Suki no Oni, devil. The wise man's words hit the boy hard. He could identify with his situation. After all, he had been called a demon all his life, but he put his thoughts aside in order to listen to the story. Kagaya had 2 children, one of whom was me. I grew up loved by my mother and brother. Our life was perfect, and we couldn't have asked for more. But over time, greedy people began to rebel, instigating conflict, and before long, a revolt erupted. My mother was devastated. She had given her all to bring peace to the world, but she was also furious. She had offered them everything she had, and they had been ungrateful. Faced with this situation, my mother decided that if they refused peace, then she would have to force it. She resolved to show the world why one of her nicknames was Suki no Oni, devil. Naruto didn't understand what she meant, but from what he understood, his mother was a good person who had been hurt, and he really felt sorry for her. That was until he heard the goddess's plan. My mother wanted to cast a genjutsu over all of humanity to control it, but she couldn't do it alone, so she asked my brother and me for help. Naruto froze. She'd gone to such extremes. It must have been a very serious matter for her. The redhead then noticed a small tear that fell from the old man's left eye. We refused. We thought that without our help she would give up, but we were wrong. Our mother went to the Shinju. I suppose she thought she could control its power. I really don't know what she was thinking. The Shinju was a god capable of changing the landscape with the slightest movement and with enough power to erase a country with a single technique. I imagine that desperation got the better of her common sense, and because of that, my mother, no, she became the greatest monster the world has ever seen, the Jubi. The old monk continued telling the story without noticing the child's horrified expression. Kagaya tried to merge with the god tree, and while she succeeded, the result was devastating for her mind. Imagine 2 minds clashing in the same body, fighting for control. It's neither healthy nor good, not only for the mind, but also for the body. My mother won that battle. I have no idea how she did it, but the mental aftereffects were clearly visible. What was once an imposing and beautiful tree became a deformed and destructive beast with 10 tails waving from its back. This beast had only one goal in mind: to reclaim the chakra that my brother and I possessed. The monster roamed the land in search of us, destroying everything in its path. My brother and I, with heavy hearts, faced the 10 tails in combat to redeem the sin our mother committed. But despite all our strength, we were unable to defeat it. It was like a force of nature, slow, destructive, and unstoppable. So I saw only one option to put in the battle. Hagoromo looked directly into the redhead's eye. To enclose him, to be precise, to seal him within myself. Naruto was shocked to the core. Rikudo no Sennin had been the first Jinchuriki in history. But unfortunately, the beast was very powerful and constantly fought within me to gain its freedom, so I decided to remedy the problem. Inside the seal, I used the power of my eyes, the Rinnegan, to divide the very essence of the Ten Tails chakra. It wasn't easy, as the beast literally possessed almost infinite power, limited and held back only by its own physical body, but I still managed to do it. I separated the Yang and Yin chakra from the beast and released the Yang chakra into the world without realizing the consequences this would bring. With the beast no longer possessing its full power within me, I was able to continue living peacefully. After a few years, I had 2 sons myself. I named my firstborn Indra and my younger son Azura. Both inherited that energy called chakra, and I decided to teach them the path of Ninshu. Indra was an unparalleled genius who had inherited my chakra genes and a less potent version of my eyes, while Azura, despite inheriting my superior physical abilities, had no talent whatsoever. But in time, a more pressing issue arose. I realized that the Ten Tails Yang chakra had affected the entire world. The chakra clung to humans and animals, creating a higher connection between their spirit and body, allowing their bodies to generate chakra on their own. Some animals even changed radically, becoming larger and stronger. This is how what you call the summoning clans were born. Plant life also underwent a change. While plants and trees didn't have a spirit, they did have a body, and the Yang chakra clung to them, causing them to produce a powerful but almost invisible energy that turned out to be Yang chakra, similar to, yet distinct from, the Ten Tails. In light of these events, after my son's training was complete, I traveled the world as a monk, transmitting the teachings of Ninshu. I created this art to allow people to connect with each other on a deeper level so they could understand one another. Mutual understanding would prevent conflict, and with no conflict would come peace. Such were my hopes. But as the years passed, time took its toll on my body. I was dying, and I decided it was time to name one of my sons as the successor of Ninshu. On one hand, there was Indra, an unparalleled genius. He was capable of doing everything on his own and realized that his power was different from everyone else's. Without needing anyone, he concluded that he could achieve anything with his power. On the other hand, Azura hadn't been able to do anything quite right since he was a child and couldn't do anything alone. To achieve the same power as his brother, he needed to exert himself greatly and the cooperation of many others. Through suffering and rigorous training, the chakra within Azura blossomed, and he gained the same power as his brother. He understood that help and cooperation were what gave him his power. My son understood what it meant to feel love for others and realized that love could make anything a reality. Through the way Azura, the younger brother, lived, I saw a new possibility. But one crucial question remained. The rest of the Ten Tails Yin chakra was still sealed within me, and although I possessed no physical power, I could corrupt men with its chaotic and violent energy. I ventured into the seal to confront the beast and weigh my options, but I saw something astonishing. While my mother's corrupted soul controlled the chakra, she wasn't the one producing it. The Shinju was still alive, though it was but a shadow of its former self. With this situation in my hands, I decided to break Kagaya's control over the Yin chakra. I separated said chakra from the Ten Tails' powerless body and divided it into 9 parts, each larger and more powerful than the last. With my power and technique Banbutsu Sozo, creation of all things, with that chakra, I created 9 independent spiritual cores that would generate in chakra on their own. In a way, I created 9 souls from the remaining chakra and the broken spirit of the Shinju. These cores were physical, but also immaterial, as they were made entirely of the spiritual part of the chakra. The cores, attracting the yang energy of the Jubi in the air, created bodies for themselves. This is how 9 beings, practically composed of chakra, were born, each with a different number of tails. They all had something in common, yet were different: the number of tails. The more tails they had, the more chakra and power they possessed. I decided to give them names, from weakest to strongest: Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chome, Gyuki, and Kurama. Finally, even though my mother's tormented soul was trapped inside the Jubi's shell, I decided to get rid of it as well. So, using my eyes again, I used a technique to pile up massive amounts of earth around the beast's remains and sent it all together into the sky, thus creating what men today call the moon. The boy's eyes widened, and he turned robotically toward his brother, who was looking at him with a small smile. Do you have brothers?" he asked, shocked. Kurama let out a small laugh. His creator had just told him that he was the one who created the moon, and he was more worried about the fact that he had 8 little brothers. "Yes, although we don't get along very well, and I haven't seen them for decades." Naruto, recovering from his shock, nodded. "That also means that Hagoromo-sama is really your father," he said in a tone as if it were a fact. The fox snorted. "What did you think? That it hatched from an egg?" Naruto blinked in confusion and tilted his head to the side. "I don't know. Hey, Nii-chan, where do babies come from?" Kurama stiffened. This wasn't the kind of conversation he wanted to have with his pup right now. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, trying to form words while he thought of some way to get out of it. Not knowing what to do, he turned to his father for help. "Don't look at me," was all the monk said. "Traitor." That's what the fox in trouble thought, until he looked at his cub again. "You'll know when you're older." "But when you grow up," screamed the fox. The redhead pouted and crossed his arms in a sulk. "It's not fair." Kurama sighed in relief. He would leave this conversation to Shuri. "I wash my hands of this matter." Watching his brother slowly corrupted by the Tengu's wickedness? Sure, no problem. Having a talk with his adopted little brother? No way. Hagoromo smiled slightly, amused by the situation. "He really does remind me of Azura," the sage said, regaining the attention of the 2 brothers. "Although your talent for using chakra reminds me more of Indra, it's curious how you can possess the best qualities of both my sons," he said with a wistful smile as he looked at the redhead. Convinced that this bond called cooperation was the key to bringing peace, I named Azura as the successor of Ninshu, and I thought that Indra, being his older brother, would cooperate. Hagoromo then made a sad face. However, Indra did not accept it. Convinced that power was the only way to achieve peace, he opposed his younger brother, and that began a long and bloody war that continued even after the death of both brothers. The descendants of my sons fought for centuries, embracing the ideals of their ancestors until, in the end, they forgot the reason they fought in the first place. Indra's descendants became known as the Uchiha clan, while Azura's descendants chose to call themselves the Senju clan. Naruto and Kurama were both shocked, but for different reasons. Naruto had studied the 2 clans in class. Both had founded Konoha with the help of the Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha were known for their powerful ocular Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, a dojutsu that allowed them to copy any jutsu as long as it wasn't a Kekkei Genkai, cast illusions with just their eyes, and generally possess superior vision. The Senju clan was known in its time as the clan of 1,000 skills for their diverse mastery of all known shinobi disciplines, which allowed them to fight on equal terms against their Uchiha rivals despite not having a bloodline. Well, except for Hashirama's would release, but he was the only one to. Okay, he had it too, but Naruto was technically a Senju since he was a descendant of that man, now that he thought about it. Well, he considered himself an Uzumaki anyway. Kurama already knew this, so there was no reaction. Although, the sage called the boy's attention again. Even though my children's bodies were destroyed, their chakras did not disappear, passing from descendant to descendant over time, making them what I call transmigrants. The best examples were two people Kurama had the misfortune to meet, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. This time both were surprised. Naruto because apparently his great-grandfather had been the transmigrant of Azura, and Kurama because he was completely unaware that his stepbrothers were still alive in a way, and the worst part was that because of those two bastards, his brothers, and he had suffered a lot. The little boy became curious about the matter. Excuse me, Hagoromo-sama, who are the current transmigrants of your children? Hagoromo closed his eyes. The curious thing, Naruto, is that my children's chakra has been inherited this time by the same person, he said, surprising his two guests. By whom? The old man opened his eyes and replied with complete seriousness, For you, Naruto. Naruto remained silent, too surprised to utter a word, while Kurama had no problem saying what he thought. Have you gone senile with age? No. I refuse to believe those two idiots and my puppy are the same person. Now that I think about it, how the hell are you even alive? The explosion startled the old man and the boy. In the fox's mind, Hashirama and Madara couldn't possibly be his little pup, and if they were, this could only be a divine sign that the world had gone completely and irrevocably to hell. The old man looked at his son. Calm down, my son. I'm afraid you're misunderstanding Naruto's situation. He isn't the reincarnation of those men and my sons. He's their transmigrant. You're confusing it with the principle of reincarnation. Reincarnation implies that a person's soul passes into another body and is fundamentally the same person with a different physical form. Naruto is his own person, but as a transmigrant, he has inherited my son's chakra and, therefore, their ideals. He paused for a moment to allow his son to process his words. As for why I'm alive, it's simple. I'm not, he said, surprising the boy and the fox. Both were about to protest, but the monk didn't give them time. I'm merely a floating chakra construct that travels from generation to generation. Years of exposure to the Ten-Tails chakra slightly altered the properties of my chakra, making me a kind of pseudo-tails, he said, surprising them both again. But the old man's explanation calmed the fox somewhat. There's no point in denying it. I clearly see the chakras of Indra and Azura fighting inside him, in conflict, holding back his full potential. Hagoromo could see behind the child two figures facing each other, their gazes locked in conflict. One of them had spiky brown hair with two tails that sprouted from either side of his ears, where he wore bandages. He had a white bandage covering his eyebrows and forehead, and wore a kind of brown kimono with a rather thick, long collar. Over this kimono, he wore a white tunic with 6 magatama on the chest, the inside of which had a black lining that peeked out from the sleeves and hem. He also wore a black belt. This was Azura. The other had dark brown hair very similar to Madara Uchiha's, but two tails sprouted from his ears, each wrapped in a bandage. He wore a brown kimono with a thick white collar. Over this, a white tunic was visible, its lining black and extending from the sleeves and feet. He carried 6 magatanas and wore a black belt. He also wore traditional armor over the tunic, with plates covering his chest and shoulders. Around his eyes were markings or paint of a light lavender tint, framing his eyes, which glowed red. This was Indra. Kurama was surprised again. His little one could already be considered a prodigy at this point, and that wasn't even all of his power. Are you sure you're not exaggerating, man? Hagoromo shook his head. Not at all. The two constantly conflicting energies have hindered his training and stunted his potential. But there is an easy solution to remedy this, which is also partly why I stand before you today. Naruto was still processing the fact that the chakra of his two ancestors was now in his body. Wait, two? Hagoromo-sama, If Indra's chakra is also inside me, does that mean I am an Uchiha? He asked doubtfully. Kurama's head spun so fast he thought he heard a crack. The monk, much calmer, turned his head in his direction and nodded. That's right. Although your Uchiha heritage is very diluted, and the chances of awakening any ocular abilities are low, or at least they would be if Indra's chakra weren't in your body. Unfortunately, Ajura's presence is also affecting those chances, so the outcome is uncertain. If Kurama had a brain, he'd be having a stroke. His small, humble, kind, and cute little pup, whom he'd practically raised on his own, was related to the most arrogant and pompous clan in the world. Yes, definitely, the world had gone to hell. Let's focus, please. The sage's voice drew everyone's attention. Naruto, you are an enigma. Never in centuries has the chakra of my two sons been inherited by the same person, making you the only one who can tell me if I was right to name Ajura as my successor. I am here not only to inform you of your situation, but also to witness your choice. Choose. Will you take the path of force like Indra, or will it be the path of love like Ajura? The redhead stood stiff as a board, fully feeling the weight Hagoromo had placed on his shoulders. His head was a jumble of emotions, too many in a single day. What should he choose? How was he supposed to shoulder such a responsibility? He was just an 8-year-old boy training to be a shinobi. The boy sighed, knowing this wasn't up for debate and Hagoromo wasn't going to wait until he was older for his answer. Even so, he looked at the old man and his brother, both awaiting his response. He wanted to choose anyone and be done with this whole situation, but he knew he had to act responsibly, so he reviewed what he had learned that day. Indra had been a solitary and powerful individual who had come to the conclusion that with power, anything was possible. It wasn't that he entirely disagreed with his older brother. Being powerful was an advantage for getting rid of troublesome and evil people. But he was very lonely. Naruto had been very lonely in his life and had never liked it. Kurama and a few others were the only ones who acknowledged his existence as a person and a human being. Therefore, the path Indra had taken didn't appeal to him much. Therefore, he should choose Ajura's path, but he didn't entirely agree with it either. Ajura had needed the help of others, just like him. He had also grown strong with help, just like him. And he had been surrounded by people who loved him, just as he would have liked when he was in Konoha. But this path wasn't the answer, or at least not in his opinion. Ajura might have been an icon for his followers, but it did nothing to convince his older brother. Naruto was a realist. Life had forced him to be. Love and friends alone wouldn't eradicate the evils of the world, nor would they make hatred disappear. In his case, for example, even though, in theory, he kept the murderous bastard that was his fox brother in check. In theory, idiots. That didn't stop the villagers from hating him with a passion, even though he was one of them. The hatred of the villagers, both civilians and shinobi, ran deep, and words and love alone wouldn't have solved anything. This path was good, but tremendously naive. There were always people who didn't like how things were going and would try to change them for the worse. The extermination of the Uzumaki clan during the Second Great Shinobi War was proof enough of that. Naruto might be the inherited trait of both brothers, but he didn't completely agree with either of them. What should he do then? Why couldn't he choose the best of both paths? The two paths. The monk and the fox continued waiting, somewhat impatiently, to hear the boy's answer. They weren't going to rush him. Making a choice was never easy, and even less so for an 8-year-old. Their patience was rewarded, but the redhead's answer both confused and shocked them. I choose both, and at the same time. Neither, said Naruto, looking with his one blue eye at his adoptive brother and the old man. Silence fell in that void that seemed to be his mind. What do you mean, both and neither? Asked the fox. Naruto smiled at him. Well, that's it, Kurama and I choose both and neither at the same time. You realize that it doesn't make any sense. His brother told him with a blank expression. Hagoromo decided to express his opinion. Your answer confuses me. You had two options and you chose a third that only you understand. The redhead looked at the old man. Why can't I choose both? Or why can't I choose another alternative? Because, because, the old man wanted to answer but couldn't. He had given the boy two alternatives, and he had chosen another. He felt he should deny his answer but couldn't. This boy carried the ideals of both his sons. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to have drawn some conclusion on his own. Indra said that power was the key to bringing peace. I don't agree with that, but what cannot be denied is that power would be necessary to defend it. Azura asserted that love was the answer, and I partly agree, but it's a rather naive, even impossible, thought. Not all people are the same, nor do they have the same goals. There will always be someone who seeks to do evil for their own ends and aspirations. Not to mention that in this world, no one listens to a weak person. It may be a long and difficult road, but if my loved ones grow in number, in the end, we will become stronger and stronger, and we will be able to face anything. If someone is unable to listen to my words, then they will listen to my fists. That is why, Hagoromo-sama, I choose the best of both paths and will walk my own. I will fight and become strong for the sake of my people and destroy anyone who threatens our peace. I don't like killing. I have proven that today, but I believe that sometimes it is necessary if I don't want those kinds of people to come after my loved ones. That is my choice. Kurama and Hagoromo said nothing, too surprised by the boy's speech. Hagoromo wanted to clear up a doubt. You say you will ensure the peace of your people and eliminate those who threaten you. Isn't this the path of a tyrant? Naruto had a small smile on his face and shook his head. I will not instigate conflict. I intend to make the world understand that there is no reason to fight if we can talk and be friends. But those who are incapable of understanding this because they are too greedy, I will eliminate. I know it may be difficult, but no matter what is put in front of me, I will never give up because that is my world, he said, surprising both of them, and even more so Hagoromo. Behind the redhead, the old man could see his sons finally shaking hands like brothers, and their chakra began to combine, enveloping the child's form. Hagoromo let a tear fall from his right eye. After millennia, his sons had reached an agreement and decided to put aside their differences for the sake of the child's goal. Gigi, are you okay? I asked Kurama, worried. Hagoromo simply smiled. Yes, now I'll be all right, he said, confusing the fox and the boy. Naruto Uzumaki, I accept your answer. I don't entirely agree with your choice, but if that's the path you've chosen, you have my full support. I suppose it was too naive of me to think that once peace was achieved, it would last. I saw it with my mother. She achieved it. But even so, there were those who opposed her, and she simply dismissed them without trying to reason with them. That triggered her downfall, he said regretfully at the end of his statement, but he quickly composed himself and levitated toward the boy. I have already accomplished the goal for which I came, and you have given me a satisfactory answer. So all that remains is for me to trust that you will achieve what my children separately could not, peace. But before I go, let me give you one last gift. Raise your hands and cross them with your palms facing me. The redhead blinked in confusion but did what they asked, and in return the old man joined his left and right hands with the blond man's. I will grant you my power and trust you not to abuse it. He turned one last time to his son. Take care of it, my son. Kurama let out a single tear, knowing that this was a farewell. Count on me, Rikudo no Jiji. Hagoromo looked at Naruto again. Don't worry. There will be a time when the three of us will meet again. Grow strong and pursue your goals without hesitation. But until then, Banbutsu Sozo. A white light enveloped the entire landscape, blinding the child before everything went dark again. Naruto's bedroom. Naruto woke up to a familiar black ceiling. As he sat up, he realized he was in his bed, and looking out the window, he could tell it was already night. He guessed that after the test, they had taken him to his room to rest. The boy instinctively rubbed his eyes with both hands to clear his sleep and noticed something strange. When he touched the corner of his left eye, he noticed not only that he wasn't wearing his usual eye patch, but also that he could see his hand. In a way, he saw blue threads running along his arm and hand. Then he looked more closely at his left hand and saw a black crescent moon mark on his palm. He then looked at the palm of his right hand and saw a white mark that looked like a sun or a circle. Trying to understand where all this had come from, he remembered the earlier events with Kurama and Hagoromo. It wasn't a dream. Of course it wasn't a puppy. Hello, damn it, she thought with a smile. So all that really happened. The fox inside him began to laugh. Ha ha ha, you're taking our situation very lightly considering Rikudo no Jiji has officially named you as his successor. Naruto had the decency to blush. It's just that everything feels very surreal. Calm down, puppy, I understand. Now that I think about it, it would be best if you went to see your parents. They must be very worried. Upon hearing his brother's words, the redhead hurried to get up to find his family completely forgetting his changes, including his new left eye. Kurama chuckled quietly in his cage. The faces everyone's going to make are going to be unforgettable, he thought maliciously. Council chamber, currently a torture chamber. After Naruto fainted, Shuri carried him to the Tengu compound and left him in his room. She then literally dragged his father by the scruff of the neck and interrogated him. Apparently, Kokobile had suggested the idea, and Azazel and Sajobo agreed, thinking it would better prepare their son for shinobi life. Once she had his father confess, she tied him up from head to toe and went to find her accomplices for a talk. By the end of the day, the three Tengu were bound and naked, covered in hundreds of whip marks and dripping blood. Shuri, still wielding a whip, wore a psychopathic grin that hadn't changed since the punishment began. A few steps away, Barikil and Akino watched the brutal spectacle in terror. I think you've learned your lesson. What do you think? Shuri asked the three tied-up Tengus. Sajobo, Azazel, and Kokobile began whimpering like mad, trying their best to respond, but they couldn't say anything because they were gagged. Era. I suppose I'll have to take your silence as a no. I guess you still haven't learned. When you leave here, I'm sure you won't make my little baby suffer ever again. Kudo. The deranged woman said, laughing maniacally. A woman was dangerous. A mother whose child you've made suffer is 1,000 times worse, and those poor wretches were going to learn that the hard way. Shuri raised the whip again, ready to strike, but stopped when she heard the door to the room open. Gigi, have you seen Kachan? The redhead couldn't finish his sentence, too confused by the scene before him. Gigi, Azazel-sensei, and Kokobile-sensei were tied up and bleeding, while his mother held a whip in her hand that, curiously, was completely red. The poor boy could only think of one thing. Mothers are scary. The Tengu were no better. Shuri's first instinct was to jump on him and give him a hug, but she froze the moment she realized the redhead had two eyes. She wasn't the only one. The other Tengu were the same, but what shocked them to their core was the purple eye with concentric circles in its left socket. Shuri dropped the whip, and all she could manage to say in a sigh was, Rinnegan. After recovering from the shock, the Tengu had decided to sit down and talk like civilized people, although this meant that the previously tortured Tengu were now untied and clothed, much to the dismay of Shuri, who was holding her son in her arms at the moment. Naruto told them everything, leaving nothing out. After all, he trusted them completely, or at least most of them. Needless to say, they were wide-eyed. Well, most of them were. Azazel was practically drooling at the thought of studying his new eye. So, while you were sleeping, you met with Kurama and the Sage of Six Paths, who told you that you were the transmigrant of his children. After you told him your aspirations, he granted you a portion of his power, as well as a new eye. Have I missed anything? Sajobo asked. Naruto looked thoughtful. I don't think that's all. This cannot be known. You hear me, Naruto? Don't you dare tell anyone what you've told us. He said in the most serious tone I had ever heard. If this were known, you would have enemies constantly trying to take your life to seize your power, or worse, they would try to turn you into a breeding machine. Naruto wanted to protest, but deep down he knew his grandfather was right. Can I at least tell the people I care about, my loved ones? Sajobo's expression softened slightly. I understand that you don't want to keep secrets from those you care about, but be careful then. Also, if you're going to train with that eye, be discreet. Naruto nodded, about to say something, but his brother's voice interrupted him. But don't worry, Sajobo. I'll take care of your Rinnegan training. The fox's voice came from one of the patriarch's pockets. The old Tengu pulled out an orb in which the fox could be seen smiling. Do you know the abilities of those eyes, or the power your creator has granted them? Well, yes, hee hee. Maybe I gave the power to Naruto, but I gave the knowledge to use it to me, so you'll have to train your ass before I even consider teaching you, he said, smiling. Come on, Fox. The boy has already had his first kill. He's an adult now, and he can. Kokobeel couldn't finish the sentence because Shuri whipped him across the face. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. I'll have to give you extra lessons then, said the vengeful mother. Everyone present shuddered at the spectacle they witnessed shortly after. Naruto found himself in his mindscape in front of his brother's cage. Preparato and Ai-chan? I've been ready ever since we said goodbye to Gigi. Get me out of here, the fox shouted enthusiastically. Naruto approached the cage and took out the paper with the kanji 4 seal. With it out, he could see a kind of spiral lock. He raised his left hand, which bore the crescent moon mark, and placed it over the lock. Sealing lines began to appear and spread out in all directions until they all converged on the lock. The redhead turned his hand to the left, and then the sound of the door mechanism slowly opening could be heard. Naruto ran back to give his brother space, who kicked the door open and jumped out. Finally, God, I couldn't stand the feeling of being trapped. At least now I have more space. The fox stretched its tails wide open. Okay, having said that, pup, we need to talk about those brands and something else, said the fox. The redhead nodded, a serious expression reflected in his eyes. Well, to begin with, those marks don't have their full power activated. You'll only be able to use a small part of that energy until a certain requirement is met. Naruto nodded again. Except I have no idea what it is. Naruto fell suddenly. What do you mean you don't know? Didn't Hagoromo-sama leave you the knowledge of how to use this power? The boy asked/shouted. This part in particular is blank, and I have no idea what power you'll gain if you meet the conditions to use it. Naruto was a little discouraged by that. V-Master Puppy, cheer up that face. Even if it's just a small part, those marks are still very useful. The boy then had a smile on his face that made the fox laugh. Listen, the mark of the moon, as you've already seen, allows you to dismantle seals, so to speak. It's a very useful weapon if you're a skilled ninja master. The mark of the sun allows you to imbue a person with massive amounts of yang chakra to heal practically anything, although I don't recommend using it much. It's better to have a backup plan, just in case. Information is paramount for a ninja. Naruto nodded in agreement. It was one of the most important injuries he had learned. Your new Rinnegan eye also has a couple of useful tricks, but like with your markings, use it sparingly. We don't want people to know you have the eye of a god. There's not much more to say. I'll show you in more detail once we start training, said the fox. Naruto smiled at his brother and nodded. Yes, Kurama and I. Anything else? The fox's smile vanished abruptly. Naruto, before we speak, I have to tell you that the reason I hid this from you was because I was afraid of what you might think or do when you were in Konoha. You already had enough crap to deal with every day without having to live with the knowledge that. The fox stopped abruptly, trying to finish the sentence. Naruto blinked in confusion. What? Kurama sighed, took a deep breath, and dropped the bombshell. That your parents abandoned you and are still alive with your 2 siblings. 7 years had passed since Naruto Uzumaki had left Konoha, and many events had taken place in the village. One of the biggest changes was undoubtedly the return of the shinobi no kami, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage, after 6 years since the Kyuubi's attack, had regained, in his own words, his will of fire. The old man without thorns had died, and the feared and respected shinobi had returned, and Konoha certainly didn't take long to realize it. When the village learned of the Jinchuriki's disappearance, there were mixed reactions. The vast majority, both civilians and shinobi, were delighted. Only a few lamented the redhead's disappearance, but they were a clear minority, and the rest didn't really care. Not even a week had passed since the Kyubi festival, and the village was already making preparations to celebrate Naruto's disappearance. Unfortunately for them, Hiruzen put a stop to it, forbidding any such event. The civilians and the few shinobi who dared to defy the old leader's orders soon regretted it. Ibiki Marino, the head of the interrogation and torture department, had a very busy few days dealing with those idiots. Hiruzen did this not only to punish those who opposed him, but also to send a message. He was the Hokage, and his word was law. Of course, the civilian council immediately requested a meeting and demanded an explanation, which they didn't receive for one simple reason. The third Hokage simply didn't feel like it. Furthermore, the civilians who had long believed they held some influence in the village were reminded of their place. Hiruzen lynched them, both physically and verbally. The old monkey had not only relegated them to mere advisors with no say in shinobi matters, but Hiruzen had also begun to clean house, so to speak. Backroom deals and corruption were exposed after a thorough investigation, and punishments and executions were swift to follow. Most of the clan heads were delighted by the Hokage's initiative. Konoha was a military dictatorship. Such a thing as a council making decisions was unthinkable. The elders, Hamura and Koharu, were pleased as well. Hiruzen had once been a great leader for the village, but time and the death of his wife had extinguished the flame that fueled his spirit. Seeing him rekindle it brought joy to his two former teammates. Danzo had mixed feelings. With the loss of the easily manipulated civilians, he had lost significant political influence. But on the other hand, his old rival Hiruzen had returned to being the feared shinobi he had been in his youth. In the end, the one-eyed old man decided to look on the bright side. The return of the shinobi no Kami would be beneficial for the village, even though it was regrettable that they had to lose their Jinchuriki for this to happen. Konoha suffered another great loss, or rather, losses, as almost the entire Uchiha clan had been slaughtered by its own heir, Itachi Uchiha. What the shinobi world didn't know was that the clan's genocide had been ordered, much against his will, by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. The Uchiha had been preparing a coup to seize control of the village, with only a small minority opposing them, one of them being Mikoto Uchiha, the clan matriarch. Itachi and Shursui, another Uchiha clan member who opposed the coup, had been spying on the clan for the Hokage. When it became clear to the old leader that the clan wouldn't listen to reason and that there was no room for negotiation, he ordered Itachi to sacrifice all the Uchiha involved. After the Uchiha heir carried out his purge, fewer than 20 Uchiha remained alive, among them his mother, Mikoto, and Sasuke, his younger brother. After the genocide, Itachi left and was branded as an S-rank traitor ninja. But the event that shocked the entire world and triggered the slow fall of the village happened 1 year ago, at this very moment. The one doing the paperwork in the Hokage Tower was not Hiruzen, but his successor, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage was 1.80 meters tall, had bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair, with 2 bangs framing both sides of his face. He wore the usual uniform of his village, which consisted of a blue suit with red spirals on each side of his shoulder, with 2 white bands on each sleeve, and a green vest over that shirt with a white haori with red flame-shaped edges, and the words 4th Hokage inscribed vertically on his back. The blond man was absorbed in his work. The news of his return had brought serious consequences for the village. It wasn't that it was bad that he was alive. The bad thing was that the entire continent knew that he had left behind his son Naruto. His son. The 4th Hokage placed the documents on the table and recalled the events of a year ago. Flawback. Hiruzen sat in his office, smoking peacefully, his paperwork done for the day. Since he'd straightened out the civilian council and put it in its place, his workload had been considerably reduced, much to his delight. His only regret was not having done it sooner. If only he'd been a good Hokage, If only he'd taken better care of the little redhead. If only he'd stopped his idiot successor in his tracks. But he hadn't, and there was no use crying over spilled milk. Now he just had to wait for the consequences of his mistakes. A knock on the door caught the old man's attention. "Come in." The door opened quickly, and Hiruzen could see his secretary was clearly shaken, which set off alarm bells in the old Hokage's head, but he didn't show it and maintained a calm expression. "Is something wrong?" The flustered secretary tried desperately to speak. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama wants. I mean Mina." "No, I can't call him that. God, this is." The old man could only stare in confusion at the woman who couldn't finish a sentence until she sighed. "I'll just see for yourself." Then the woman stepped away from the door, and 5 figures entered, 2 adults and 3 children, he deduced from their height, all hooded in black cloaks. The secretary then closed the door, leaving the room silent. No one said anything. The old man simply stared at his visitors. The 5 unknown people didn't say anything, and the 3 AMBU agents hidden in the shadows were prepared for anything. These 5 were far too suspicious for their liking. The old man closed his eyes and took a deep drag on his pipe before answering. "You've returned much sooner than Minato anticipated, Kushina." The AMBU on guard couldn't believe what they had just heard. They only knew 2 people with those names, but they were supposed to be dead. The 2 people in question removed their hoods, and the old man recognized his successor's blonde hair, but he was quite surprised to see the woman. Kushina had long, red hair that reached her thighs, parted on either side of her face by a hair clip on her left side. Her skin was white, and her eyes were gray-violet. She wore a cream-colored dress under her cloak, shinobi sandals on her feet, and a blue bracelet on her left wrist. Or at least she would have, if it weren't for the fact that her once red hair had turned white. The 3rd Hokage opened his eyes wide in surprise, but said nothing and waited for a response. Minato smiled. "It's been a while, Hiruzen, you see. I am the acting Hokage Namikaze, and I expect you to treat me with the respect due to my position," he said in a cold and forceful tone. The blond man stiffened at the old man's tone. The 3 small figures stood behind Kushina, clearly nervous. "Of course, Hokage-sama." The old man's gaze softened. "Well, report. What brings you back so early?" Minato looked clearly uncomfortable and scratched his head as Kushina let out a long sigh. "Well, you see, we left the village too." "Oh, right. We haven't introduced you to our children." "Children, introduce yourselves," she said, smiling again. The 3rd Hokage's gaze narrowed again as he looked at Minato, but he turned his head as he watched the 3 little ones hesitantly removing their hoods. The first one was a carbon copy of Minato, with the same spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, slightly tanned skin, and about 3 whisker-like marks. He wore an orange and blue jumpsuit under his cloak and shinobi sandals, an outfit far too flashy for any shinobi, in the old man's opinion. "Hello, my name is Minma Namikaze Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Databeo," shouted the 11-year-old boy. Hiruzen unleashed a bit of his killer instinct as he glared coldly at the small blonde boy. "I suggest you watch your tone around the leader of a young shinobi village, or you could end up in serious trouble." Minma was trembling with fear as he nodded repeatedly. The old Hokage wasn't going to allow anyone to question his authority, not even his successor's son, except Naruto, of course. He decided to get back to the matter at hand and turned to the little girl beside Minma, who, as far as he could tell, was his twin sister. The girl was like a female version of her brother, with long, blonde hair tied in 2 pigtails, violet eyes like her mother's, and slightly tanned skin with 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. She wore an outfit similar to her brother's, only instead of pants, she wore an orange skirt. "My name is Shio Uzumaki Namikaze. Pleased to meet you, Hokage-sama," she said meekly as she bowed. She was smart enough to be polite after seeing her brother nearly soil himself at her disrespect. The 3rd Hokage nodded politely and quickly glanced at the youngest of the group. She was a girl, about 5 years old, he guessed. She had long blonde hair, But unlike her sister, she wore it loose. Her eyes were blue, and her skin was slightly lighter than her siblings, though the 3 whisker marks were still there. She wore a sleeveless white kimono with a sakura blossom pattern and shinobi sandals. Hello, my name is Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Nice to meet you, she said before bowing politely. Hiruzen nodded again before looking back at the older blonde man. Well, Minato nervously scratched his head again. Well, you see I don't know how to say this, but we made a mistake. The entire room fell silent. The ENBU remained silent without understanding what he meant. Minato, with a nervous laugh, continued scratching his head, while Kushina gave him a death glare. The children remained silent without knowing what to say. Wow, it's taken you 11 years to realize that abandoning your firstborn was a stupid mistake. I'm really starting to question why I chose you as my successor. The old man's words were harsh and full of reproach, and everyone in the room, even the children, noticed it. Minato, slightly disturbed by the harshness, tried to justify himself. Hiruzen, the old man's cold eyes reminded him who he was speaking to. Hokage-sama, I did what I had to do for the good of the village. A suffocating pressure suddenly filled the entire room, the older blonde man trembling, the white of it. The children clung terrified to their mother, who was not coping any better, while the hidden ANBU tensed up not knowing what to do. The best thing for the village? Really? Was it really the best thing for the village to abandon them in their greatest time of need? You let everyone think you were dead, sealing the 9 tails inside Naruto, literally making him a scapegoat while you were peacefully and happily off with the rest of your family, who knows where. And all for what? For a weapon? Honestly, I don't know the difference between you and Danzo, the old man ranted, but he could see that his words had some effect on the family. While the children didn't fully understand the old man's words, their mother did, and Kushina's horrified expression was proof of that. The 4th Hokage, his face serious, said, Don't you dare say I consider my children weapons. The 9 tails chakra was a risk to the village. I had to train them so they could control such power and not endanger the people. As for Naruto, the old man saw a hint of remorse in his eyes. He was the one who contained the beast's soul. I couldn't risk him affecting Menma and Shio's seals. The sealing method Jiraiya and I used had never been tested before. We didn't know what the consequences would be, and we couldn't take any chances. Minato briefly recalled that night 11 years ago, when, while distracting the 9 tails with Gamabunta, Jiraiya had been tracing the seals to seal the beast. The result was that the Yin chakra ended up in Shio, the Yang chakra in Menma, and the soul ended up in Naruto. A loud crash startled the blonde man from his thoughts, and he saw that Hiruzen had smashed the table in half with a single blow. Don't give me that crap. If that had really been the case, at least one of you would have kept Naruto, but you didn't. There were 3 of you qualified Fury Masters, including Jiraiya, more than enough to keep an eye on all 3 of you at the same time. But you didn't because you cared more about the benefits a Jinchuriki could bring than your own son. And on top of all this, where's Jiraiya? Minato wanted to contradict the old man, but he couldn't. He was incapable of coming up with a good counterargument. Kushina decided to answer, seeing as her husband had remained silent. Erosenin went to find Tsunade to convince her to return to the village. He spent some time with us and took a liking to the children. Jiraiya thought that might convince her to come back. The old man snorted. It's about time. His childish tantrums have gone on long enough. Everyone in the room froze at the old man's disdainful words. Minato then exploded. What's wrong with you, Hiruzen? How can you speak of Tsunade's death like that? He couldn't understand what the 3rd Hokage's problem was. Ever since they had arrived, he had been terribly cold toward them. Hiruzen then stood up to his full height, the broken desk before him. It's been over 25 years since Tsunade lost Nawaki and Dan, and she's still wallowing in alcohol and gambling. I lost my wife that night 11 years ago, and I lost my son and daughter-in-law 3 years ago, leaving my grandson an orphan, and you don't see me wallowing pathetically in my depression. Though I suppose it didn't cross your mind when you left me with this mess and your son alone without a second thought, the old man said. each word piercing the hearts of the two adults like kunai. Kushina and Minato felt terribly guilty. They had completely forgotten about Biwako, Hiruzen's wife, who had helped during the birth of the triplets. The masked man had killed her when he appeared to take Kushina away. Hiru, Hokage-sama, the blonde man tried to say. Keep it to yourself. I don't want your pity or anything from you. Now tell me, why did you make a mistake by leaving Naruto behind? Although I already have an idea why, the old man retorted brusquely. Minato tensed and sighed. Apparently, the Kyuubi's chakra, well, it ran out. We focused on teaching them how to control it since they were very young. And well, we didn't have much luck. Minma and Shio lost control very frequently, but we kept trying. And, well, a few weeks ago the chakra simply stopped flowing. We checked the seal and saw that there was nothing left. The seal was empty. We came to the hypothesis that, perhaps, the Kyuubi produced its chakra from its own soul. Hiruzen frowned even more. So you've only returned because you chose the wrong Jinchuriki. Minato and Kushina were visibly shaken by the old man's words. The white-haired woman took a step forward. Hiruzen, you make it sound as if we don't care about our own son. Hiruzen looked her straight in the eye. Am I mistaken? You've returned because your little project has been a complete failure, not because you care about your son almost 11 years after you left. Both parents were about to protest, but the old man raised his hand to stop them. All this time you've been with Jiraiya, who was a master spy, and it wouldn't have been difficult to obtain information about the village, or to be precise, about your son. But even so, you didn't. Otherwise, you would know. Kushina and Minato were visibly alarmed. What happened to Naruto? She asked anxiously. Her other children also worried about their older brother, whom they wanted to meet. Hiruzen's gaze glazed over, filled with remorse. He sighed heavily before looking the older blonde man straight in the eyes. You're a fool, he said. Minato was taken aback by the old man's tone. A gullible, idiotic fool I should never have listened to. You said Naruto would be treated like a hero, but now I wonder if you didn't intend to turn him into a martyr. The fourth Hokage was about to protest, but the third Hokage didn't give him the chance. Leave it. It's pointless now anyway. Let me tell you the result of your stupidity. He told her everything, leaving nothing out. The first attempt on his life when he was barely a week old, how he was treated at the orphanage, the beatings, and finally, the events that transpired days before his escape. Minato was livid, standing like a statue, unable to believe that because of his actions, his own son had lived a hellish life. Kushina, however, was hysterical, collapsing to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably, her hands covering her mouth, stifling her desperate cries. Minma, Shio, and Mito, while not fully understanding their older brother's situation, could grasp that he had suffered immensely at the hands of the villagers, and they were torn between profound sadness and unbridled fury. Kushina was the first to speak, her voice filled with desperation. Hiruzen, where is my baby? Please tell me. The question seemed to snap the fourth Hokage back to reality, his face etched with anxious remorse. He awaited an answer. He had so much to make up for. The old man lowered his gaze to the ground, letting a few tears fall. I don't know. The answer froze the adults and confused the children. How can you not know? The mother asked, her voice tinged with fear. I don't know, Kushina. 2 days after losing her left eye to those civilians, she disappeared. I suppose she decided to leave. It's not like you can really blame her. A home is supposed to be safe, but she was never welcome here. I guess losing an organ was the last straw, and she preferred to risk leaving the village rather than stay here where they could hurt her even more, Hiruzen said, sighing again as he picked up a scroll from one of the shelves in his office. All she left behind was this farewell note. Hesitantly, the mother took the note, fearing with all her being what she was going to find in it. Her husband peeked out from behind her to read it with her. City. I know this isn't the way to say goodbye, but if I had told you, you would never have let me leave. I can't take it anymore. Everyone has always called me a monster, said I didn't deserve to live. that I should be grateful I was even alive. The worst part was seeing everyone else smiling happily from afar when I can barely remember ever smiling around anyone. I want to be like them. I want to be happy, but I'll never be happy here. People have decided to make my life a living hell, and the only thing left for me to do is leave. I'm not sure if we'll ever see each other again. So thank you. Thank you for acknowledging my existence, for believing I was a person. The same goes for Tsuchiyaji, Ayamne, Inu and Nikone. I hope we'll meet again someday. Naruto, Uzumaki. Kushina, still on her knees, remained strangely silent, but tears continued to fall from her eyes, and she had a dead expression on her face, her children rushing to her side to comfort her while trying to deal with all the emotions they were feeling. Minato, however, was more vocal. How could you let this happen? Don't blame me for your failures and your stupidity. I had a half-destroyed village to lead, hundreds of losses to compensate for, my own losses to bear, and the potential threat from other villages to consider. I did what I could, the third Hokage shouted furiously. The old man's answer hit the blonde man hard. Yes, it was his fault. There was no need to try to blame the old man. His son's fate was sealed by his own negligence. Tears began to stream down the father's face, guilt pounding in his chest like a hammer. What have I done? End of flashback. Minato snapped out of his reverie to wipe away the tears that had begun to stream down his cheeks and glanced out the window behind his armchair. Night was falling. The fourth Hokage decided it was time to go home. He had wasted hours reliving that fateful day and didn't think he'd be able to make up for lost time. He'd do it tomorrow. As he left the Hokage Tower and headed home, he was once again lost in his memories. Shortly after his return, Hiruzen immediately resigned, returning his position as Hokage to him. The last thing he wanted to do at that moment. All he wanted was to go and find his son. Not to mention all the problems that arose immediately after the fourth Hokage's family returned. The first thing he did was publicly announce his return in front of the entire village. The joy of the Konoha villagers was short-lived, especially when the blonde-haired man informed them all that the demon child they had all ignored or deliberately hated was actually his son. The reactions were swift. Almost the entire village begged his forgiveness, but honestly, Minato didn't care. He would never see the villagers the same way again, but he didn't blame them entirely either. Half the blame lay with them for having condemned his son to a life of suffering. During the first council meeting he attended as Hokage, the reactions were remarkably similar. The clan heads apologized to him for his negligence, none more so than Shikaka Nara, who stole his wife's frying pan to beat himself repeatedly for not seeing the evidence right in front of him. Shikaku, along with Chuzuru Kimichi, Inoichi Yamanka, Shibi Aburame, and Hayashi Hyuga, had been close friends with Minato for years and couldn't look the blonde man in the face without feeling immense guilt. His wife's friends, Sum Inuzuka and Mikoto Uchiha, were in the same boat, only worse. For years they had discussed plans for their children, and these two had abandoned Naruto to his fate. Worse still, they couldn't deny knowing the boy's identity, as his crimson hair was a clear indication of his lineage and parentage. They could understand that some of them had had their own problems, like Hayashi with the kidnapping of his daughter and the death of his twin brother, but that didn't make it any easier to forgive. News of his return and the treatment his son received from the people reached Roku Hiraka, the daimyo of Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire, within a few days. The fourth Hokage thought Roku's arrival would ease his wife's depression somewhat. The daimyo had been a great friend not only to his wife, but also to the Uzumaki clan when it still existed. But the blonde man couldn't have been further from the truth. When Roku met with them, his first action was to verbally berate the council, the elders, and the civilians present. He took it very personally that his subjects had mistreated and ignored the suffering of the little red-haired Uzumaki boy, but that was only the beginning. The worst part came with Kushina and the rest of her children. Roku knew every custom, tradition, and peculiarity of his friendly clan inside and out, but there were two that stood out above all. First, an Uzumaki was always a redhead. Always. Even if they weren't born with red hair, it would turn crimson over time. And second, and most importantly, an Uzumaki never turns their back on family. To put it simply, Kushina had willingly abandoned her son, even though she could have returned for him. She didn't, and that decision had consequences. Her red hair turned white, an unmistakable mark that, in the eyes of the Uzumaki clan, she had committed the greatest of crimes and, therefore, was no longer an Uzumaki. With her children, it was a little different. Although Minma and Shio were young, the same expectations were placed on them as on any adult. Therefore, when they decided to follow their parents' wishes, they too lost the right to call themselves Uzumakis, even though their hair didn't turn white, as they were born blonde and their hair hadn't had time to turn red. Mito didn't even count, as she was born long after her mother had lost her surname in the eyes of her now ex-family. The Hokage's wife collapsed upon hearing the news. She had lost the last link she had with her family, who had perished during the Second Shinobi World War. The daimyo confiscated all the Uzumaki clan scrolls as punishment. It wasn't as if anyone could open them without Uzumaki blood anyway, and legally closed the clan's bank accounts. There were many protests, but Roku refused to listen. He said he would hand them over to the rightful heir of the Uzumaki clan when news of him was found. The daimyo's declaration left no room for maneuver and made one thing perfectly clear. They had better recover the village outcast if they wanted to regain that knowledge and money. The village's current situation was no secret, and unfortunately, the other elemental nations had learned everything that had happened. Suna and Kiri had been rather indifferent to the matter, while Iwa, surprisingly, had come to hate the older blonde man even more. The old man had not only taken their loved ones and caused them pain, but apparently, not even his own son was spared. Kumo was outraged, even more so by how they treated their own Jinchuriki, with respect. The other minor nations also shared the general opinion that the redhead didn't deserve such treatment, though secretly they hoped to find him so they could recruit him and claim the riches that came with it. But the worst part was that, with such a reputation as child abusers, the village's clientele had drastically decreased, significantly lowering the standard of living for both shinobi and civilians. In summary, the overall actions of the town as a whole harming the little redhead could be classified as a series of epic screw-ups. Minato sighed deeply. Konoha was in a terrible state, and they needed to find a solution. Ideally, Naruto would return, but he wasn't so naive now as to believe he'd go back to a place that had rejected him throughout his childhood. He should never have listened to his sensei and his nonsense about a prophecy. Oh, yes, the prophecy. Years ago, Jiraiya, Minato's sensei, told him that Gamatora, the wise toad of Mount Mayaboku, had a dream where a child would have the power to change the world, for better or for worse. The night Uchiha Madara, or so the bastard claimed, released the nine tails from his wife. Taking advantage of the weakened seal, he had to make hasty decisions. While he distracted the fox, his sensei drew the seals to reseal the nine tails, and they succeeded. The nine tails was divided into 3 parts and sealed within each of his eldest sons. The danger had passed, but then he had to listen to his sensei, who told him that Minma and Shio could be the child of the prophecy, and that they had to take action. Now, calmly, Minato freely admitted that they made stupid and unfounded decisions. The fox had recovered his chakra, or so they thought, and was out of reach of anyone with his firstborn missing. What terrified him most was that the fox had influenced him to release him. He snapped out of his thoughts when he realized he had arrived home. It wasn't a huge clan compound, especially since the Uzumaki compound was closed to everyone, but a simple 2-story house with a garden, more than enough for a family. The sounds of a fight drew him to the garden on the other side of the house, where he saw 3 children. His son Minma, the new heir to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, and the youngest son of the Inuzuka leader, Hiba Inuzuka, fighting. Minma had barely changed. She had grown a little more and was still wearing the same orange and blue jumpsuit as always. Sasuke wore black shorts, a blue short-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back, and shinobi sandals. He had black hair and eyes and a nearly perpetual, frown on his face. Kiba wore black trousers and a gray jacket with black fur trim and a mesh shirt underneath. He had black hair and eyes, and a wild expression on his face accentuated by red markings on his cheeks. Minato silently watched as the three children fought each other, practicing their taijutsu he assumed, and waited for them to finish while he assessed their skills. The most balanced was Kiba, unsurprisingly, after all his clans specialized in the physical realm. Sasuke wasn't doing badly, but it was clear that his taijutsu style, the intercepting fist, was full of openings without the Sharingan to predict the opponent's movements. And finally, Mima seemed to defend himself very well against his two opponents. No surprises there, really. For years, Minato and Kushina struggled to train Minma and Shio. Ninjutsu was incredibly difficult for them both, and Jinjutsu, with their limited chakra reserves and control, was impossible. The only things left for them to train were Taijutsu and the Nine-Tails chakra. It wasn't until the twins exhausted all the beast's chakra they possessed that Minato understood the problem. The seal he designed leaked small amounts of chakra that mixed with their own. This wouldn't have been a problem if the beast's chakra hadn't been divided into yin and yang, causing an imbalance in the chakra flow and making conventional ninjutsu extremely difficult, if not impossible. Tuchan, his son's shout pulled him from his thoughts. "Hello everyone, I see you're training hard," he said with a smile that cracked as soon as he saw the children's faces. Minma grinned from ear to ear. "Yeah, right. We're giving it our all in training. Right, guys?" The little blonde boy stared at his two training partners, waiting for a response, but nothing came. Sasuke and Kiba weren't going to answer unless it was absolutely necessary, and even less so with the fourth Hokage. Minato's spirits plummeted when he saw the distrustful and slightly disdainful faces of the two black-haired boys, although by now he should be used to it. Whenever their mothers came to visit Kushina, they would sign up to train with Minma, and every time they saw him, they always had the same expression, although he already imagined why. Sasuke had an undeniable emotional trauma. His brother's betrayal had cut deep into his heart. When he learned of Naruto's circumstances, he couldn't help but side with him unconditionally. His parents had abandoned him to his fate, which in his mind was a complete betrayal. Any respect he might have had for the Hokage vanished forever because of that simple fact. Kiba was in the same boat, but for different reasons. The boy was an Inuzuka through and through, and he took his clan's principles and customs very seriously. An Inuzuka lived for and by the pack. Nothing was more important. A pack didn't abandon its own, and even less so defenseless pups. To Kiba, Minato was worthless, unworthy of his title as Hokage, and in his eyes, he would never be his alpha. He could obey because of the hierarchy, but he would never have his respect. An awkward silence settled between the four, although Minma was the only one who didn't notice as he looked confused between his father, who had an awkward smile, and his companions, who stared hard at the Hokage. "Well, I think I'll go in. It's been a tough day." "Of course, Tuchan, see you for dinner." Minato headed towards the entrance door that connected the living room to the garden while letting out a deep sigh. And things aren't any better at home, he thought before opening the door. Minato observed the 5 people seated around a coffee table in the living room: Mikoto, Sum, Shio, Mito, and Kushina. Sum and Mikoto sat together in front of the sofa, where his wife Kushina had Mito on her lap and Shio to her left. Since her husband's death, Mikoto had become the new leader of the Uchiha clan, and despite all the work she had keeping the clan afloat, she always made time to visit her friend. It also helped that she needed an excuse to get her son out of the Uchiha compound. Since the massacre, all he had done was train, and Mikoto thought he might get along well with Minma. Sum also came to visit often. Her son and Minma had become great friends. Kushina rested her chin on Mito's head, staring blankly into space, her expression lifeless, oblivious to her other daughter gently stroking her left hand, trying to comfort her, though she wasn't much better off than her mother. Minato was deeply saddened to see his mother in this state, and even more so to see her daughters trying to comfort her. He was about to ask what was happening when he noticed the small cylindrical container on the table. It was tightly sealed, filled to the brim with a green liquid, and a strange, tattered orb seemed to float within it. It was white with a small blue circle and a black dot in the center. Kushina, what's wrong? The husband asked, worried, only to be met with silence from the white-haired woman. Minato looked at his daughters, waiting for an explanation, but neither of them said anything. They didn't dare speak. The blond man turned to look at the two older women, waiting for an explanation. Some sighed. We went for a walk around town to cheer Kushina up, but it backfired. What are you talking about? We ran into a guy who was completely drunk, saying he didn't regret anything that happened to your son. Minato frowned furiously. Kushina was going to beat the idiot to a pulp, but things turned ugly when he started bragging about how he'd gouged out the demon child's eye and kept it as a hunting trophy, he said with a grimace. Minato could no longer contain his rage, and everyone saw his face twist into a murderous grimace. Kushina beat the bastard senseless and nearly killed him. If we hadn't stopped him. Some said nothing more. Makoto continued her story. In the end, we forced him to tell us where he lived so we could recover the eye, and well. The dark-haired woman pointed to the cylindrical container on the table. Minato looked at it, and then went white. That thing floating in the container was his son's eye. Now he understood better why Kushina was so depressed. For the past year, he had been trying to find information about Naruto's whereabouts, all in vain, and now his wife had managed to recover, literally, a piece of her son. Having their firstborn's eye here only reaffirmed once again the enormous mistake the two parents had made in abandoning him to the villagers. The blond man took his wife's free hand. We'll find him, no matter what. The white-haired woman mechanically turned her head to look at her husband. But what will Minato think of us? We don't even know if he'll forgive us or come back. I couldn't. Tears began to stream down her face as Mito and Shio hugged her. We won't know if we don't try. We'll cross that bridge when the time comes, he insisted. Mom. Both parents turned and looked at their daughter Shio with a determined expression. In 3 years, I'll become a genin and go out to find Naruto and I. I'm going to find him no matter what. That's a promise. She finished with a smile. And me too, added little Mito, mirroring her sister's smile. Kushina, tears streaming down her face, managed a smile. We won't give up, my dear, the blond man said, drawing his family's attention. We'll bring him back with us, he said before embracing the 3 women in his life. Kushina, who had regained her smile, frowned for a moment. But what about the village? They'll most likely try to use it as a weapon. Danzo will be very vocal about this. Minato frowned. I will protect our son no matter what. And as for Danzo, after I uncover and dismantle his operations with the root A and BU, he won't open his mouth for a good while if he knows what's good for him. Kushina regained her relieved smile. Her family was right. She wasn't going to achieve anything by crying. She couldn't give up. The 2 dark-haired women watched the whole scene with a smile. In the end, perhaps there was hope for this broken family. Meanwhile, at the Tengu compound deep within the Yonkei's Valley, Naruto stood before his grandfather in the middle of a game of shogi. They were in a room with a sliding door open onto the compound's inner courtyard, and the light of the setting sun illuminated the 2 men. Tomorrow is the big day, said the old Tengu as he looked at the redhead. Naruto now stood 1.60 meters tall, his face a little more angular showing that he had lost his baby fat, with his long red hair flowing down his back with 2 strands framing his face. Sajobo couldn't help but compare him to a younger, but different, version of Hashirama Senju. The redhead nodded. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't expecting you guys to throw me a farewell party, he said with a smile. Sajobo chuckled. And what did I expect? Your family, my grandson in every way except blood. His words warmed Naruto's heart. Where do you plan to go? I ask in all seriousness. The redhead copied the old Tengu's serious expression. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I believe my best option is Kumo. Sajobo nodded. Point one of the five great ninja nations would be better equipped to challenge Konoha if they were to try to recapture you. But why Kumo? Suna is an ally of Konoha, so it's out of the question. IWA is an unknown quantity. Although they were outraged by how the Namikaze abandoned me, they might be tempted to use me as a bargaining chip. Kiri is still in the midst of a civil war, so that leaves Kumo. The fact that they treat their Jinchuriki better than in other villages is an added advantage. They're also very interested in obtaining Kekai Genkai. Even though the current Reikage isn't like his predecessor, he's not willing to kidnap and use people like breeding machines. But Adano is Minato Namikaze's great rival. What makes you think you won't be deported immediately and sent back to Konoha out of respect for the fourth Hokage? Azazel has assured me that relations between Minato and the Reikage have cooled considerably. Apparently, his brother is the Jinchuriki of Gyuki, the Eight Tails, so he's quite furious with Minato for abandoning me. Sajobo took a moment to reflect before nodding. That sounds like a solid plan. How do you plan to get to Kaminari no Kuni? If we use reverse summoning, you'll appear right in the middle of Konoha. Not a very pleasant prospect considering you're currently the most wanted man in the village. Azazel has used my clan's notes to try to create a space-time technique to send me directly in front of Kumo. Sajobo got a little nervous. Are you sure it will work? Not to discourage you, but Azazel's experiments usually end badly, and if you accidentally end up in the middle of Konoha, you're not going to get out of there in one piece, especially with Minato Namikaze back. The chances of escape are minimal. The redhead started sweating nervously. I think I'm going to take the risk. I mean, what are the odds of that happening? Ha ha. Considering who we're talking about, I'd say they're quite high. A voice sounded in the redhead's head. Nor Nii-chan help, the boy thought to himself. Well, it's your funeral, Naruto, said the old Tengu with a smile. The redhead grinned from ear to ear. Actually, it's yours. Checkmate. Sajobo stared at the shogi board in disbelief. But how? I couldn't leave without beating you. Good night, I shouted before storming out of the room. Come back here. I demand a rematch. The old man shouted, unable to believe that a 12-year-old boy had beaten him. He sighed deeply. If anyone finds out about this, I'm not going to hear the end of this matter. Naruto headed to his room, reminiscing about the past 4 years. His father and his senseis had forced him to work as if there were no tomorrow, pushing his body to its limits and increasing his abilities, as well as his repertoire of techniques. She had successfully completed her elemental training. Her ability to use earth release, Doton, and water release, Sueton, was so advanced that she could gather particles in the air to form earth and mud, or extract water from trees and the environment using her chakra. Mastery of both elements, the components of wood release, Mokuton, had allowed her to increase her skill and proficiency in her Kekkei Genkai. Sajobo had also agreed to introduce him to the basics of Senjutsu, given its close connection to natural energy. There were risks for those who attempted to master this ability, but not for Naruto. With Kurama inside him and his wood release, he could absorb energy without any risk of turning to stone. The redhead's training was incomplete due to his age, his limited knowledge of wood release, and the fact that Hashirama had only mastered Senjutsu as an adult. The Tengu Patriarch had decided to postpone his training until he was a little older. Even so, the boy could use Senjutsu for short periods without experiencing side effects like fatigue. There was also his mastery over Kurama's chakra. His status as a wood release user made it extremely easy to channel or suppress the tailed beast chakra at will, but it still took him considerable work to control it. After 4 years of training, Naruto managed to synchronize enough with his brother to achieve a partial transformation known as hybrid mode. In this state, the redhead gained fox ears and 9 tails, and his only visible eye turned red with a slit pupil. His left eye remained unchanged. The boy's tails were solid and not mere constructions of red chakra, and most importantly, they were extremely hard and powerful. The boy could still remember uprooting a tree with a single tail swipe. Naruto opened his bedroom door, reminiscing about the last 6 years he'd spent with the Tengu. He certainly hadn't wasted any time. The redhead had trained relentlessly to reach his current level and had even acquired new abilities, but a small setback had dampened his spirits. He glanced to his left, checking his reflection in a mirror, before removing the eye patch from his left eye, revealing his Rinnegan. The Uzumaki felt frustrated with himself. He'd had this eye for 4 years and hadn't made much progress with it. Kurama had informed him that the eye granted him access to the power of the 6 paths, each with a unique and different strength, but so far he'd only been able to unlock one, the Deva path, which allowed him to control gravity. The Deva path was an incredible power, but quite restricted. He could only use it with a 20-second cooldown. He wasn't complaining, though. When he first discovered this ability, he needed to wait a full minute before he could use it again. Despite the significant improvement, it didn't alleviate his frustration. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him from behind and enormous breasts pressed firmly against his back. "What are you thinking about?" The redhead immediately recognized the newcomer's sweet voice. "Nothing, One-chan, just reminiscing about the past," he said as he turned to look at his adoptive sister. Akino had grown a lot in these years, standing at 1.75 meters tall, with a plump bottom and enormous F-cup breasts. She had become a woman who would leave any man drooling. The 18-year-old, with her long hair tied in a ponytail, an angelic face, and a gorgeous smile, had become what many might define as the perfect Yamato Nadeshiko. The Tengu girl wrapped her wings around the redhead, pressing her prominent bust against his chest. "Era, have you perhaps reconsidered and want to stay with your beloved One-chan?" Naruto smiled. "I'm sorry, but I have to go. As much as I love being here, I have a whole life ahead of me," he said, thinking about his goals without noticing the distressed expression on his older sister's face. Akino quickly composed herself and looked into the redhead's eyes with a determined expression. "Can I ask you something?" His little brother nodded in surprise. "Don't move." Naruto was bewildered until Akino leaned forward, closed her eyes, and kissed him. The boy's mind went blank with shock. His sister was kissing him. On the lips. The redhead's shock only increased when he felt Akino's tongue enter his mouth, moving furiously, but he soon put aside his surprise, closing his eyes and succumbing to the pleasurable sensation his adoptive sister was giving him, and tentatively returned the kiss, much to the raven-haired girl's delight. The two remained for minutes battling with their tongues without rest until Akino leaned too much on Naruto, who, due to his sister's incredible kiss, lost his reflexes and fell to the ground on top of each other, their lips still connected. The brunette slowly broke the kiss as she looked directly into the redhead's eyes. "That I love you." Naruto was shocked by his older sister's statement. "Oh, One-chan, I. Akino silenced him with her finger to her lips. "That I don't know how it happened. At first you were my sweet little brother whom I adored, but over the years, I'm trying to find the words to describe what I felt. I watched you grow up, train, and talk about your dreams, your convictions. I couldn't help it. Every time you smiled at me, every time you said you loved me, I felt so happy. I love you, Naruto." The redhead didn't know what to say. Of course he loved her. Akino had always been his One-chan, but now it was clear she wanted much more than a sibling relationship. For the first time in his life, he saw the Tengu girl for who she truly was, a woman. He didn't know if he could love her that way, but he certainly didn't dislike the idea. Akino was a very sweet, flirtatious, and seductive girl, yes, but he had learned to love that part of her. Not to mention that, being a 12-year-old boy and now seeing his sister as a grown woman, he couldn't help but blush, much less contain the erection forming in his pants. "Owani, Akino-I." The dark-haired girl silenced him with another kiss. Separating again, I resumed speaking. "You have to go, I know, and you probably won't be back for a long time, but please, just for tonight, let me be yours," she said with a trembling smile as tears began to fall from her eyes. Naruto stared at his sister, unsure what to say or think. So he chose to follow his instincts and lunged forward to claim Akino's lips. Early in the morning, in the middle of a clearing, the most important figures of the Tengu clan gathered to say goodbye to Naruto. Shuri, with tears in her eyes, rushed to embrace her adopted son. My baby has grown so much. I don't want you to leave. Mom, sighed the redhead. They had had this argument a million times in the last few months. Barracuda decided to intervene. Darling, it's time for him to leave the nest. Let him go. La madre ese de toro unos momentos antes de solta a Naruto. Eat 3 times a day, don't stay up late, be careful, and summon me as soon as you arrive in Kumo. Don't talk to strangers, and… Mommy, I sighed again. And I want you to know that you will always have a home here and that I love you, she said with a tender smile that melted the Uzumaki's heart. Naruto hugged her tightly again. I love you too, Mom, she said, holding back tears before letting go. She watched as her father and grandfather, along with her teachers, approached. Make me proud, son. Of course, I won't disappoint, she said with a sly smile. Azazel is the river. I can't wait. When it comes out publicly that you've joined Kumo, all hell is going to break loose. There would have been a commotion anyway. Naruto isn't just the Uzumaki heir. Technically, he's also the Senju heir, and being the first would release user born since Hashirama's time. His mere existence is already shocking news. Add to that the fact that he also has Kurama sealed inside him. And Sajobo was interrupted by the psychotic professor. And we have a potentially bloody conflict of epic proportions. Kik. I can't wait, Greedo Kokobile. Sajobo decided to ignore the unbalanced Tengu. Anyway, once you've settled into your new home, we'll resume your training, so you'd better not slack off. Of course, she said with conviction. The discussion was interrupted by Akino's arrival. The two remained silent, unsure what to say, in an awkward silence. Naruto tried to find the words to say goodbye, while Akino looked at him with an expression of restrained sadness. The moment was broken when the brunette approached the redhead and leaned in to kiss him, much to the shock of everyone present. Akino broke the kiss and forced a smile that I'm going to miss you, and I hugged him with everything I had. Naruto returned the hug warmly. Me too, but we'll see each other again. That's a promise, he said with a smile, and he could see how the girl tightened her embrace even more. The two were interrupted by a certain perverted Tengu not to be rude, but it's about time to go, he said with a knowing smile. Azazel knew that Akino was a complete brocon, but he would never have imagined that the girl was going to make a real move. Akino reluctantly released her grip, glaring at the pervert for interrupting them. But her attention quickly returned to the redhead as she watched him walk away, a heavy heart in her throat. Naruto approached Azazel and saw a massive seal matrix etched into the ground. He could only decipher a small portion of it, and even as a level 7 Fuin master, that said a great deal about its complexity. Very well, stand in the middle of the matrix, and I will channel my chakra to send you to Kumo. Naruto looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure this will work? Of course. I think so, she said, the last part in a whisper. The redhead wasn't entirely convinced, but he didn't have many other options, so he positioned himself in the middle of the seal before looking back at his family and friends. See you soon. He said goodbye, and without warning, the seal glowed red and exploded in a large cloud of smoke. Azazel, I swear that when I get my hands on you, I'm going to kill you, the redhead thought to himself. I told you the chances of something going wrong were very high, but you didn't listen. It was one thing to end up somewhere random. It's quite another to turn up in a secret underground base full of shinobi bent on killing me, I replied as I tried to squeeze even more into the wooden box that I had turned into my temporary hiding place. The first thing I noticed after activating the seal array was that I was floating, or rather, falling into the void. Luckily, the fall had been broken by someone, but unfortunately, that someone turned out to be a decomposing body lying on a table. To make matters worse, when I recovered from the fall, I saw 5 people in white coats armed with scalpels staring at me in surprise until they recovered from their shock and called for backup. In less than 10 seconds, several shinobi dressed in gray suits with violet trim, wearing face masks and a headband with a musical note engraved on it, appeared and began hunting me down throughout the base. The redhead had only managed to evade them thanks to his shadow clones, which he scattered across several corridors to throw them off before hiding in a solitary box he had found in the hallways. Cheer up, it could be worse. Worse than this, I exclaimed in my mind. You could have landed on top of the Hokage's desk, right in front of Namikaze. Naruto could almost feel the fox's mocking smile. Huh, huh, huh. Very funny. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to find a way out of here. The redhead had to suppress his rage as he listened to the fox's laughter in his head. He was about to make a snide remark, but his attention was diverted when he heard the footsteps of 2 people approaching. Naruto squeezed himself even tighter inside the box, not moving a muscle. Where the hell is it? He may have escaped. Impossible. This place is a labyrinth. He couldn't have found his way out on his own. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. The redhead thought the man sounded very scared. Why are you so worried? It's not like I'm going to. Idiot. What do you think Orochimaru-sama will do to us if he finds out that someone has managed to infiltrate one of our bases? He'll skin us alive, or worse, use us in his experiments, he shouted in panic. The redhead didn't hear a response, but he did hear the 2 unknown shinobi running away in a hurry. Orochimaru. Do you know who it is? Kurama asked. Naruto nodded mentally. One of the Densetsu no Sannin, an S-class ninja and Konoha deserter, highly skilled in almost every ninja discipline. Beyond that, I know nothing else. Kokubile-sensei told me he did something terrible, but he didn't give me any further details. I vaguely saw him from inside the seal when he was waxed onto Kushina, pale-skinned with a perpetual evil grin. To be honest, I thought he was some kind of pedophile or something at the time, said the fox with a sly smile. The redhead had to stifle his laughter so as not to alert the guards that in any case, it's best not to stay here longer than necessary. He said before an idea occurred to him. Do you think I can spot the guards at the base entrance? Would that make finding the exit easier? The Bijou thought about it for a moment. Possible, but it would be quite a risky bet. You could try focusing on the standing people. They should be the guards watching the gates, if there are any at all. The fox said, but it was enough for his adoptive brother. Naruto closed his eyes and focused on all the chakra signatures around him. He had progressed a lot over the years. Now he could extend his ability for several kilometers without the fox's help. He could clearly sense all the people inside the base. There were hundreds of them scattered throughout the place. There were several groups of people huddled together, others moving through the corridors, but 3 caught his attention. One of those signatures felt diluted, weak, as if it were dying. Another confused him greatly. He felt its chakra constantly shifting between 2 aspects, as if it were 2 people in the same body. But the one that left him in complete shock was the signature that seemed. Damn it. Yes, puppy, I've already noticed, said the fox in a serious voice. Do you think it could be? You know, Naruto didn't even dare to ask. Is very possible, but you won't know unless you go. The redhead nodded slowly. In a dark room at the back of the base, an 11-year-old girl huddled on her bed in the fetal position. She could have been a beautiful child if not for her condition. Her long red hair was a mess, her red eyes were swollen, and marks on her cheeks showed she had been crying. She wore long-sleeved purple pajamas. But the girl's eyes held something that contrasted sharply with her current appearance: hope. The redhead had had a hard life. She initially lived in Kusa, her father being a shinobi and her mother a nurse at the hospital. As for her, she had been a happy and carefree child, or at least she was until her life started to go from bad to worse. It all began when her father died on a mission, leaving her and her mother heartbroken and bringing a host of problems with him. Her father was a high-ranking shinobi, high enough to deter the greedy villagers from using her and her mother as human incubators. The reason for this was a skill that, according to her parents, came from their clan, the Uzumaki. With the family patriarch dead and no one to stop the village's leaders, they sent several shinobi to capture them, thus beginning their plans to restore their clan in Kusa. Her mother died trying to defend her from her attackers. She watched life slip from her eyes, powerless to do anything, as the men who had invaded her home approached with their disgusting, ear-to-ear grins. She almost would have preferred to die that day. At least she would have been with her parents. But even staying in Kusa would have been a better fate than what awaited her when he arrived. Orochimaru. The Sannin killed all the attackers and took her to one of his bases. That was 5 years ago, 5 years where she experienced hell. She didn't suffer physically, or rather, the Snake Man was waiting for her to grow a little more. She didn't know what he was going to do to her or what plans he had for her, and frankly, she didn't want to know. What truly suffered was her soul, forced to participate in that bastard's experiments. She had to watch and observe as his patients, guinea pigs, writhed in pain while the Sannin and his assistant took notes with smug smiles. That had been his routine for the past few years. Get up, eat, and do what he was told. When Orochimaru was around, he would help him with his sick experiments, and when he was away, he would stay in his cell. The only things that kept her from taking her own life were two things, or rather two people. They, who had been used by her captor as tools like her, were her only friends and the only comfort she found in this hellhole, at least until today. She had been lying in her room/cell bed since waking up that morning, doing nothing. Not that she had much to do anyway. The only thing in the room was a bed and a wardrobe where she kept the few clothes she owned. She was in her typical melancholic and depressed state, using her sensing abilities to pass the time. There was nothing interesting to sense. Everyone at the base was there. She focused mainly on her two friends, each of whom had a serious problem, and from what she could perceive, it was getting worse by the minute, which worsened her mood, until he appeared. It was as if the sun itself had suddenly appeared just a few feet away from her. She could feel the warmth and power overflowing in waves from that unknown being. If that weren't enough to leave her stunned, the person's chakra signature did. It was very similar to her own and her parents'. The girl, trying to process the situation in her mind, kept her eyes on that signature the whole time, while thousands of unanswered questions were forming in her head continuously. But she forced herself out of her semi-dream when she realized that the unknown person was heading towards her. The redhead sat up abruptly in her bed, gripped by panic and unsure what to do, looking around for an answer or solution to her dilemma. Bam! The girl suddenly turned her head towards the door. Bam! He watched as the steel door bent inwards. Bam! The redhead stared in shock, her mouth agape. The stranger had just ripped the door off its hinges, but she snapped out of her reverie to see what this person looked like. Wow, I need to practice my super strength more. I'd like to rip it off with a single punch, said Naruto as he entered. The basis of the technique is chakra control, so it's normal that you can't use it perfectly yet. You have to keep practicing because your chakra pool keeps increasing as you grow, said the fox in his head, causing the redhead to sigh in frustration before looking around the room for the resident. A glimpse of red caught his attention, and he turned his head towards the bed where he saw the person he was looking for, who seemed to be looking at him with a face of astonishment. The girl stared at Naruto in amazement. She wore black shinobi sandals with loose-fitting black pants with several pouches attached and a kunai pouch on her left leg, a short-sleeved red shirt, mesh armor underneath, though she couldn't see it, and a short-sleeved gray hooded jacket. On her forearms were protectors with black armor plates attached to black gloves with matching plates on the knuckles and no fingers. But what really caught her attention were the whisker marks, which she thought made him look very cute. The black patch on his left eye, she thought he was covering it due to some vision, because she could also see the scar that traced its path from top to bottom in his left eye, his blue right eye, and his long hair as red as blood, which left her in ecstasy. The man nervously rubbed the back of his neck. Hi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and how should I say this? I. The redhead suddenly fell to the ground because the girl threw herself like a projectile, knocking him down in the process and hugging him as if her life depended on it. The blue-eyed boy stood stiff as a board, not understanding what was happening. It didn't seem like the girl meant to hurt him. She was simply on top of him, trembling. But then he noticed something. His shirt began to get damp around his chest, and he could hear her repeating the same phrase over and over. I am not alone. Naruto was surprised but quickly recovered and hugged the redhead affectionately. Perhaps they had just met and hadn't exchanged more than 2 sentences, but they were still family, if her red hair and behavior were any indication. When the red-eyed girl calmed down, she slowly raised her head and looked into the boy's eyes. I'm sorry, she said, embarrassed, her cheeks turning red. Naruto smiled at her. It's okay, but if you don't mind, could you get up? This is a little awkward. The girl blinked in confusion until she noticed their position and, as quickly as she had jumped on top of him, she stood up with her face as red as a tomato. I'm sorry, I shouted. The man burst out laughing. Relax, you're too nervous, he said, looking her in the eyes. Why don't we start over? Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, he said with a smile. The girl beamed from ear to ear. Hi, my name is Karen Uzumaki, she exclaimed excitedly. The blue-eyed man's smile widened. So I wasn't wrong. I already thought your chakra was quite similar to mine. Chakra? She asked, confused, until a light bulb went off in her head. Wait, you're a sensor? Naruto nodded. I see. So that's how you found me. I have the same ability, she said excitedly. Naruto was about to answer, but instead, his face suddenly turned serious. Karen was surprised by this, at least until she began to hear the sounds of several people approaching. The girl began to panic, thinking about what they would do if they were found in this situation. She had just found a member of her clan, a member of her family. She didn't want to lose him, and the mere thought filled her with despair. Tears began to well up in her eyes until she felt a hand stroking her head. Snapping out of her thoughts, she realized it was her relative. Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you, she said with a smile before turning towards the exit. The redhead's smile died instantly as soon as Karen could no longer see him. It's best they didn't do anything to him, or there will be consequences, he thought as a murderous expression formed on his face. I doubt it. She didn't look drugged or like she'd been abused, but the fact that she's locked up in that cell, I think they must have been waiting for her to grow up, or they had something planned for her. Naruto had traversed a good portion of the base, passing through walls thanks to an earth jutsu, and he almost wished he hadn't. Going through the corridors and facing any opponent who came his way, with the added risk of getting lost in the facility, would have been far better than going from lab to lab and observing the experiments of the madman who set all this up. Corpses piled up like garbage bags or inside glass jars, adults and children alike, people screaming at the top of their lungs, writhing in pain, or so mentally broken that they seemed like the living dead. The mere sight of this man-made hell filled him with fury. The idea that someone could willingly participate in such sick acts made his blood boil. Just imagining Karen in this den, waiting to be the next victim, made him want to find the person responsible and kill them in the slowest and most painful way possible. But unfortunately, those approaching ninjas would only do for now. Focusing on his surroundings again, he noticed 3 ninjas approaching and calmly began walking in their direction. He maintained this pace until he broke into a run, gradually increasing his speed, driven by his instincts that screamed for blood. 10 meters separated the redhead from his opponents before he took action. He grabbed one of his kunai with his left hand while beginning to charge chakra in his right. His opponents had already drawn their kunai and were moving forward with the clear intention of stabbing him. One of them stepped forward, eager to claim his target's life. He raised his hand, ready to stab the redhead, but was surprised when his opponent simply swung to the side, dodging the kunai by mere centimeters. Naruto, in an advantageous position, raised his right fist and threw it forward with all his might. impacting the enemy ninja's chest. He could clearly feel the ribcage crack under the force until his opponent was sent flying backward, taking another of his comrades with him, all under the incredulous gaze of the third Hokage. The latter didn't have time to recover, as the last thing he saw was a kunai entering his left eye socket, impaling his brain and killing him instantly. The redhead, who had thrown his weapon just after hitting his first opponent, headed in the direction where the first unknown ninja had flown, which was a good 30 meters away. Upon arriving, he saw that the two bodies were piled one on top of the other. Naruto approached and bent down to check their pulses. He confirmed with satisfaction that the first one was dead, his ribs having most likely impaled his heart. "I'm getting better," he congratulated himself. Then he checked the other one and saw that he was still alive but unconscious. The impact had knocked him down. He grabbed another kunai and plunged it into his head, killing him instantly. He felt no remorse. After his first death at age 8, he had spoken at length with his parents, Kurama and Kokubile. It was difficult, but he had to come to terms with the fact that killing was sometimes necessary. Not everyone deserved to be saved. In fact, some were better off dead. He didn't like the idea of killing, but he didn't mind killing scum like these three. If they worked for someone capable of such monstrosities, in his book, they didn't deserve compassion. The blue-eyed man stood up before turning to go back to his newly found cousin, but was surprised to see Karen standing there a few meters away, staring at him incredulously with her mouth wide open. Hesitantly, he decided to speak. "Do I scare you?" The redhead snapped out of her daze. "What?" "I'm asking if I scare you," he said in a whisper, terrified at the thought that the girl he had just found was afraid of him. Karen was surprised but quickly replied, "No, no, of course not. It's just that I was surprised. I never would have imagined you were so strong." Naruto's body suddenly relaxed in relief, and he decided to play with her a little. "Did you think I was weak?" he said, frowning. The red-eyed girl panicked. "No, no, no, no. It's not that. You seem really strong." "Well, I don't know. I just met you. I'm just saying." The girl didn't finish her sentence when she saw the sly smile on the redhead's face. "Naruto," she shouted indignantly, pouting as she saw the boy laughing uproariously. "I'm just kidding. Karen, don't take it the wrong way," he said, approaching the girl and patting her head. "And it's Naruto and I, or Oni-chan if you prefer. We're family, after all," he added with a smile. A warmth flooded Karen to her very core before she hugged the blue-eyed boy tightly. "Thank you, Naruto and I." The two hugged for a few moments before separating. "Well, it's time to find a way out. I'm not going to keep you in this madhouse for another minute." "Wait," the girl shouted, startling him. "I can't leave without Yugo and Kimimaro." Naruto blinked curiously. "Your friends?" Karen suddenly seemed dejected. "Yes, they were the only ones who supported me here and were kind to me. But they're sick?" "Well, not exactly. Kimimaro has a terminal illness and Yugo is mentally unstable, to put it mildly." Naruto looked at her impassively. "So let me get this straight. You want us to take a terminally ill patient and a mentally ill person with us. Is that it?" Karen looked at him nervously but nodded nonetheless. "Okay." The redhead's eyes widened in shock. "Really? Of course, if they're important to you, I'll do everything I can to help." He didn't finish the sentence because his new sister hugged him so tightly he was about to suffocate. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," she kept saying until Naruto managed to get her off him. "God, she has so much strength. It's almost like Kachan and Akino-chan when they try to suffocate me with their hugs," he thought. "It's not the same. They try to kill you with those sacred flesh balloons that you love so much," Kurama said while cackling. The redhead tried in vain to suppress the blush that rose up his cheeks, much to Karen's curiosity. "Ahem. Well, we'd better get going," he said before regaining his composure. "Doton, Iwa Bushin no Jutsu, stone clone technique, Kage Bushin." He quickly created 4 stone clones and 50 shadow clones. Karen stared at her brother, confused. Why so many clones? Naruto grinned. The IWA Bushin are the toughest and most resilient clones I can make. They'll protect us while we travel through the base. As for the others, a sly smile formed on his face. Let's just say they're going to cause a bit of a ruckus. The expression on the redhead's face sent a shiver down Karen's spine. Keek keek. Yes, a kitsune-style distraction. Karen rode on Naruto's back while the 4 IWA Bushin flanked him, 2 beside him, 1 in front and 1 behind. They were speeding toward the direction the redhead indicated, deliberately ignoring the explosions, laughter, and shouts echoing throughout the base. Large beads of sweat trickled down the back of Karen's neck, a testament to the absurdity of the situation. Ninjas from the base running like madmen, pursued by clones armed to the teeth and sporting murderous grins. Some of these clones were being chased by the same ninjas, their faces covered in paint. She also spotted some prisoners escaping or fighting the guards and medics, seeking revenge. Yes, for Karen, the situation had become quite surreal. Focus, Karen, Naruto called to her. You have to guide me. Can you actually sense their chakra? Kimamaro's chakra seems weak, like it shuts off at times, and Yugo's is, well, it's a little difficult to explain. He said, frowning, as if they were 2 people in the same body. I asked. Yes, exactly. I see. I know where they are, but I don't know how to get there. Show me the way. In a dark room resided 2 occupants. One lay in a bed surrounded by machines monitoring his condition, with several 4 bags and medications connected to his body. The other occupant lay in a corner, his wrists and hands shackled. The chains that should have bound him to the wall were broken and scattered on the floor, revealing how he had freed himself. Despite their physical differences, both individuals were the same age, 14. The first of them was characterized by his pale skin and green eyes, now covered by a cloth. He had 2 dots on his forehead, a characteristic trait of his family and clan. He had masculine facial features, revealing his sex, and shoulder-length white hair, parted in the middle, with 2 strands framing his face and tied with 2 small red bands. He wore little clothing, his chest bare. The only real garment he had was a pair of long white trousers covered by the bed blankets. The second person was quite tall, measuring 1.80 meters compared to his roommate's 1.70 meters. He had red eyes, spiky orange hair, and slightly tanned skin. He had a distinctly masculine build and was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and trousers, although they were now short because the edges of his garment were in tatters. Neither of them said anything. They didn't have much to say anyway. One of them was fighting to stay alive while the other was trying to stay calm and not become violent because of all the commotion happening outside his cell. None of them cared. They had long since given up hope of going anywhere. Kimamaro, the white-haired one, with his terminal illness, doubted he'd get very far, while Yugo, the orange-haired one, was a pacifist by nature, or at least one of his natures, and didn't want to hurt anyone because of his violent side. He felt it was better for him to stay locked up here. Kimamaro was the only one who could reign in his other personality, even in his illness. There was someone else who could too, but it was different. Karen didn't need reigning. Yugo's 2 personalities agreed that the redhead was untouchable. She was the only person who cared about them in this den, and they would do anything for her. Therefore, amidst all the hustle and bustle of the base, the 2 prisoners were very worried about their friend. We've arrived, the inmates heard through the wall. Juice, Kimamaro-kun. They both recognized their friend's voice. Karen, Yugo shouted worriedly. She didn't seem to be alone. Kimamaro tried to get out of bed, but it was no use. He was too tired and sore. Kimamaro-kun, I really need to start acting like an overprotective older brother. Yugo and Kimamaro could almost imagine their friend blushing furiously. Although, she wouldn't be the only one. The white-haired boy was very grateful to have a cloth over his face and that the cell was so dark. Naruto and this is not the time. Now they were really in shock. Naruto and Naruto and they both thought at the same time. Okay, step aside. Yugo and Kimimaro waited expectantly to see what this stranger had planned. The wait was worth it, as the orange-haired boy watched in disbelief as the door began to creak. The metal bending backward indicated that someone was trying to rip the door off its hinges. Even with his eyes blindfolded, the white-haired boy didn't need much more to imagine what was happening. Seconds later, the armored steel door was ripped clean off its hinges and thrown aside, letting the dim light from the corridors into the darkened room. Yugo recognized the small figure of his friend, and beside her, a redhead who looked every bit the trained warrior despite his obvious young age. The Corps was surprised to see the man's scarlet hair, so similar to Karen's. It wouldn't surprise him if this person were a long-lost relative of the girl. He was abruptly pulled from his thoughts when he felt his friend's small figure rush towards him for a hug. Quickly recovering, he returned the gesture with a small smile before looking at the stranger. "Who are you?" I asked in a neutral tone. The redhead smiled at them. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he said, surprising both the giant and the patient. "I'd like to talk to you more, but we have to get out of here." Recovering quickly, Yugo spoke up. "We can't. Kimamaro's condition won't allow him to leave here alive, and besides, I don't want to leave," he said finally in a sad tone. "Choose," Karen shouted indignantly. "No, Karen, the world doesn't need a monster like me. I'm a ticking time bomb. My place is sealed off, so I can't hurt anyone." "But you can't." "If you don't mind," the blue-eyed man interrupted. "I'm going to try to help your friend. I don't care what you say. I'm not going to abandon you in this mess." Yugo seemed agitated, almost fearful. "Didn't you hear me? I'm a monster who shouldn't." "Do you enjoy killing?" he interrupted the redhead. "What? Do you enjoy killing?" the redhead reiterated. The question took the giant by surprise, but he recovered enough to answer. "No, of course not," he shouted, but added in a small whisper that everyone could hear. "But my other self did." Naruto frowned at the response. This boy's chakra greatly puzzled him. At first, he'd sensed two people inhabiting his body, but now that he was so close, and with his sensory abilities at full blast, he realized he'd been wrong. It wasn't that he was two people at the same time. He had two distinct personalities. Naruto was a high-level sensor. He could not only perceive people's presence with his abilities, but he could also accurately sense their feelings if he was close enough. He could perceive how Yugo's feelings constantly fluctuated between calm and violence, struggling for control, as if two different personalities were battling for supremacy. "Naruto, I think I know what's wrong with him. Focus more on his chakra and try to sense it," Kurama said in the head of the blue-eyed man. Naruto did as he asked and closed his eyes to concentrate, focusing completely on the orange-haired man's chakra, trying to find something. He could see that this individual's chakra was powerful, very powerful, but what surprised him most was the continuous influx of chakra into his body, just like when he used Senjutsu. How is that possible? I can sense how natural chakra enters his body effortlessly. His ability to assimilate it is even superior to mine, and I'm a Mokuton user. He screamed in his shocked mind. That must be the origin of the problem. The redhead was surprised. "The natural chakra?" I asked my brother. "Yes, you forget that the origin of that chakra comes from the Jubi itself. I suppose the violent nature of the chakra has been reduced due to time and various factors, but his ability to assimilate that chakra is so great that it must have influenced the boy. I suppose that due to the pain he has felt in this den, the natural chakra has influenced his negative emotions, creating a second personality to protect himself." Naruto nodded at the fox's words. "Any solution?" Kurama smiled. "The same thing you went through when you tried to cancel the influence of my chakra when we synchronized." Naruto nodded his head but frowned worriedly. "This is not something we can resolve right now. We'll have to leave it for later." He opened his eyes outside and realized that Karen and Yugo were staring at him, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "If you don't enjoy killing, then you're not a monster," he said to the orange-haired boy, who was shocked to the core. "As for your other personality, there might be a solution, but we'll have to wait until we're somewhere calmer to work it out." So there's no reason for you to stay locked up here. Yugo stared at the redhead, his jaw practically on the floor. BB, but what if I hurt someone? What if? Naruto replied with a smile. In that case, I'll stop you. I'm quite strong, even if it doesn't seem like it. The real question you should be asking yourself right now is, do you want to be free? The giant stared at him, frozen, not daring to answer. All his life he had thought that he had no right to be free, that he was a monster, but this person came today and gave him something he had never had before: hope. From the day Yugo was born, he was never free. He grew up locked away, mistreated, and subjected to numerous experiments at the hands of his creator. He could never go anywhere without being watched, eat what he wanted, or meet other people. Until now, he hadn't truly lived. But now, the convinced look on Naruto's face assured her that he wasn't lying. He was offering her a helping hand, to help her with her problem, to help her achieve freedom. She wanted to believe in him, wanted to hope that perhaps she didn't have to live in this hell because she was different from the others. Tears streamed down her face, and with a whimper of emotion, she whispered, I want to be free. I want to leave here. Naruto gave her a wide grin. Then let's get out of here together. Karen could only stare in disbelief between the two. Just a few words, and she had managed to change her friend's mind. A smile spread across her face that I guess there's a lot more to you than I thought. Naruto and I, he thought. Naruto then went to the bed where the white-haired man lay, shaken by the whole situation. He had never regretted being sick so much as he did at this moment. Seeing this whole situation with his own eyes instead of just hearing about it would have truly been worth it. Even so, he quickly put that aside in order to focus on this stranger. When Naruto reached the bedside, he reached out to remove the piece of cloth that was covering Kimimura's face. Once he removed it, he could finally see the boy's features. He was quite surprised to see the two red dots above his forehead, but he dismissed them for the moment, focusing instead on the patient. How serious is your condition? I asked in a serious tone. Kimimura hesitated for a moment before answering. My body had a low calcium level, which is the main component of bone marrow and essential for blood production. This deficiency has resulted in an extremely low blood volume and extremely unstable red blood cells. My body isn't used to absorbing calcium, so they have to inject me with large amounts to increase my chances of assimilation. Unfortunately, my condition could have been corrected in my childhood, but now it's too late, he said in a monotone that made the redhead frown. Only if you give up. I think I have the solution, he said as he began to remove the right gauntlet that was attached to his glove, revealing the sun mark. Kimimura, who was watching him, could only manage to say, What are you doing? Naruto smiled at him. Heal you. He placed his right hand on Kimimura's chest before channeling a large amount of chakra into his mark. The result was immediate. A small shockwave resonated throughout the cell, and then the sun mark was imprinted on the center of Kimimura's chest. Bright orange seals began to spread across the white-haired boy's body, enveloping him in a pleasant warmth. This left everyone present incredulous, even Naruto, as it was the first time he had used this ability on someone, and he hadn't expected this result. They were so bewildered that they didn't even notice the bags of fluid and medication rapidly emptying through the tubes connected to the boy's body, and the machines beginning to sound alarms. After a few minutes, the glow faded and the marks began to recede, returning to their original form, the mark of the sun. When the process was complete, no one said anything for a few moments, until Kimimura stood up and sat down under the still incredulous gaze of everyone. None of them were more surprised than Kimimura himself. He had long since accepted that he would die young and that his time could come at any moment. But now he could have a future, he could have a new life, and he owed it all to this person. The white-haired man's eyes met those of his savior's blue eyes. With the most serious expression he could muster, he easily rose from the bed and diligently approached the man who owed him so much. The surprise only grew when everyone saw Kimimura drop to one knee. Naruto-san. Naruto-sama, you have given me a new opportunity, a new life, And from today, this belongs to you. I am at your service, he said, lowering his head in submission. What? Naruto asked, his mind blank. You have granted me my new life. Therefore, my life belongs to you. Yugo and Karen stared at their friend, wide-eyed, as Naruto tried in vain to form a coherent sentence. But, what are you doing? No. Listen, I didn't heal you so you could serve me. I just did the right thing. Kimimaro gazed at him with eyes full of devotion. Your piety and sense of morality are truly admirable, Naruto-sama. They make me even more eager to serve you. The redhead fell silent, speechless at his new follower's response, while Karen and Yugo remained silent, too incredulous to speak. Getting up again, he began rubbing his neck with an exasperated expression. Okay, let's leave it for another time. We have to get out of here. He stopped abruptly when he heard the sounds of a struggle coming from the doorway. The redhead extended his senses and could perceive his IW Bushin fighting against the guards who kept coming, finally realizing that his Kage Bushin had been dispelled. He was so focused on the task of finding Yugo and Kimimaro that he hadn't even noticed. He hurriedly formed the hand signs. Damn it, Doton, Doryu Heki, Earth Wall, and placed his hands on the ground to raise a large defensive wall, completely blocking the entrance. The good news was that they were now safer. The bad news was that they were completely in the dark. Kurama and I need some of your chakra. Take what you need, puppy, the bijou answered. Naruto began channeling his partner's chakra and concentrated it in the palm of his hand. Instantly, a small fireball illuminated the darkened room. The three were surprised to see the redhead, not because he had conjured a fireball out of thin air, but because his only visible eye had turned red with a black slit in the center. Naruto and your eye, how are you? The girl began to stammer. I'll explain later. For now, we have to leave. A large crowd of guards has gathered outside. We'll have to find another way out, he said seriously, causing Karen some discomfort and a curious look from Yugo. Kimimaro wasn't bothered by the redhead's change of heart. He attributed it to one of his techniques. But how? We've been locked up here for years without leaving. We don't even know where the exit to the base is, and even if we did, we couldn't go that way. The exit from this cell is blocked, he said initially before his worried expression turned to one of disbelief. Wait a minute. If you don't know where the exit is, how did you get in? Naruto scratched his neck, making a nervous face. Well, I appeared here with a summoning jutsu that went wrong. He said, laughing nervously at the end. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, except for the white-haired boy who maintained his neutral expression. An invocation jutsu? Yugo asked, confused. Look, we can talk about all this when we're not in mortal danger, he exclaimed, but no one said anything else. Okay, now, I think I have an idea, but we'll have to be quick. Position yourselves in the corners. I need space. The three obeyed without question. Once in position, they watched expectantly what he was going to do. Kami, Shinigami, and Rikudo Jiji, please make this work. I prayed silently before acting. He began, tracing hand signs with his left hand while holding the small light from the fire in his right. Doton, Chidu Kaku, tectonic movement, he said, placing his palms on the ground. A cylinder of rocks rose upward, piercing the roof. The cylinder continued its relentless as it could be heard from the cell, bursting through layer upon layer of earth. Naruto remained focused on his technique, trying to sense when it would pierce the final layer, but it was difficult, especially since his IWA Bushin had already been defeated and the guards were pounding on the earthen wall, trying to break in. As soon as he felt the pillar offered no more resistance, he lowered it again as quickly as possible. The moment he saw the top of the pillar, he left it slightly above ground level before looking at the others. Get on top of the pillar, quickly. He didn't have to say it twice. The four of them climbed onto the pillar before Naruto could even place his hands on the cylinder's surface, and they began to ascend as if in an elevator. They climbed in silence, without saying a word. Naruto looked up and could see light entering through the opening he had created, but it was still a long way off. Diligently, he began to increase his ascent speed. For a few minutes, they all thought they had made it, until the pillars suddenly stopped, trapping them one floor above the next, and the ground began to tremble. "What's going on?" asked the Uzumaki girl. "Damn it. The ground is pulling on the pillar. I can't move it." The tremors throughout the place became more brutal. "Damn it. Do you guys know how to climb walls with chakra?" he asked hopefully. "Yes, I have received some training, but I doubt Yugo and Karen can do it," Kimimaro replied in a monotone voice. "Damn, and we won't be fast enough to get out of there if we have to carry them all the way up there," said the redhead. "There," said the giant, pointing to a half-open door in the distance where a little light could be seen passing through it. Without thinking, the redhead grabbed his cousin with both hands and jumped to the next floor, closely followed by his two male companions, trying to keep their balance on the unstable, trembling ground. Running with all his might, he saw the roof begin to crumble and debris fall everywhere. He dodged the falling rocks as best he could while they continued running toward what he thought was the exit. When they finally arrived, he didn't even hesitate. He pushed the door open. He was in too much of a hurry to check what was on the other side. I suppose the idea of being crushed by the rocks wasn't very appealing. When everyone passed by it, all they saw was blue. Blue everywhere, an expanse of blue that stretched to infinity under a lighter blue sky stained by white clouds. Naruto was captivated by the sight. He had never seen the sea before, and it was more beautiful than he had ever imagined. Karen and Kimimaro felt a deep nostalgia upon seeing the sky after so long, but the one who had the strongest reaction was Yugo. For the first time in his life, he was able to be outdoors. For the first time, he breathed the pure air of nature instead of the stale, crippled air of his cell and the antiseptics. For the first time, he could see the sky in all its vastness. It was beautiful. Yugo was bursting with joy, and tears began to stream down his face. That whole scene would have been truly moving, if it weren't for the fact that they were now plummeting towards the sea. Who the hell thought of putting a door that leads to a cliff? Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs in indignation. Wa-ah-ah-ah. His cousin, whom he had been carrying, clung to the redhead's body with all her might as they fell. Kimimaro and Yugo, who had snapped out of their reverie, tried to grab onto the rocks in vain. They were going too fast, and there was no even surface to adhere to with chakra. Acting on pure instinct, Naruto channeled Kurama's chakra, manifesting his 9 solid tails. He grabbed his male companions with 2 of them, while with one hand he tightly hugged Karen, and with the other he channeled massive amounts of chakra and pointed it towards the rock surface. The Uzumaki didn't know how he had done it, but suddenly 3 chains made entirely of chakra shot out from the palm of his hand, digging hard into the hard rock and stopping the fall of the 4 of them in their tracks. The others stared in disbelief at the redhead, who stared blankly, wondering what had happened. "Oh no, not those fucking shitty chains," Kurama murmured in a slight tone of fear. "Naruto and I, do you have tails?" The person in question let out a deep, tired sigh. This is going to be a long conversation. Despite the nighttime, the streets of the port city were still bustling. Dance clubs, bars, and other nightlife venues were still open. Therefore, although 4 individuals were dressed quite flamboyantly, they went relatively unnoticed, trying to blend in as best they could with the crowd. Naruto, who had pulled up his hood to conceal his face in case anyone recognized him, was followed by his 3 companions, searching for a place to stay for the night. None of the 3 were used to crowds, and their appearance didn't help matters. Kimimaro was pacing around shirtless, and Yugo was nervously glancing around. The redhead could only be grateful to all the passers-by for being too preoccupied with their own affairs. The scene that had taken place a few hours earlier had left the 3 ex-prisoners with a lot of questions, but they decided to trust the Uzumaki and reserve their questions for when they were somewhere safer and more private. Naruto was getting fed up with wandering aimlessly. They'd been looking for a place to stay for an hour, and so far he'd only found inns that were already full or entertainment venues. He could go across the rooftops for a better view, but that would only draw unnecessary attention, which he didn't want, especially in this city. Well, not in this particular city. Kurama had joked that the worst thing that could have happened to him was showing up in the Hokage's office in plain sight. But he hadn't been far off the mark, because right now he was in a city in Hinokuni. Therefore, he preferred to go unnoticed in case any Konoha ninja were stationed in this city on a mission or patrolling. It was bad enough that his group was so peculiar. The redhead snapped out of his thoughts when he felt someone grab his right sleeve. He turned to see it was his cousin. Naruto and I, he said shyly. The boy smiled at her. What's up, Karen? We can try going another way. I don't like. We're not used to being surrounded by so many people. Naruto was surprised. He looked closer and could see the discomfort of his companions. Karen looked at the ground nervously. Kimimaro, despite his stoic expression, looked at Toas out of the corner of his eye with some suspicion. Yugo was the one who took it the worst. He seemed scared while looking all around. Naruto started thinking of a solution. Crossing the rooftops wasn't an option, so they were left with, all right, let's try the alleyways. Follow me. The redhead headed back down the street, this time looking for a small passage between the buildings. It didn't take him long to find one and enter it along with the rest of his team. As they moved a little further into the alley, they breathed a sigh of relief under their leader's apologetic gaze. I'm sorry, it hadn't occurred to me that you might not be used to this environment. Kimimaro spoke first. Don't apologize, Naruto-sama. If Naruto and I hadn't known. Naruto nodded with a smile, about to speak, but then he noticed Yugo start to stagger, his face showing fear. Yugo. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry, she shouted, but her erratic breathing belied her statement. Naruto cursed silently. He'd been taking things too slowly. The sooner they found quiet lodgings, the sooner he could help Yugo with his personality problem. But his train of thought was broken when he noticed some chakra signatures surrounding them. He cursed again. He wasn't used to using his sensory abilities among so many people. Their chakra was as insignificant as everyone else's. It was like searching for a drop of water in a pool. Well, haven't you ever been told that children shouldn't be wandering around alleys at this hour? The four heard and turned to look at a fat, bald man approaching from one side of the alley with several men behind him. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he stepped in front of Karen just in case. Kimimaro looked behind them to see that they had blocked the other path, and Yugo was leaning against a wall, his eyes closed in pain. What do you want? Asked Uzumaki in a cold voice that sent chills down the adults' spines. The leader, who wore an arrogant smile, said cheerfully, You see, these are difficult times. Money is scarce for honest people like us, and we thought you might like to give something in return for our services. Your services? Asked the white-haired man, who was looking at the gang leader as if he were going to rip his head off. Of course, this is our alley, and sometimes bad things happen. Like good Samaritans, we make sure things stay calm, but everyone needs money, so if you'd like to make a donation, you won't receive a single Rio from us, you filthy trash. Get out of here before my lord orders me to kill you, Kimimaro said furiously. Naruto slapped his face in exasperation. I thought we'd already had this conversation, Kimimaro. I'm not your lord. Maestro. No. My lord. No. Aji-sama, prince. Even less. Leader. Enzo. And since when am I a warlord? The redhead shouted, fed up. I am sure that if you set your mind to it, there will be no one who can stop you in your desire for conquest, he said, looking at her with convinced eyes full of devotion. I'm not going to conquer anything, not even. Damn it. Can we have this conversation later, please? Of course, Naruto-osama, King Naruto, he said, kneeling before the redhead with a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. Naruto was barely containing his urge to kill his white-haired companion. He was absolutely certain he was doing it on purpose. Karen hid her laughter behind her hand while the other gripped her cousin's jacket. Yugo was laughing too, but it was a twisted, dark, murderous laugh. The fat gang leader glared at them, rage blazing in his eyes. No one dared mock him like this and get away with it. I've had enough. Kill those idiots. We'll take everything they have. He trailed off when he heard Yugo's laughter growing louder and louder until the orange-haired man was letting out a demented cackle. To the horror of the gang members, Kimimaro, Karen, and to Naruto's morbid fascination, they all watched as brown marks began to cover Yugo's right arm, which was resting against the wall. These marks spread up his face, staining and mutating the giant's skin until he was almost unrecognizable. When Yugo stood up straight, everyone saw that his right hand was brown with a protrusion that looked eerily like the edge of an axe. The thugs didn't even have time to blink. Their leader was decapitated on the spot, under the terrified gaze of his subordinates and the demented laughter of his killer. 3 more thugs had to die brutally before the others reacted. The gang members turned and ran for their lives, screaming in terror, and Yugo fully intended to hunt them down. "Yugo, stop!" Kimimaro shouted, projecting all the murderous instinct he could muster. No, I won't stop. So many people to kill, so many people to maim. This time I won't stop, he said as he lunged straight at Kimimaro. The white-haired man cursed. Even though he was healed thanks to the redhead, he hadn't eaten in a long time and his muscles were still somewhat atrophied. He was still physically weak. He was going to brace himself for the blow, but it was never going to come. Naruto leaped directly in front of Kimimaro, shielding him. Yugo didn't care. He raised his hand/axe and brought it down, intending to draw blood. But his arm was grabbed by the blunt, unedged side, completely immobilizing him, much to the bipolar boy's dismay. Dismay was quickly replaced by terror, and not only him. Kimimaro and Karen felt it too. Naruto's murderous instinct surged throughout the alley, suffocating the 3 of them, but especially Yugo, who stared at him with a terrified expression. He didn't even need to shout, just 2 words. "Enough, Yugo." The man in question froze for a few moments, until the brown skin began to recede and the mutations on his body started to disappear. After that, Naruto dropped his killing intent, much to everyone's relief, but it was short-lived, because Yugo then realized what he had been about to do. He wanted to run away, cry in a dark corner, and never come out again. He had been about to kill Kimimaro, one of the only people in his life he could call a friend. Worse still, he had attacked the person who had rescued him from hell, the one who had allowed him, for the first time in his life, to be free. He so desperately wanted to die right then and there. Naruto released Yugo's arm and placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. "Relax, we knew this could happen. As soon as we're somewhere safe, we'll fix this split personality problem." "Okay," he assured him with a smile. Yugo stared at his savior. Despite what he had done, his expression remained unchanged. No disgust, no fear, no contempt, only understanding and acceptance. Relief crossed the giant's face, and he nodded. But then he felt an impulse to look at the corpses of his victims and was filled with sadness and disgust at what he had done. Naruto looked at Yugo again and sighed. It seemed he was going to have to talk to him about this. Form 10 shadow clones first. Use transformation on any random person and go find some free lodging for 4 people. The clones nodded before transforming and leaving to carry out his orders. The redhead turned back to look at Yugo, who was still in shock. "Yugo, look at me." The orange-haired boy didn't respond. Naruto then grabbed Yugo's head and turned it toward him. "Yugo, look at me. You haven't done anything wrong," he said, causing the boy's eyes to widen in disbelief. What? I haven't done anything wrong? Look, I've, he shouted, unable to finish his statement. "Killed," the redhead concluded, making Yugo shudder. "Yugo, listen to me. The reality is that sometimes killing is necessary." He looked at him incredulously. Not all people are good, and not all lives have the same value. The boy now looked at him with horror. "I'm sorry, Yugo, but it's the truth. I could clearly see how that man enjoyed making people suffer. Do you really think it would have been good for a man like that to be free in the world?" The giant remained silent, meditating for a few moments. No, you're right, it's just that." He hesitated to say what he was thinking, His thoughts clashed with what the redhead had just told him. What? I just wish everyone could abandon their struggles and be at peace, he finally said. Yugo was sure Naruto would laugh at his naive ideals, but the boy's only response was a smile. Me too. A peaceful world would be nice. But unfortunately, there will always be people who want to cause trouble for their ideals or their ambition. Yugo lowered his head, dejected, but the boy hadn't finished speaking. The world is stuck in an endless cycle of hatred. People fight out of spite or for their selfish aspirations. There were people who tried to end this cycle, but they couldn't because they were either too weak or too naive to do so. Naruto looked up at the sky, lost in thought, unaware that his words had completely captured his friend's attention. My dream is to have a family and a home someday, to have a fulfilling life where I can feel safe by their side, he said, surprising everyone that he already had such future plans in mind. If I'm going to achieve this, I don't want them to experience war, loss, and pain. Perhaps I'm naive, but that's my goal, the dream I inherited from a man who believed peace was possible. I believe that if we unite and come to understand each other, we can put the fighting aside. But there will also be those who don't care and prioritize their ambitions over peace. Therefore, I intend to eliminate anyone who jeopardizes my goal. It will be hard and painful. I've already come to terms with it. But even so, I made a promise. I inherited the belief that lasting peace exists, and I intend to find it, even if it's the last thing I do, all to protect the people I love. That's my promise, my ninja way, he concluded with a smile on his lips. Karen watched her cousin, captivated. She had never heard anyone speak with such conviction. Then she remembered her family, the tragedy and loss they had suffered in battles, and due to the greed of many men. The redhead made a decision then. She accepted her cousin's goal as her own, for it was undoubtedly a dream worth fighting for. Kimimaro gazed at the man to whom he had sworn his loyalty, a hidden fire burning in his eyes. Initially, he had chosen to follow him out of a sense of duty and a sense of obligation, but now his perspective had shifted entirely. Naruto was both kind and ruthless, gentle yet strong. In short, a good man who wasn't afraid to do what was necessary to ensure the safety of those he cared about. In Kimimaro's mind, Naruto Uzumaki was a worthy leader, and he would follow him even if the journey led him to the very depths of hell. Yugo's mind was conflicted. He wasn't a violent person, except when he had his personality shift issues. The idea of fighting for peace seemed contradictory, but from what he could gather, if the redhead couldn't get them to listen with words, he was going to force them to listen with his fists. He understood that not everyone was worth saving. Yugo regretted killing, and from what he could tell from the redhead's tone of voice, he didn't enjoy it either, but he was going to do it if it meant building a future for his loved ones and protecting them. With all this in mind, the boy was going to have to thoroughly reconsider his ideas. Naruto snapped out of his trance and blushed. Sorry, I got carried away, he said, smiling apologetically and rubbing the back of his neck. The white-haired man shook his head. Not at all, Naruto-sama. I truly feel fortunate to have been able to hear your words, he said with a smile. Karen smiled too. Yes, that's a good dream, Naruto and I, she said enthusiastically. Their words made the boy blush to the roots of his hair, and that was saying something, being a redhead, and he looked away uncomfortably. But he didn't have time to reply before he sensed one of his clones had dissipated, giving him the location of an inn. Recovering himself, he coughed a little. Ahem. Well, one of my clones has found a place for us to stay. We'd better get going, he said before setting off, only to be stopped in his tracks by reality hitting him like a bolt of lightning. Shit, the clone who asked about the inn was. Now I'm going to have to. Shit. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Would you like me to bring you dinner? Asked an elderly woman from the sliding door that connected the inn's hallway to the room the group had booked. The main room was a lounge with a low table for 4 and legless chairs with built-in cushions and backs, 2 double sofas with a television opposite them, and 4 single bedrooms with futons and various decorations that made their accommodations feel more homey. They were all there: Yugo, Kimimaro, Karen, and Naru. a chubby woman with big breasts, a firm butt, and long red hair. Thank you so much for your time. If you could serve us dinner within an hour, that would be a great help, said the beautiful 25-year-old woman as she bent over, revealing a good amount of cleavage through her white kimono with a red obi. Not at all. The old woman's expression changed to one of discomfort. By the way, I'm truly sorry about my son's behavior at the reception. I'm really ashamed, she said, giving a bow. The older redhead had several drops of blood on the back of her neck. As soon as the receptionist, the owner's son, walked in, blood started pouring from his nose as he stared at her with a perverted smile and relentlessly asked her out. The old woman had to hit him to make him stop acting like an idiot before apologizing profusely for her son's behavior. Nothing's wrong, I assure you, he said with a forced smile. The old woman sighed in relief. Thank goodness, these young people nowadays have no sense of self-control. Please enjoy yourselves, she said, bidding farewell before closing the door. The instant the old woman left, a cloud of smoke engulfed the beautiful redhead, and Naruto appeared with a storm cloud above his head. Because I feel like a part of me that makes me a man just died this instant. He sighed before turning to look at his companions. Karen looked at him, pouting jealously at the woman he had transformed into. Kimimaro had his usual stoic face, only with flushed cheeks and a bloody nose. And Yugo, well, Yugo was looking away so no one would see his face. Naruto would have bet all the ramen in the world that he was also bleeding from the nose. You're not helping, you know, he said with a blank expression before adopting a serious demeanor, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Fine, we have an hour before dinner. I'd like to have Yugo with me to fix his condition. What are you going to do? He asked the redhead and the albino. Karen beamed from ear to ear. I'm going to take a bath. It's been ages since I've had one, she said excitedly. Me too. I want to get rid of this persistent smell of death and medicine, she said in a calm voice. The redhead nodded. Very well. I've already paid everything in advance and bought some kimonos they had for guests. They'll do until tomorrow when we'll go buy proper clothes. Not that his companions were exactly well-dressed, half-naked, in pajamas, or with tattered clothes. He would have to buy supplies urgently. I can't thank Kachan enough for giving me emergency money, the redhead thought. Kimimaro and Karen left the room, leaving the redhead and the orange-haired boy alone. All right, let's sit down, he said as he sat cross-legged on the floor, waiting for Yugo to do the same. Nervously, the giant obeyed, taking the same position as Naruto, and eagerly awaited to see how he would help him. All right, I want you to close your eyes, relax, and don't open them until I tell you to. Yugo seemed reluctant but obeyed. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind, staying like that for a while until he felt a hand resting on his forehead and experienced a sensation difficult to explain, as if he had submerged somewhere for lack of a better explanation. You can open them now, he heard, and so he did. Yugo opened his eyes and saw the redhead smiling at him, but something was wrong. He was standing when he had been sitting a little while ago. Even stranger was the fact that he himself was standing when he didn't remember getting up. What happened? He asked, confused and scared. He was in an entirely white void except for the ground, which seemed to be covered by a surface of water about 10 centimeters deep that extended to infinity. We're in your mind, your mental landscape to be exact. I've brought you here with a little help, he said cryptically. Yugo didn't understand what they meant, nor did he know what they were doing there. He was about to ask, but a presence caught both of their attention. The watery surface a few meters away began to ripple, and from the center, a person began to emerge. Naruto wasn't surprised in the slightest, but Yugo was shocked. The person who surfaced was himself. A more unhealthy, psychopathic, and violent version of himself, his other personality. So you've finally come here to hand over control? Kura Yugo asked with a sinister smile. Yugo was too shocked to respond, so Naruto spoke up. We've actually come here to talk. Kura Yugo looked intently at Naruto for a few moments before speaking. I see. You've accepted your other half and expect this weakling to do the same with me. You're wasting your time. He's far too weak and naive to do that, he exclaimed. Yugo broke eye contact with his other personality before turning his head and staring at Naruto-san. What's he talking about? He asked, frightened. Naruto looked at him seriously. Something that should never have happened and that you must accept now. This person you see, Yugo, is you, he said, surprising the orange-haired boy. He shook his head frantically. No, no, I'm not like that, he exclaimed desperately. Kura Yugo grimaced. I told you, this idiot refuses to see reality, he said disdainfully. Let me explain, and perhaps you'll understand. He replied harshly to the dark being before looking at his companion. When I say it's you, I mean that he's a part of you, a dark part that has suffered greatly and that you've repressed for years deep inside. You tried so hard to repress it that it ended up becoming its own person thanks to your unique ability, he said in a lecture-like tone. But Yugo continued to refuse to believe it. No, it can't be. I'm not like that. It's impossible. He didn't finish his statement because he was knocked down by a fourth person who had appeared. Recovering from the blow, Yugo looked at his attacker and was shocked to see another Naruto. It wasn't a clone, that much was certain. He could clearly see that the scara of his only visible eye was completely black, just like his other personality. Stop acting like a fucking kid and make peace with your dark personality, he exclaimed, clearly fed up. How can that be? Asked the redhead. Naruto sighed. You see, I thought you'd resist believing it, so I forced myself to materialize my own dark side. It's a part of me, after all, and I came to terms with it a long time ago. The truth is, if he hadn't beaten you, I would have done it myself, he said solemnly. I am the manifestation of the darkest thoughts and experiences Naruto Uzumaki has ever known. I am a part of him, one that no one can deny. What you are doing is vehemently denying all your pain, your loneliness, and your hatred instead of accepting it and living with it. Kura Yugo watched with satisfaction as Naruto's dark side stated the obvious, hoping that the idiot in question would finally accept the damn truth. But I don't want to hurt anyone, he said in a whisper that made his dark side almost leap out at him in fury, but he stopped. He glanced at Naruto for a moment and saw him shake his head in disapproval and reluctantly calmed down. Naruto approached the orange-haired boy and stood before him, looking at him with all the coldness he could muster. Tell me, Yugo, what would you do if I were to kill Karen and Kimimaro right now? He said in a tone that sent chills down the boy's spine. What? He said, horrified. What would you do if I were to kill Karen and Kimimaro right now? He repeated in the same cold tone. No, you can't. He didn't finish his statement because he was knocked away by the blow the redhead gave him. Of course I can. I'm far stronger than all of you. Karen doesn't know how to fight, and Kimimaro is weakened. The only one who could stop me is you, but you're too cowardly to do anything and accept reality, he said cruelly. Tears began to well up in the giant's eyes. Why are you doing this? He asked in a pleading tone. Because you need to. You need to see the reality of this world. I told you back in that alley, this world isn't good and easy. It's harsh and cruel. Despite any tranquility one might experience, difficulties always come. You can't afford to deny it anymore. What you have before you is your own darkness, a part of yourself you've chosen to forget and ignore because you refuse to see reality. It's time for you to grow up, Yugo, just like I did, he said, finishing the sentence with a look at his own dark reflection. He extended his hand, which the reflection accepted, and in a few moments, he began to disappear, leaving behind a trail of glowing particles. Yugo watched the whole phenomenon in astonishment. If what Naruto said was true, he needed to become whole again, to willingly accept that all those years in hell had been unjust. He wasn't a monster for having this ability. He had become a monster by refusing to see his situation for what it was. Instead, he justified it by saying he was too dangerous to others and had to be locked away. He glanced at his other personality and stood up to approach her. When he was a few feet away, he stopped and looked her in the eyes. I don't want to hurt anyone. You're going to have to do it if you want to protect what we have now. We're free after years of captivity, and I'm not going to let them lock us up again, not even if I'm dead. But you'll hurt people. He started but never finished. Idiot, there is no you or me, only us. I am the darkest part of yourself while you are the whitest, so to speak. If we are whole, we can make the right decisions to do what we want instead of being one extreme or the other and risking what we might build, Kurayugo stated vehemently. Yugo stared at his dark clone. We really have to do this, right? Kurayugo's expression softened considerably upon hearing we. It's time we were whole again, as every person should be, instead of two people in one body, he said before extending his hand. The giant hesitated for a few moments before grabbing the no, and when he did, in a brilliant flash of white light, everyone disappeared. Naruto opened his eyes to the real world and took his hand off Yugo's forehead, waiting for him to open his eyes. A few minutes later, the orange-haired man opened his eyes and looked around with an impassive gaze until his eyes fell on the red-haired man. How are you feeling? Naruto asked with a hint of concern. At first, Yugo did nothing, until he gave her a smile of happiness and sincerity. Good, very good. I haven't felt this good in as long as I can remember. I feel whole, he said in a satisfied tone. Naruto sighed in relief. I guess it was going to take a while to get to know the new Yugo, although it wasn't like he'd known him for very long either. The redhead smiled. So, how about we go for a bath? And Yugo smiled back. The four members of the group were eating after a long, relaxing bath. The food was exquisite, undoubtedly the best they had ever tasted. Karen was eating with gusto, fully enjoying the moment. Yugo and Kimimaro were taking their time, but Naruto could easily notice their eager movements as they tried to eat as quickly as possible without seeming rude. Guys, take it easy. The food isn't going anywhere, he said in a playful tone. Karen, whose mouth was full, swallowed it all in one gulp before taking a drink of water. I'm sorry, but it's been so long since I've eaten something so good, she said, blushing slightly and feeling embarrassed. I've never even tasted anything this good, said Kimimaro. Me neither. It's not like Orochimaru cared whether I ate well or felt comfortable. Naruto froze for a moment upon hearing his statement. Wait a minute. You make it sound like you've always been with Orochimaru. Yugo stared at Naruto, his face a mask of disbelief. Really? He asked incredulously. The red-haired man nodded. Yes, I've always been with him, ever since I was born. I don't know the circumstances. He never gave me many details, but apparently he found me when I was a newborn and saw potential in my abilities when he ran some tests on me. After that, he managed to create a kind of seal that partially replicated my abilities. After that, I was no longer of any use to him, but he kept me close in case he came up with some new experiment, he said bitterly. Naruto frowned angrily. If I find that pedophile, I'm going to shove a fucking tree up his ass. She thought before looking at her cousin. And you, Karen, how long have you been stuck at that base? The redhead stopped eating and lowered her gaze, her expression dejected. 5 years, almost 6. Orochimaru found me when some ninjas from my old village tried to use my mother and me as incubators to recreate the Uzumaki clan in Kusa. My mother died protecting me, and when those bastards were about to take me, Orochimaru appeared and killed them before they could take me with him, she said, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to spill down her cheek. It was then that she felt a warm hand on top of hers, and following it, she saw that it was Kimimaro, who had taken her hand to offer support, a smile on his face. The girl blushed slightly, but nodded gratefully to the albino. Kimimaro's smile vanished as soon as he began to recount his past. I was born in Kiri, under the wing of the Kagaya clan. My family was infamous for their love of battle and their boundless bloodlust. I was born with my clan's unique Kekkei Genkai, the Shikatsamako, he said before extending his left hand and rolling up his sleeve. In a few seconds, Naruto was stunned to see spindles protruding from the albino's forearm. My Kekkei Genkai allows me to channel chakra into the calcium molecules in my body and grow my bones as I wish. The problem is that this ability came with a disease that would inevitably kill me, he said before looking at the redhead. Until you came along, Naruto-sama, he said, giving him a grateful smile. It was nothing. I suppose that constantly feeding and expelling calcium while using that ability must have caused you a calcium intolerance. If you expel something continuously, the human body is going to think it's harmful, and without calcium, there are no bones, and without bones, there is no blood. Kimimaro nodded. The problem was that it was a very rare ability that only appeared every few generations, and my father, fearing me, locked me away so I wouldn't cause trouble. The only times I was allowed out were when the clan needed me to fight alongside them, he said, causing the other three to frown in displeasure. When my clan decided to attack Kiri for a reason I don't know, I escaped to avoid being killed by ninjas seeking Kagaya's blood, and Orochimaru found me. He said I would be very useful to him as his new body, but due to my illness, he changed his mind. Wait a minute, body? I asked, puzzled. Kimimaro nodded. Orochimaru aims to achieve immortality, so he invented a technique that allows him to change bodies by consuming the soul of the previous owner. Naruto grimaced in disgust. How sick must someone be to live like that and use such methods to ensure their survival? He knew Orochimaru was a sick man obsessed with experiments, but this was going too far. And you, Naruto and I, what's your story? Karen asked, pulling the redhead out of his negative thoughts. Naruto sighed. I guess it was time for someone other than the Tengu clan to know his story. 30 minutes later. Silence was all that could be heard around the table. Naruto recounted his entire life story, leaving nothing out, from the first time he met Kurama to the present day. Of course, he had summarized the most important parts of his life to keep it brief, but he had emphasized the most significant details. At first, everyone was shocked when he explained his relationship with Kurama, even more so when they learned that the Bijou considered him his little brother. Karen almost started crying when he explained how he was expelled from the orphanage when he was 5 years old, and he could see how Kimimaro and Yugo clenched their fists on the table in pure rage upon learning how he lost his left eye. When he got to the part where he explained his life with the Tengu clan, the three of them smiled happily, knowing that the redhead's life hadn't been a complete disaster. But the shock came immediately when he reached the part about his test. The albino and the orange-haired boy looked at the redhead with respect for having been able to do what he had to do to meet his grandfather's expectations by killing that criminal, while the Uzumaki girl looked at him with pity. She didn't think that a child of barely 8 years old should have to kill to prove something. And then came the part that, according to them, was totally fictional. Well, they didn't say it in those words, only that it was very hard to believe. Being named successor to the Sage of Six Paths was very difficult to swallow, until he removed the eye patch from his left eye, and all the doubts died, leaving only absolute disbelief. Naruto looked at them all. Are you all right? He asked. Karen stared at him, her eyes wide and her jaw slumped to the table. Kimimaro's eyes were wide open, but his impassive gaze remained, and Yugo's expression was more noticeable. He looked at him with something akin to a bow. The albino was the first to recover. Yes, Naruto-sama, we're all right. I apologize 1,000 times for doubting you, he said, lowering his head. So your desire to bring peace. Yugo began. Naruto nodded. I inherited the will of Azura and Indra. Each of them had their own opinion on how peace should be managed, but I didn't entirely agree with either of them, so I chose to do it my way. My answer seemed to please Rikudo Jiji, so he decided to replace my lost eye with this one, he said, pointing to his Rinnegan eye. What's it like to see through the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? The redhead asked excitedly. Naruto chuckled at the question. Well, when I'm not wearing my eye patch, I can see chakra in its purest form through the body and the environment, but its greatest ability is comprehension. Understanding? The girl asked curiously. The redhead nodded. Yes, no matter what jutsu a person uses, as long as there's chakra involved, I'm able to fully understand the technique, allowing me to take action against it and even recreate it if I put my mind to it, he said, much to everyone's surprise. I see. It's very similar to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the clan Orochimaru was obsessed with, the albino concluded. More or less, the Sharingan allows you to copy the jutsus it sees. The Madras copy, and by seeing the flow of chakra in the user's body, they only copy what they see without adapting the technique to their own bodies. Therefore, the technique they have copied will be weaker than if they had learned it themselves, or so I read in the Tengu clan library, he explained in a lecture-like tone. I see. I must say you're a shinobi with quite a few surprises, being the Jinchuriki of the queue. I mean Kurama-sama, having the eye of the original shinobi no kami, a censor, and that trick you did with the chains when you rescued us, the albino concluded. Kongo Fusa, adamant chains, one of the distinctive traits of the Uzumaki clan. Karen may also possess it since she has Kagura's eye, he said, looking at his cousin who was beginning to blush. Kagura's eye? Jugo asked, confused. That's what our sensory ability is actually called. It not only allows us to recognize and identify chakra at long distances, but also to track it and, to a certain extent, predict the actions our targets will take by focusing on the emotions their chakra emits. I'm quite good at using it thanks to Kurama and II, he said, proud that all those years of training had paid off. And now, a state-of-the-art sensor capability, the albino side. Is there anything else Naruto-sama wants to surprise us with? The redhead stared at him and smiled before extending his right hand, palm up. From the center of his palm, a small violet flower began to grow, much to everyone's amazement. When it was fully grown, he plucked it from the roots and gave it to Karen, who seemed fascinated by the whole process. How did you do that? Asked the redhead, picking up the flower. My best guess is that it's a Kekii Genkai, Kimimaro stated. Naruto nodded. If by combining water release and earth release along with a large amount of vitality, I am able to use wood release, the unique Kekii Genkai that until I was born only my great-grandfather Hashirama Senju could use. The first Hokage? Yugo asked. Naruto nodded, which caused Yugo's expression to turn extremely serious. You should be careful in the future. Orochimaru also had an unhealthy obsession with the first Hokage. If he were to discover all your abilities, I'm sure he would try to come after you. That statement made Kimimaro frown furrowed in anger, and Karen looked at her relative with concern. Don't worry, I'll be careful. That said, the problem we're going to solve now, said the blue-eyed man. What do you mean? I asked, confused. I was planning to go to Kumo until I met you guys, and I still intend to go there. What are you guys going to do? Kimimaro stood up and walked a few steps to the blonde man's side, kneeling before him. I reiterate what I said when you saved me from death. I will follow you to the very depths of hell, if necessary. Allow me to fight for your dream, he said with conviction. Kimimaro, the redhead, was surprised. Naruto and you're the only family I have left. Can I stay with you? She asked nervously, her eyes welling with tears. Uzumaki turned to look at his cousin and hesitated for a few seconds before answering. Of course, we redheads have to support each other, he said with a smile. Much to the girl's delight, she stood up and threw herself into his arms. The touching moment lasted a minute before Naruto loosened his hug from his cousin and looked at Yugo. And you? The orange-haired man stared at the redhead. You helped me see the reality of my life. You showed me that the world was harsh and cruel. But despite that, you want to fight to make it a better place. If you'll allow me, I'd like to fight alongside you for lasting peace. I want to believe in your dream. Naruto was moved. Perhaps he hadn't planned it, but in the end, the incident at the beginning of his journey had brought something good out of it all. Maybe I won't kill Azazel. I'll just beat him up, he thought briefly before looking with a smile at his companions. No, friends, the mere thought brought a smile to his face. Very well, in that case we'll leave tomorrow, but we have a problem, he said, losing all enthusiasm. I'm wanted throughout Hai no Kuni, and the borders are guarded. I highly doubt that Konoha Ninja will let me pass just like that. You couldn't use a hinge, it would be too obvious. So what do we do? Karen asked. Naruto thought about it for a moment until he remembered his geography lessons with Kokobio and had an idea. If we can't go directly, we'll have to take a detour, he said with a smile that confused everyone present. The next morning, the four of them left the inn early to avoid the crowds. They went first to a shinobi shop. Naruto was currently the only one with decent clothes and couldn't have his three friends walking all the way to Kumo wearing just a bathing kimono. The redhead sat in an armchair, waiting for the others to arrive, his hood up, covering his hair and obscuring his facial features. The only things visible through it were his right blue eye and his chin. A yawn caught his attention, until he realized it was in his head. "Good morning, Kurama and I," he said in his head before concentrating and appearing in his mental landscape. He saw the kitsune lying down with its hands on its elbows. "Good morning, puppy. I noticed you were very quiet yesterday," he declared, although it was clear to Kurama that it was a question. "I just thought you were perfectly capable of handling the situation. You have the makings of a leader," he said with a smile. The redhead blushed, but it quickly replaced it with a sinister smile. "Could it be that my newfound ability to create chakra chains has made you nervous?" Kurama se puso furioso. "Shut up. I spent a fucking decade and a half tied up and impaled because of that same skill you brag about. I swear, that tomato must have had a sadistic or maybe masochistic side," he said with a smug smile at the end. The redhead blushed to the roots of his hair. He understood the message. "Don't drag Akino into this," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Why not? I'm sure you can put the Congo Fusa to good use now. That girl was already moaning like a bitch when you were spanking her ass and riding her from behind. I'm sure if you tie her up and rape her, she'll be delighted," I exclaimed before I busted my ass in his face. Too embarrassed to answer, he disappeared from the scene, leaving the kitsune alone. "Oh yes, I still have it in me. Nobody beats a fox when it comes to teasing," he thought contentedly. Back in the real world, the redhead tried to control his blush. "Ero Kitsune," he murmured. "Naruto-sama, are you all right?" He recognized Kimamaro's voice and looked in his direction. Kimamaro wore black shinobi sandals with matching black pants and white bandages tied around his ankles. His upper body was covered by a white shirt with wide sleeves, and the lower part was so long it covered his back and front down to his knees. This garment was slightly open in the front, so loose that he could remove it without much trouble, and tied with a dark red rope belt. Karen wore the same sandals in the same color with matching slim-fit trousers and a long-sleeved purple shirt, and a kunai pouch on her right leg. She also wore glasses with oval lenses and red frames. Because he was looking at her head-on, he missed the 3 rolls of sealing tape strapped to her back. As for Yugo, he wore the same sandals and the same type of pants as Kimamaro and himself, and a loose cape. He wore a piece of black cloth that left his right arm exposed and covered the rest, although underneath he wore nothing. "Kimamaro, Yugo, aren't you dressed a little too lightly?" I asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "It's necessary to use our techniques. I don't want to constantly put holes in my clothes," and Yugo would literally tear all his clothes to shreds if he transformed to fight, he said calmly. "It's not that I can't see the logic, it's just that," he thought before glancing at his cousin, who was staring at the albino with a face the same shade of red as her hair. But Naruto noticed a small difference about the girl. "Karen, since when do you need glasses?" he asked as he headed to the counter to pay. "Actually, I always have. In my haste, I always forgot mine at the base," he said playfully. The boy looked embarrassed as he pulled out his tiger skin wallet. It was white with black stripes. "I'm sorry if I had known." The girl smiled at him. "It's all the same. I didn't even like those glasses. I prefer these new ones 1,000 times over." The clothes, new glasses, a kunai case, 15 kunai, 3 rolls of sealing tape, total 142,564 rios. In case you're wondering, 1,000 rios is 1,000 yen. The redhead sighed before paying. For the millionth time, Thank you, Ka-chan. All right, let's get going, he said, leaving the store along with the rest of the group. They walked through the streets, now a little busier than yesterday, and headed out of town. 1 hour later, the group stood on the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea. They were far enough from the road that no one could see them, but just in case, Naruto activated Kagura's item monitor the perimeter. Nodding contentedly at the feeling that there was no one within a kilometer of him, he turned to look at his group. All right, before we begin, is there anyone who's afraid of heights or vertigo? They all looked at each other and shook their heads. Good then. He approached his cousin and made a single hand seal before touching her. Such was his mastery of this technique that he only needed one Madara to use it. Doton, Kijigen no Jutsu, light rock technique. Everyone, including Karen, stared at the blonde boy in confusion until they were utterly incredulous when they saw the redhead grab his cousin and throw her into the air. Karen started screaming with her eyes closed, thinking she was going to fall, and Yugo and Kimimaro got ready to catch her, but she never hit the ground. The two boys on the ground watched in surprise as the Uzumaki girl floated through the air. When Karen opened her eyes and saw that she wasn't falling, she looked at her cousin with a surprised expression. Naruto just gave him a sly smile. You didn't think I was just going to throw you out like that. We'll fly to our next destination, he said before repeating the process with the orange-haired boy and the albino. After years of practicing elemental transformation, along with the help of many clones, he had reached a point where any earth and water technique he used was several times more powerful than normal. He had only taken the first step towards wind and lightning and didn't know many jutsu of that element, but he could use them well and without problems. Are we going to Kumo by flying? Yugo asked as he jumped into the air with Kimimaro. The redhead shook his head. They could see us crossing the border and consider it a hostile move, or worse, an invasion. I'd rather not take any risks, he replied as he rose into the air. With a little effort and concentration, he summoned 3 chakra chains and tied them to his friend's waists. Even though I've negated your weight with this technique, you can't control your movement unless you use wind release, so I'm going to drag you along, he said before channeling his wind release chakra to their feet and beginning to head toward their destination. So where are we going? Karen asked. We'll go to a maritime country that's near here and take a boat to Kaminari no Kuni, he replied. What is the name of that country? The redhead smiled. Nami no Kuni. In the eastern sea near the shores of Nami no Kuni, for individuals were hurtling through the sky at top speed. Naruto had been dragging his friends along for 4 hours. He still had more than half his chakra remaining, but he was starting to worry. Even though he had asked for directions, he wasn't entirely sure if they were on the right track. It was possible they had strayed from their course without realizing it. He hadn't wanted to go along with it that way, but he didn't really have many options. He needed permission to board the ships, and even if he had it, he'd been told that the only ones capable of taking them to Nami no Kuni were the Gato Corporation's ships, and nobody ever managed to get them on board. It seemed very suspicious to him, but they had no choice. He wasn't willing to drag his friends across all of Hai no Kuni to the border of Kaminari no Kuni. The risk of them being caught was too great. The only border that wasn't so heavily guarded was the maritime one, so he decided to take his chances by sea. The redhead sighed. Well, at least they're having a good time, he thought as he looked back and saw his companions enjoying the ride. Karen was literally screaming with joy, waving her hands in different positions to propel herself as he dragged her along at full speed. Kimimaro was more subtle, but he could see the happiness in her eyes and the small smile at the corner of her lips as she surveyed the sea and its surroundings. Yugo had the same expression as Kimimaro as he looked around, carrying a bird in the palm of his hand. Where did he get it? He thought as drops of sweat fell down the back of his neck. Naruto shook his head to clear his mind and looked ahead again. A few minutes later, he could see the land in the distance. With a smile, he shouted so his passengers could hear him. Guys, we're almost there. Ju, we can't go on any longer, I shouted, making a face. Kimimaro spoke up. Can we repeat it, Naruto-sama? he asked. Naruto turned and saw Kimimaro with a stoic expression, looking at him with eyes shining with hope. Well, they really liked it, she thought, twice as much sweat trickling down her neck. She sighed before smiling. Yes, we'll do it again as soon as we have time. Yuju. Although the albino didn't express it as verbally as the girl, it was clear that the gleam in his eyes had doubled in intensity. Yugo continued playing with his little bird, completely carefree. With all this in mind, Naruto hurried to get there as quickly as possible. Naruto landed in the middle of a forest, dragging his companions along. He had left his chakra chains loose throughout the journey, but now he had regained control and gently placed them on the ground. Then he sent a gentle pulse of his own chakra through their bodies, and their weight returned. Well, we've arrived. The albino nodded. What is our course of action? He asked. For now, we'll look for a city and ask if there are any available trips to Kaminari no Kuni, he said before looking up at the sky. It's past noon. If we hurry, we might be on our way before nightfall, he said before starting to walk toward a village he had spotted while flying over the area. His companions soon followed him. The forest was quite large, and the light mist that covered the surroundings reminded him of the immense forests of the Tengu clan. The redhead opened his eyes suddenly, but didn't stop at all. Damn, with all the commotion yesterday, I didn't have time to call anyone to warn them about our situation. The boy thought and sighed in frustration. I guess I'll do it later. I hope Ka-chan isn't furious with me. She remembered with terror how dangerous her adoptive mother could be, especially with a whip. It depends on who you ask. I think Barricule wouldn't complain if he was whipped a little, he said, causing the blue-eyed boy's skin to turn slightly green just imagining the scene. No, imagining your father figures in that situation wasn't pleasant. Come on, cheer up. Akino inherited that side from her father, she said with a perverted giggle. The green disappeared, replaced by red. She certainly wasn't going to complain about that side of Akino. He snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed several figures in the distance beginning to surround them. Their chakra was minuscule, pathetic. They certainly weren't shinobi, most likely bandits. But there were 4 in particular whose chakra reserves were larger. One of them had almost as much chakra as Karen, and that was saying something considering she was an Uzumaki, even though she was only 11 years old. The other 3 had more chakra than ordinary civilians, but even with all their chakra combined, they couldn't match anyone in their group. A man appeared as he walked through the trees. He was quite muscular, wearing gray pants and a short-sleeved shirt that revealed his muscles, along with an axe slung over his shoulder. This man might have seemed intimidating to any civilian, with his bald head and scarred face, but they were not civilians. Well, what are you doing here lost in the woods, don't you know? Shut your disgusting mouth, trash, and move aside, you're blocking the way. These words came in a contemptuous tone from the albino boy's mouth. The redhead sighed. Kimimaro, even though this little shit doesn't deserve it, you have to learn to be polite. Kagaya nodded to her leader. Aren't you going a bit too far? He may be uglier than sin, but he doesn't deserve such hurtful words, the redhead tried to defend. Believe me, Yugo, I'm sure Naruto and II has already noticed, but this man is not a good person, said the redhead. The bald man in question, who had prepared some words to intimidate them, was fuming. It was no wonder he exploded. Kill the men and leave the girl alive. She'll be good fun later, he shouted with a crooked smile. Suddenly, the rest of the people Naruto had sensed earlier began to appear through bushes and trees, but he noticed that the 4 largest chakra signatures did not move from their positions. Perhaps they were just observing to kill them later. Although they may be with them, however strange that may be, it's best not to show too much. The redhead thought, after all, a ninja should keep his secrets as long as possible. Kimimaro, he said, drawing the albino's attention. Can you take care of them? The boy's eyes betrayed his excitement. Of course, Naruto-sama, he said with a slight bow before starting to walk forward. Karen, I'm sure you've noticed those 4 chakra signatures that are still hidden. Keep an eye out. And you too, Yugo. We might have to jump in to help." He whispered so the bandits wouldn't hear him and settled in to watch Kimimaro work his magic. The albino, who wore his kimono shirt loosely, removed his left sleeve, letting it fall behind him before tensing his arm to straighten it perfectly. Suddenly, his humerus began to protrude from his shoulder, and the boy grabbed it. He forcefully pulled out the bone under the disgusted and shocked gaze of the bandits, while their companions watched the process with curiosity. Kimimaro's left arm hung limp until it suddenly began to rise from the shoulder forward, as if something were passing through where the bones should have been. After a few moments and 4 bone-crunching sounds, Kimimaro's arm was back as if nothing had happened, and he pointed the spindle in his right hand forward. It might seem ridiculous to use a blunt bone as a weapon, but the difference was that this spindle was 60 centimeters long. The humerus, which served as the handle, was attached to a sharp bone blade, somehow replacing the radius and ulna. The bandits, too surprised by this, had no chance to dodge the albino's first attack. "Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia," she whispered before speeding towards her enemies. Naruto was going to admit it. The kid was good, very good. He wondered if he'd be willing to teach him how to use a blade because the carnage he was witnessing proved that Kimimaro was a master at what he did. A simple bone blade was relentlessly cutting and slashing, with short, swift movements that wasted no time. The Kaguya looked like a meat grinder, blood spurting everywhere, limbs flying through the air, and screams echoing through the air. It looked like hell, at least to his enemies. His comrades couldn't help but watch with morbid fascination the beautiful, deadly dance that was spreading death across the battlefield. 5 minutes later, it was all over. All that remained was a gory landscape through which the white-haired man advanced as if nothing had happened. The redhead snapped out of his daze and smiled at him. "You're truly incredible. Despite all the carnage, your fighting style was almost like you were dancing," he said, praising the albino. Kimimaro returned his smile and lowered his head slightly. "Your words honor me, Naruto-sama." Some groans caught the group's attention, and they realized that the big man who had greeted them at first was still alive, but he had barely lost his leg and right arm and was bleeding profusely. Naruto looked at his friend questioningly. "I thought maybe I'd like to ask him a few questions," Kaguya declared. The redhead nodded as he approached the dying man. The bandit began to whimper and moan. "Please have mercy. As long as you tell me what I want to know, you'll get out of this alive," he said in a cold tone that made the cripple nod vehemently. "Why did you attack us?" "We were following orders. Our job was supposed to be to scare the country's inhabitants into submission. They've become rebellious lately, and the boss wanted to break their morale," he said through a whisper. The man was on his last legs. "Who ordered you to do it?" "Fufufue." The redhead jumped, dodging several shurikens that came from the forest. He emerged unscathed, but the same could not be said for his source of information. Naruto hurried around to check on his companions. It seemed Yugo had protected Karen by switching his arm to stop the projectiles, and Kimimaro had used his bone sword to defend himself against the shurikens. "Are you all okay?" I asked just in case. Yugo nodded next to the redhead. "Yes, Naruto-sama," the albino replied. Naruto nodded, focusing on his sensory abilities, and watched as his attackers sped away. "It seems we're dealing with potentially hostile ninjas, and they don't want us interfering in their affairs." "What do you want us to do?" Yugo asked. Naruto thought for a few moments before answering. "Nothing. Karen and I will keep an eye out in case they come back. Let's continue to the nearest village. Something's going on, and I don't like it. Let's pick up the pace." Naruto picked up his cousin and placed her on his back. Once she was settled, he started running, closely followed by Yugo and Kimimaro. Little did the redhead know the mess they had just gotten themselves into. The 4 unknown ninjas who had previously attacked Naruto's group were running at full speed back to their hiding place. "Sensei, what the hell was that?" one of the 3 children in the group asked. "Yes, that thing ripped off its arm bone and started cutting down all the bandits like it was nothing." "Shut the fuck up. I'm thinking," shouted the adult in the group as he continued running. Shit, it was supposed to be easy money, helping some damn businessman take over a country without a shinobi village. We've got the daimyo locked up and the population practically subdued, and now this group of freaks shows up. Gato's not going to like this. An hour later, the group was still running through the forest, hoping to find a village. Karen and Naruto had activated Kagura's eye to its maximum capacity to search for signs of life. They hadn't had any luck so far, or at least it seemed that way. Karen suddenly opened her eyes. Naruto and I to the left. The redhead nodded, smiling. Yes, it seems luck is on our side, he said before redirecting the group's course toward the large concentration of chakra signatures that he and his cousin had sensed. They continued running for another 5 minutes before the group stopped abruptly at the entrance to the village. The girl climbed off her cousin's back and looked around the town. The streets were in a deplorable state. Men, women, and children wandered through the town in rags. Some houses were in ruins, boarded up at the doors and windows. But what remained constant in everyone's lives was the serious expression and the fire that burned in their eyes. Despite the obvious hardships faced by the people, they all seemed to possess a strong will, almost as if they were prepared to face a coming battle. Deciding to put his thoughts aside, Naruto made his way through the village with his friends trailing behind him, searching for a tavern where they could gather information. He deliberately ignored the curious or suspicious glances they were receiving from passers-by. It seemed foreigners weren't welcome here. Considering how little the bandit had told him an hour ago, it appeared the locals thought he was on the side of this tyrant, for lack of a better word, who was trying to seize control of the country. These were just assumptions on the redhead's part, but he didn't believe for a moment that his thoughts were unfounded. After a while, they saw an establishment that appeared to be some kind of public place. He assumed it was the village tavern, so he decided they might as well go in and have something to eat, and so they all headed towards the place. When he opened the door, every head inside the establishment turned in his direction. Naruto quickly scanned the entire tavern. Damn, it looks like they want to kill us with their eyes. I hope Kimimaro doesn't cause a scene, he thought. Turned to look at his partner, and indeed he had an angry grimace on his face. Naruto sighed, praying that the albino wouldn't cause a fuss, and headed towards an empty table where he sat with the rest of his companions waiting for them to come and place their order. Karen looked especially nervous, though it wasn't entirely to be blamed. Of the four, she was the only one who couldn't defend herself, and despite having unlocked her chakra, she'd never received any formal training. Yugo remained impassive and ignored the stares of the audience. Finally, Kimimaro, still seemingly angry, glared at everyone who was giving him dirty looks. A shiver ran down their spines, and they hurried back to their own business, fearing what he might do to them. Then, a burly, bald man with a thick mustache, wearing black pants, a black t-shirt, and sandals, approached. "The scum from Gato are not welcome in my establishment," he said in a harsh tone. Naruto frowned. "We just arrived, and we don't even know what's going on. I can understand that you might have problems, but we'd appreciate it if you didn't label us as criminals without even asking us first," he said, his mind racing. So, Gato, huh? A snort echoed in his head. It's no wonder that only those from his corporation are allowed to enter the country. He must be the one causing all the trouble. The Uzumaki had to agree with his brother. The innkeeper looked surprised. "Wait, you're not mercenaries? Don't you work for Gato?" "No, we only came to Nami to stop over and catch a boat to another country," he said, deliberately omitting that he wanted to go to Kaminari no Kuni. In case it became known that he had passed through here, he wanted to leave as little trace as possible. The tavern owner's attitude took a 180-degree turn, as did that of everyone else in the tavern. "Well, sorry guys, ever since that bastard arrived in Nami a few months ago, things have been upside down," he said while laughing, and the other customers apologized. Karen decided to get involved. "What's going on?" When we asked for transportation, they told us that the only ones allowed to enter the country were from the Gato Corporation, and they refused to take us even though we paid. The tavern keeper's frown returned in full force, and he let out a weary sigh before sitting down with them. Gato, the president of Gato Corporation, is the cause of all the country's ruin. He came a few months ago to set up a branch of his company here. At first, we were happy, thinking it would bring more work, but he quickly showed his true colors, forcing people to sell their shipping companies by hook or by crook. When the daimyo found out, he tried to stop Gato, but the bastard hired a ninja team, and they killed the castle guards. Shortly after, the bastard stationed a garrison of mercenaries in the castle to keep the daimyo caged. With our leader caged, Gato had free rein to do whatever he wanted, and ever since, we've been fighting Gato's men day after day, robbing us and kidnapping our wives and daughters to sell them in the slave market, he said, pure rage blazing across his face. The atmosphere in the tavern became very violent after the mustachioed man's story. Naruto-sama, Yugo said in a declarative tone. Naruto nodded in agreement, knowing what the orange-haired boy wanted from him. Although other thoughts were running through his head, and oh, not you either. It's already strange enough to hear it from Kimimaro. You two are supposed to be the oldest in the group. He thought in a depressed tone, trying to ignore his foxy brother's laughter. Would you mind if some foreigners gave you a hand? He asked, much to the audience's surprise. Do you want to help? The tavern owner asked, astonished. Naruto nodded. My companions and I have received ninja training. Bandits wouldn't be a problem, but we would need information about the ninjas, he replied, noticing that the customers looked at him with joyful, grateful, or hopeful eyes. The tavern keeper grinned from ear to ear and decided to start telling everyone everything he knew. But unfortunately, the sudden arrival of a stranger interrupted his plans. A villager burst into the tavern, nearly kicking the door down. Guys, we've got to do something. What's going on? A random customer asked. It's Kaiza. Gato wants to execute him in the town square, he cried desperately. That statement caused mass chaos. Naruto and his group were completely ignored, and all the customers, along with the tavern owner, ran out the door, most likely towards the plaza to rescue this Kaiza guy. The redhead stood up. Let's go, he said before running off alongside his companions at a moderate pace so Karen could keep up. They had little trouble finding their way. Almost all the villagers were heading in a specific direction, so they decided to follow them. It didn't take them long to arrive, and they witnessed the spectacle firsthand. In the middle of the square stood a wooden platform on which a man was tied to a wooden cross. The man about to be executed was quite tall and muscular, with tan skin, black hair, and black eyes. He wore a sleeveless navy blue kimono-style shirt and black trousers with sandals on his feet. He appeared badly beaten, if the blood at the corner of his mouth was any indication. A little further ahead to his right stood a small man with dark glasses and curly gray hair, suggesting a certain age. He was dressed entirely in black with matching dress shoes and carried a cane resting on it. The pretentious smile on his face was really getting on Naruto's nerves. The real problem was the shinobi standing near the dwarf. He was a huge adult with black hair and no eyebrows, white bandages covering the lower part of his face, and a headband tied to the side with the Kiri symbol. He was shirtless, wearing only black cargo pants, matching shinobi sandals, and arm warmers. Naruto didn't recognize him by his physique, but by the sword he carried in his right hand, resting on his shoulder. A 2-meter-long blade with a hole near the tip and a hollow curve a little closer to the hilt. That blade was a Kubikurabocho, decapitating knife. Damn! Of all people, it had to be Zabusa Momochi, former member of the Kiri no Shino Bigatena Nananin Shu, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the Kirigakura no Kijin, demon of the mist, he thought, already formulating plans to deal with this enemy. Behind the platform stood 2 identical figures, not only in their clothing but also in their physical appearance. They wore metal masks that concealed their mouths, along with metal gauntlets with claws on their arms, and black trousers, capes, and sandals. They had different hairstyles, but black hair was a trait they shared, along with the typical Hittite, a type of haircut, of the mist. The villagers were kept at bay by the cat mercenaries, who formed a perimeter around the platform to prevent them from interrupting. People of Nami, it seems you still don't understand your place. There are still those who, apparently, dare to cause disturbances and threaten my rule over the island. This man, Kaiza, dared to strike my men for coming to demand my taxes. Such behavior is unacceptable. I will make an example of this man so you know what happens to those who dare to oppose me. Therefore, Kaiza, I condemn you to death, he declared with a cruel smile. Touchan, cried a distraught child, tears streaming down his face, catching the attention of the redhead. He wore a white hat with blue stripes, a yellow t-shirt, and green overalls. The child's hair was spiky black, and his eyes were the same color. His complexion was pale. He seemed to be pushing against his mother's arms, trying to reach the condemned man. The woman, of average height, had straight black hair and eyes of the same color. She wore a pink t-shirt and blue pants. The mother, also weeping, was holding her son back, fearing what the mercenaries would do to him. Beside him stood an old man with gray hair and beard, dark eyes, and round glasses. He wore a black tank top and matching trousers. The old man stared at the tyrant with rage and helplessness, unsure of what to do. Naruto had a quick thought. He couldn't let that innocent man die like that. Yugo, the swordsman is yours. Kimimaro, I want you to rescue the prisoner. I'll deal with the mercenaries before helping you, he declared, receiving nods of agreement from the two boys. And me? Asked the redhead, drawing the attention of her classmates. The redhead took a kunai from its sheath and handed it to his cousin. I want you to take the kunai and hide in an alley, he said in a calm voice. But I want to fight with you, she exclaimed indignantly. You haven't received any training, Karen, and I don't want to put you at unnecessary risk, he said, but the girl remained angry. This isn't up for debate, Karen. I just found you, and I'm not going to lose you, he said in a harsh tone, surprising the redhead. She wanted to continue arguing, but seeing there wasn't time, she grabbed the kunai and hid in a side alley. Naruto sighed before turning back to his companions. On my signal, he said, and the three nodded. Gato had been hitting the poor fisherman with his stick. The little shit must have felt really powerful to abuse a man twice his size who was completely defenseless. Finally, the little shit had enough and turned back to look at the crowd. Let this serve as an example to you. I'm the one in charge, he shouted before turning towards the Nukenin, ninja deserter. Kill him. Zabuza didn't hesitate, raising his sword high, ready to strike, much to the despair of the mother and child. Kaiza. No. Now. It was just a few seconds. None of the civilians present even saw it. In a fraction of a second, Naruto formed his madras and planted his hands in the ground. The result was that hundreds of stakes erupted from the ground, piercing deep into the flesh of the mercenaries who had previously been causing trouble. It was a massacre, but Kimimaro and Yugo hadn't stood still. The instant their leader gave the order, they leaped over the mercenaries before they could be impaled, heading for the platform. Yugo transformed his arm and went to strike Zabuza, but Zabuza wasn't a former Kirijonin for nothing. He immediately lowered his sword and parried the blow, though not without difficulty. Unfortunately for the Nukenin, Yugo had made some modifications to his arm. Not only had the skin become thicker and more resistant, but right next to his wrist was a circle containing a massive cylinder as long as his arm. The moment the orange-haired man's fist made contact, the cylinder shot out like a hammer, striking the giant sword and the shinobi with it. Zabuza was flung backward, powerless to react. Meanwhile, Kimimaro seized the opportunity to expel a sharp bone from the palm of his hand, severing the prisoner's ropes. Shortly after, he scooped the prisoner up in his arms before leaping off the platform. Kimimaro, who had heard the small family screaming earlier, approached them with Kaiza in his arms. Take him, leave, and don't look back. The small family took a few moments to realize what had happened, but when they did, they acted without hesitation. The old man scooped his brother-in-law up in his arms and ran back to their house. The woman took her son's hand, but before following her father, she turned to look at the albino. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with gratitude, and proceeded to leave, dragging her son along with her. Kimimaro watched for a few moments as the family withdrew before turning to look at the battlefield. Yugo remained on guard atop the platform, watching the ninja swordsman struggling to his feet. His sword appeared to have a huge crack in the center due to the orange-haired man's hard blow. Naruto was a little further away, dodging the twin ninjas' attacks. The redhead finally landed a hard blow to one of their heads, and from the crack he heard, the albino was sure he had killed him. His brother, filled with fury, charged up behind the redhead. Kimimaro wasn't going to let that trash hit his master, so he raised both arms, pointing his fingers at the enemy ninja. Teshi Sundan, piercing fingers. Without a sound, the 10 phalanges of Kagaya's fingers shot out at the ninja, piercing him in multiple places and passing through his entire body as if it were butter. He fell dead on the spot before the redhead had even moved. Naruto looked at his teammate with a smile. "Thanks, though I didn't need it." The albino gave a slight bow. "Of course, Naruto-sama." He knew perfectly well that his master would have easily crushed them, but he didn't want to upset him when he was there himself. "Who are you? What does this mean?" the tycoon shouted, both enraged and terrified. Naruto and Kimimaro glared at him, their murderous instincts suddenly unleashed, causing the coward to scream in fear and scurry behind Zabuza. Yugo hadn't lost sight of him for a moment. His right side was still transformed, but the cylinder had vanished, leaving only a massive fist with nails embedded in its knuckles. "Who we are is of little importance. What matters is who you are and what you've been doing, you little shit," he said, looking at him with his one visible eye, as cold as ice. Gato was about to wet his pants. "Zabuza, do something." The Kiri ninja finally got up with difficulty and looked at his enemies with analytical eyes. Naruto decided to speak and greeted his opponent with a smile. "Zabuza Momochi, I'd say it's a pleasure to meet a ninja of your caliber, but unfortunately, we're on opposite sides." The dark-haired man laughed in response. "Yeah, I guess this kind of messes up my introduction, though you don't really need an introduction, Naruto Uzumaki," he said with a smile from behind his bandages. The redhead's smile died instantly, replaced by a frown. "How do you know my name?" he asked in an icy tone that sent shivers down Zabuza's spine, even though Gato let out a little girl's scream. "You underestimate your reputation, the long-lost son of the 4th Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, and the most wanted child on the continent. Your characteristics are listed in the bingo book with one of the highest bounties in history: red hair, scars on your cheeks, and only one right eye. Although I don't have a picture, I highly doubt there's anyone else with those characteristics on the entire continent." Luckily, no one else was in the square at that moment. The spectators had run away as soon as they realized that the earth spikes had killed all the mercenaries and Kaizo was safe. "You're talking like you're interested?" he declared, seriously doubting that he had recognized it so quickly without being interested in him. "To be honest, I was hoping to find you so I could recruit you into my small group of mercenaries. Even though you killed the demon brothers, I wouldn't mind as long as you and your friends accepted the offer. They were too weak anyway." The redhead frowned even more at the deserter's words. He could easily discern the kind of person his opponent was thanks to his skill, ruthless and willing to do anything to achieve his goals. The darkness he sensed within him was more than clear, though beneath it all, he could perceive the good intentions. While he wasn't a saint, he wasn't a morally bankrupt person either. He wondered why he was working for this bastard. "I'm very sorry, but if you work for trash like that shitty dwarf, I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline," he replied. The dark-haired man sighed. "I guess there's nothing I can do." Then he smiled from beneath his bandages. "This is going to be a battle to remember," he said, raising his sword with some difficulty, ready for the fight. Naruto was about to charge to eliminate his enemy, but he stopped abruptly and signaled his companions not to move. He had sensed something with his abilities. 5 people were approaching his position, 4 of them the ones who had interrupted his interrogation, and something even worse had happened. An unknown chakra signature was getting too close to Karen. It wasn't very tall, so it wasn't a shinobi, but he hoped it wasn't an enemy. He couldn't detect its intentions from here. Zabuza watched curiously as everything stopped suddenly, but then 5 people appeared on the battlefield whom he easily recognized. He smiled beneath his bandages that it seems the reinforcements have arrived. The man in front had green hair and violet eyes, wearing a headband, Hittite, with the symbol for aim, rain, tied around his forehead. He wore a tight-fitting, full-body suit in violet and black, carried an umbrella on his back, and had a sword hilt without a blade at his hip. The hilt was black with a ring at the pommel, and where the blade should have been, there were only 2 ends curved inward. Then there was a person whose gender couldn't be discerned. They were dressed in a blue battle kimono and a mask typical of the Nukenin hunter division, though it was clear to Naruto that this person wasn't a hunter. They had long hair tied in a bun with 2 long bangs on either side of their face, secured with small bandages. The last 3 were all dressed the same, a full-body yellow jumpsuit with diving masks, and the aim Hittite tied on their foreheads. "You're late, Aoi. Where the hell have you been?" "Shut your mouth. I saw some suspicious guys and went to report it to the base, and I found your lapdog there telling me that you were in the middle of an execution." The masked man turned to Zabuza. "The information worried me, and I came to make sure everything was all right. It seems I did the right thing." Gato stepped forward, his arrogance now restored, a crooked smile on his face. Well, it seems the tables have turned. Perhaps you'd like to beg for mercy before I have you killed." The redhead didn't even flinch. "Relax, you little shit. We'll take care of them first, and then you'll go," he said with a bloodthirsty smile, his left eye changing from a beautiful sapphire to a bloody ruby with a slit pupil. Zabuza knew exactly what that meant. He had no idea to what extent that redhead had mastered the chakra of his inner beast, and being injured by the blow from the orange-haired boy, he was not willing to risk it in battle, so he did the wisest thing. Zabuza lunged at Gato and knocked him out before hoisting him over his shoulder. He couldn't let his client die, or he wouldn't get paid. "We're leaving," he said to his masked accomplice and vanished in a shunshin, followed by the masked boy. I suppose Zabuza expected Aoi to follow him closely, but that wasn't the case. Anyway, he didn't care. If the idiot ended up dying, that meant more money for him. Aoi looked in the direction her partner Nukenin had gone. "Coward, they're just children." He turned and stared at his opponents with an arrogant smile. "My name is Aoi Rokushio, a Konoha deserter ninja, and currently a jonin from AIM. These are my students. May I know your names?" Naruto stared at the man, using the eye of Kagura to study him. His chakra was black, filled with greed and arrogance, and an insane lust for power. Oh yes, this guy wasn't going to get out of here alive. "Giving my name to a future corpse is useless," he said with his best poker face as Yugo and Kimimaro prepared for battle. The violet-eyed boy began to laugh maniacally. "Defeat me? You poor fools." The jonin then grasped the hilt at his hip, displayed it, and held it out in front of everyone. "Do you know what this is?" he asked arrogantly, but all he got was a neutral stare from the 3 boys. Their reactions irritated Aoi, but he didn't show it, instead maintaining his arrogant expression. "This sword once belonged to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It is the legendary Raijin no Ken, and whoever wields it, a sword of lightning formed from the end of the hilt, is invincible. You cannot defeat me. Crawl at my feet, and I will give you a swift death," he shouted as his students waited patiently for their master to finish off his enemies. The 3 of them stared at their opponent with neutral faces, but in their heads the gears were turning. "So that sword belonged to my great-great-uncle. I suppose if I get it back and keep it, nobody could complain," the redhead thought. "I remind you that no one knows you are a Senju because of your blood. Something that bothers you." "Of course it bothers me. Just imagining the dumbfounded faces of the inhabitants of Konoha if they knew that they had mistreated the descendant of one of their founders would be worth more than all the sake in the world," he said, almost drooling. "Here we go again with the same old thing. I thought I made it perfectly clear that I wasn't going to start drinking until I was an adult. She sighed to herself. She'd had this argument since she was 10 years old, and she kept bothering him about it. You promised, remember? He said in a hurried tone. Yes, yes. When I'm an adult, I'll start drinking. He said in a tired tone. Apparently, his brother could taste everything he tasted when he ate. But well, that was a conversation for another time. Yugo's thoughts on the matter were simpler. If the sword makes you invincible, why did the second Hokage die so young? The orange-haired man was rather ignorant of history, but he knew a little about the great historical figures of this era, and the second Hokage was one of them. Tobirama Senju died in a suicide attack, taking with him the entire Kinkaku Gold Battalion, Kumo's elite forces, during the First Shinobi World War. Yugo reasoned that he couldn't be that invincible if Tobirama himself died back then. As for Kimimaro, he was having a chain of thoughts that were infuriating him by the minute. The sword of the second Hokage equals the second Hokage was Tobirama Senju equals Tobirama Senju was the brother of Hashirama Senju equals Naruto-sama, is a descendant of Hashirama Senju equals Aoi Rokusho, is the one who has the sword that rightfully belongs to Naruto-sama equals that fucking piece of shit stole it from Naruto-sama. Aoi Rokusho must die. The albino was determined to recover that sword for his master. Aoi was now truly enraged. They had proof before them that they couldn't defeat him, and they stood by as if nothing had happened. He was determined to attack them, but he saw something coming from behind them that made him smile cruelly. Naruto didn't lose his smile. He wondered for a moment why he was laughing until he remembered his cousin and noticed she was behind him, next to another hostile person. Shit, Karen. Let me go, you bastard, yelled the redhead, causing her three friends to turn slightly to see that she was trapped in the arms of a rather battered mercenary who had surely survived Naruto's first Earth release technique. Rokusho-sama. I found this girl hanging around the alley. She has the same hair as that individual. They must be related, he said while holding a kunai to the girl's neck. Shit, I screamed in his head as he clenched his teeth. Good job. What are you saying, kid? Is she your little sister or something? It would be a shame if something happened to her if you didn't do what I tell you, he said with an evil little laugh. Naruto stared at him for a few moments before lowering his head slightly, his hair obscuring his eye. What do you want? He said in a defeated voice, which was completely faked. As soon as we get out of this, I'm going to give you a slow and painful death. He thought furiously. Kurama inside was also furious. His cub had miraculously found a member of his family and now was in mortal danger. As soon as they could, they were going to crush them with 9 well-placed tail whips. The crooked smile on Amin's face widened even more. I want you to do nothing. You see, my genin need a punching bag to practice with, and you three are perfect for that, he said, brightening the day for the 3 AIM boys. The message was clear. They were going to be beaten and they couldn't defend themselves. The boys in yellow jumpsuits quickly charged at them under the horrified gaze of the redhead. No, please don't worry about me. Please leave them alone, she cried desperately. The Uzumaki girl's pleas fell on deaf ears as she had to witness her cousin being thrown to the ground and beaten by one of the genin. Kimimaro also ended up on the ground, but the genin took out one of his kunai and began to tear at Kagaya's skin. The last genin also began to beat Yugo, but he remained standing despite the blows. Atoi watched all this with a smile. She hadn't liked it when she'd been forced to take a genin team, but she had to admit that if situations like this happened often, she'd change her mind very quickly. But her smile faded after a few seconds when she realized something. They weren't shouting. No tears, no pleas, no cries of pain. Those 3 just stood there, motionless, taking a beating as if nothing was happening. There was a problem. Either those 3 had an inhuman pain tolerance, or their genin weren't doing their job properly. Naruto was still getting beaten on the ground, but he refused to scream. He had suffered worse things in his life, even before reaching puberty. This little shit wasn't going to make him beg. He wasn't the same weak kid he used to be. But there was a problem. They had Karen. The redhead tilted his head back to look at his cousin and silently uttered a phrase that the girl could easily read. "You're an Uzumaki, prove it." Karen stared at her brother's figure with tears in her eyes, but as soon as she read his lips, a fire ignited within her. She remembered the words her mother used to tell her when she was little. "We Uzumaki never give up. We Uzumaki always support our own. We Uzumaki never turn our backs on family." She was Karen Uzumaki, and she wasn't going to let those bastards use her as a hostage while they beat up her friends and family. The redhead ignited her chakra to full power, and the effect was immediate. Perhaps it was because of her desire to save them. Perhaps it was just an ability waiting to be used. She didn't care. The fact is that multiple chains came out from her back, completely impaling her captor. The poor wretch tried to react, to cut the girl's throat as soon as he felt himself being pierced by those chains, but his hand refused to move. One of the chains had pierced his spine, destroying the nerves. He fell dead a few seconds later. The Amin were shocked to see this event. What the hell? The Genin didn't have time to finish his statement because a hand grabbed his head at jaw level. The simple grip broke his oxygen mask, preventing him from speaking. Yugo stared at the person who had been beating him for the last 15 minutes with a calm expression until he began to transform. His pale skin was replaced by brown. His muscles became harder and more resilient as his full body transformation began. In the end, the Genin from AIM was about to wet himself at the sight of the monster that had him in its grip. Yugo now stood 2 meters tall, every muscle in his body bulging. If he weren't shirtless and his trousers were baggy, his clothes would most likely have burst. The cloak he wore over them remained in place. The most noticeable change was in his eyes. Where red once predominated, it was now replaced by a golden iris with black sclera. His head seemed to have protrusions framing his face, as if he wore a hapuri pressed against his skin, and the 2 horns sprouting from his forehead and curving backward gave him an undeniably demonic appearance. "I hope you enjoyed it. It'll be the last thing you ever do," he said in a calm voice. Wait. I don't wait. The giant closed his hand tightly, completely crushing the Genin's head as if it were a grape. The other Genin and Aoi watched this in shock, and then it was just one Genin and Aoi left. The two turned to see their other companion, whose back was now covered in bones, giving the impression that he had transformed into a humanoid porcupine, one who was bleeding from all over and had been tossed aside like a common rag by the boy Kagaya. Kimimaro, realizing that his friend had broken free, placed his right palm on his opponent's chest and sent all the bones he could through his chest, impaling him completely. As Kimimaro stood up, he showed everyone the various cuts all over his body. Pieces of skin were even missing, yet he wasn't bleeding. They all saw that beneath his skin was a kind of white armor protecting his muscles, blood vessels, and vital organs. The sun seal on his chest began to glow, and his skin gradually began to cover the missing parts. The last Genin didn't want to look down, not for anything in the world. If those two were already phenomena of nature, he didn't even want to imagine what their leader would be like. But curiosity won out over the instinct for self-preservation, and he lowered his gaze. Red, an eye as red as blood, full of promises of blood, pain, and suffering. I didn't even see 5 scarlet tails suddenly appear from the redhead's back and grab each of the Genin's limbs, legs, arms, and head. A short shriek was the last thing heard from him before the tails dismembered the boy, his torso falling to the side, blood gushing like a fountain from every severed limb. Aoi froze, the Raijin no Ken still in his right hand, staring at the whole spectacle. "Mo monsters," he said in a terrified voice. Naruto smiled. "I've been called worse." Compared to the insults he received in Konoha, Aoi's was very mild. The three began to approach the Jonin, who started to back away, holding his sword in front of him with both hands and swinging it around in a warning. "Back off. Can't you see? You still can't defeat me. I have the Rai. Aya Aowawea." Aoi's outburst died as soon as he felt 5 projectiles pierce his hands and dropped his sword. Kimimaro had fired his metacarpals from the fingertips of his right hand. Yugo rushed to grab the Jonin while Naruto collected the Senju family heirloom. The boy then approached Aoi, who was kicking his feet wildly while Yugo held him by the neck. He couldn't break free, as his hands had been completely mangled, and the panic he felt prevented him from formulating a coherent escape plan. The redhead, with his 5 tails whipping around his back, channeled his chakra through the leaf and watched curiously as a blade made of red lightning rose up. Let's make this pretty brief, okay? Start singing everything you know about Gato and his operations, and I promise your death will be swift. He flashed a sinister smile accentuated by the fangs protruding due to his tenant's chakra. It was too much for Aoi. His belief that he was invincible was shattered. He was surrounded by monsters who were going to torture him without mercy. His mind broke into 1,000 pieces, and he began to tell everything he knew. Why the hell did you knock me out? I'm the one who pays you. You should be beating up those 3 kids, not me. Gato shouted indignantly. They were back at their corporation's branch office, or rather, fortress, if you consider the building. It was a 3-story stone building surrounded by a wall of the same material as the main building. There was a small section of the building that was the exception, where the surface was made of glass. This was where his office was located, and where they were at that very moment. The punch that big guy threw at me not only broke my sword, it also broke my ribs. Besides, considering who we were facing, I preferred not to take any risks. The tycoon looked at him, confused. Are you telling me that Redhead is famous? Zabuza looked at him like he was stupid. Seriously, what fucking hole have you been living in these past few years that you haven't heard the name Naruto Uzumaki? The dwarf snorted. It's probably not that big of a deal. Didn't you hear me before when we introduced ourselves? That kid is the most wanted man in the elemental nations. The reward for bringing him back alive to a ninja village is 300 million rios, and that's just the lowest reward, the black-haired man shouted. Gato's jaw dropped to the ground. To think that this kid was important enough to be worth such a large sum. Then he began to recall what he'd said in the plaza, the son of the 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Gato froze. Now he understood why he was so important, but above all, why Zabuza didn't want to face him while injured. For a brief moment, he wondered if he could get his hands on him. Having the son of a Kage as a hostage was worth more than all the money in the world. Zabuza, do you think it would be possible to capture him? Now Zabuza was looking at him as if he'd completely lost his mind. Have you gone senile? I saw with my own eyes how that kid started using the beast's chakra. I don't have any seals to stop him if he starts running amok. Killing him is feasible. Capturing him alive? Unless you have at least 2 S-rank ninjas on your payroll, you're more likely to get beaten up than capture that kid. The tycoon's answer didn't please him, but it gave him pause. There was an organization composed exclusively of S-rank ninjas. He could hire them, but unfortunately, they were known to be operating in Tsuchi no Kuni, Land of Earth, and it would take weeks to contact them, many more weeks before they would even arrive. He had no choice but to make do with the manpower he had at that moment. Who knows, maybe those kids will end up being useful. After all, ninjas are very expensive. He thought for a moment as he glanced sideways at the Nukenin with an evil smile. Naruto was weaving several patterns neatly and quickly onto a blank scroll. The interrogation went smoothly. He didn't even try to resist, and they learned a great deal about Gato's operations here in Nami. He was going to thoroughly enjoy screwing over that damn businessman. Before, he wanted to help because it was the right thing to do. He couldn't allow these people to suffer like that. But now it was personal. Those idiots had endangered Karen. Nobody messed with his family and lived to tell the tale. Once he had created a storage scroll, he took Aoi Rokusho's head and placed it in the center. Oh yes, he had been using the poor fool's blood as ink. One has to make do with what one has in life. Channeling his chakra into the scroll, the head disappeared in a puff of smoke, and a kanji appeared in the center, indicating that the storage had been successful. As soon as they could, they were going to claim the reward for his head. He didn't know how much it was. He'd never seen the bingo book, but he supposed that stealing a sword from a prestigious clan must be a hefty sum. Anyway, that was a matter for another time. The redhead rolled up the parchment and put it in one of the pouches he wore at his waist, then turned to look at his cousin. Karen had been staring at the corpse of the bastard who had taken her hostage for quite some time without saying a word. He came up behind her and wrapped her in a hug. The girl melted into his embrace, enjoying the warmth of his brotherly embrace. "Are you okay?" Karen didn't say anything for a few moments before deciding to answer. "He was going to kill me. You all got beaten up because of him, and despite all that, I kind of regret killing him," she said in a whisper. The boy rested his chin on his head before answering. "That's why you're better than him. He would have killed you without remorse, and you know it. As long as you feel even a little regret for the lives you take, you'll remain human." The Uzumaki girl nodded before asking, "And you, Naruto and I don't feel remorse for the bastards I kill. People low enough to suffer for their selfish ambitions don't deserve mercy. However, if someone has a noble goal, or if they're a good or innocent person, if I were to kill them, then I would feel guilty," he replied, starting to play with the girl's hair. "Besides, you worry too much. That Jinin hit like a baby," she said playfully, earning a nudge from her cousin. "It's not because you guys are freaks that it didn't hurt you. Yugo is capable of turning into a demon. My ability comes from the senjutsu of nature. It has nothing demonic about it," he declared. Kimimaro, who has a layer of white cotton under his skin. "Actually, that was my Hon no Yoroi, bone armor. But continue," he said with a smile that made the redhead blush. "And finally, my cousin who can go from a deadly and ferocious ninja to a cute little fox with 9 tails," he concluded with a huge grin. "Cute?" I asked with a grimace. "Beautiful," exclaimed a certain indignant fox. "Sip. Let me out right now so I can show that girl how nice I can be," he said in a dark, deathly tone. Nobody calls him cute and lives to tell the tale. Well, except for Naruto, and even then, he was only 2 years old. Naruto was going to continue with his games, but someone interrupted them. "Did you win?" The group turned around abruptly to see the same tavern owner from before staring at them from a corner. "They've done it." The cat left with its tail between its legs. Dozens of people began to appear everywhere and shout with joy under the surprised gaze of the 4, while 3, Naruto had other ideas in his head. Mental note: practice my sensor skills as soon as possible. What the hell good is having the ability to detect targets at long distances if I can't use it properly? Not to mention that Kagura's eye allows you to track your targets to some extent. You really have no excuse, he said in a playful tone. "You're not helping, you damn fox," he thought bitterly to himself. Even though they had won for now, there was still much to be done. Gato had put down deep roots in the country. It would likely be difficult, but he had faith that he would succeed. He then looked at the villagers celebrating. It is time for these people to start fighting for their land themselves. Naruto and his group were back at the village tavern. Somehow, in less than an hour after the fighting had ended, the villagers had thrown a party in the public hall, and everyone was celebrating with happy smiles on their faces. The redhead was initially puzzled by the people's behavior, but then he began to reflect. These people had been suffering for months, fighting tirelessly in a battle they knew they couldn't win. Naruto and his group had achieved what they could only have dreamed of. They had driven out Gato and his men, finally bringing victory to these people. The boy smiled as he observed the festive atmosphere. He sat on the bar counter next to some empty plates, the remnants of his dinner. He enjoyed the view for a few moments until the bartender and the old man he had seen earlier in the square sat down next to him. "Thank you," the old man said. "I can never repay you enough for saving Kaiza," he added before taking a long swig from his sake bottle. Much to his irritation, the redhead could feel his idiot sister drooling over his head. "You don't owe us anything. We simply did the right thing, but this won't stop the idiot from trying again," said the redhead with a frown, which the two adults mirrored. Wanting to change the subject, The innkeeper extended his hand to the boy. "My name is Akira, and the old drunk is Tazuna," he said, pointing at the elderly man who looked at him with disgust. Naruto nodded and thought for a moment. They had already seen his face, and as Zabuza had said, his appearance was unmistakable. Even if he gave them a false name, they would still associate his looks with him. Seeing no other option, he decided to be honest with them. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Akira nodded casually. He apparently didn't know who he was. But Tazuna stared at him in shock, babbling incessantly, which caught the tavern owner's attention. "Old man, what's wrong with you? Are you acting like you've seen a ghost?" No, Naruto uses Uzumaki. He stammered until he seemed to snap out of his shock and stared at him again, in shock. "Naruto Uzumaki, the lost son of Konoha," he exclaimed in surprise. Luckily for him, the noise of the party drowned out his shout and no one heard him. The redhead stared at him with a look of disgust. "Lost son?" he asked in a cold tone. Tazuna's expression hardened when he saw that blue eye studying him analytically. He guessed that, considering his past, he wouldn't like that name very much. "Yeah, it's not official, but it's what the people from Konoha call you now," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "You know, son of a Kage, a missing one, a so-called prince, that's why they call you that." Naruto didn't even flinch at the old man's words, but inside he was seething with rage. "I'd appreciate it if you never call me that again. I'm not a son of Konoha, nor am I lost. I left that damn hell willingly, and I never intend to return," he said harshly, looking at the old man before breaking eye contact and staring into the distance, trying to control the fury he felt. But then he felt a hand on his shoulder, and turning his head, he saw it was Akira. "That sounds like a hell of a story. Would you mind sharing it?" he said, handing him a bottle of sake while grabbing another for himself. Naruto took it and stared at the bottle. "It's not a story I like to tell," he replied before handing the bottle back to the bartender. "And I don't drink." Akira scoffed. "I may be a civilian in your eyes, but I assure you that with time comes experience, and if life has taught me anything, it's that ninjas can't do their job without relaxing once in a while," he said. "Drink, it'll do you good, and it always helps before starting a story." Naruto wanted to refuse, but Akira's insistence and words stopped him, and he looked back at the sake bottle. She remained like that for a few more moments before opening it. "I don't want to hear a word about this, understood?" he thought, warning the bijou before swallowing. His throat burned, but not unpleasantly, while a sweet taste flooded his taste buds, making him swallow even faster. He continued a little longer until he lowered the bottle to take a long gulp of oxygen. All this under the gaze of the two adults who began to laugh. "Ha ha, are you sure you don't drink? You just swallowed half a bottle in one go," Akira exclaimed. "You needed to relax more than we raised you. Ha ha," exclaimed the old man. Naruto looked at them with a slight smile. He had to admit that it was okay, sitting like this and talking things over while drinking. He also had to admit that the sake wasn't bad, but it wasn't bad at all. "And this is shitty sake. Wait until you taste it," the bijou began. "Not a word Karama and I exclaimed in my head before taking another, shorter sip. "I guess I can go with the flow this time." It was early morning when Naruto woke up on the bar with his two drinking companions completely knocked out beside him. The redhead tried to get his bearings until he remembered what had happened yesterday. He ended up talking to them, telling them his story, his experience in the Hidden Leaf Village, his life with the family who took him in and trained him until now, when he had decided to travel the world. He didn't give them many details. He didn't want them to be able to find him, and besides, he still had many secrets and wasn't about to spill them all to two complete strangers, even if they owed him a debt of gratitude. Even so, Naruto had enjoyed the experience. In his childhood, he couldn't relax for a second because his life depended on it, and when he was with his family, although he had his moments of peace and enjoyment, he was always thinking about his training or how to improve himself. The night before, he had learned that he needed to relax more, especially with the people he cared about. "I wonder if Tu-chan would like to have a drink with me one of these days," She thought lightly. What? Oh shit. Asia had been gone from Yankei's Valley for 2 days, and his family hadn't heard from him. It would be best to contact them as soon as possible, but I hope Kachan doesn't get violent with me, he thought as he shuddered. Naruto looked around at the various people scattered throughout the tavern. He saw Yugo lying next to a barrel, with a bird perched on top of him. Is he still here? That bird must have been very loyal to him. A little further on, he could see Kimimaro lying on a table with Karen on top of him. An extremely violent thought crossed his mind. For his own good, he'd be better off not having done anything. It seemed that the redhead already felt the instincts of an older brother to scare away the suitors of his adopted sister. Looking down at the floor, he saw several people lying all over the place, making it impossible to cross the tavern to the door. Well, except for a semicircle with a radius of 1 meter where bottle upon bottle of sake was stacked very close to him. He had the urge to fall flat on his face. But how much did I drink last night? I'm sure I didn't get drunk. He thought for a second, but decided to put it aside in favor of going out into the street. I looked at the ceiling and jumped up, placing myself face down against it, and began to walk calmly towards the exit. When she finally got outside, she stretched a little, cracking her bones, before looking out at the street. It was completely empty. Perfect. And he bit his thumb and left a little blood on a tattoo that had a chikujo with 2 wings surrounding it. Above this was the symbol of a black tiger claw with white outlines, both being on the inside of the forearm, right where his gauntlets did not cover it, and he traced 5 seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A large cloud exploded out of nowhere, and when it cleared, his father appeared, looking around a bit before noticing his son. "Naruto?" the Tengu asked in surprise. "Yo, Tui." The winged man was killing him, crushing him in a hug while he was shedding rivers of tears without ceasing. "Sochi, you have no idea how worried we all were about you. We feared the worst. Why didn't you summon us as soon as you arrived?" I asked, loosening my grip and giving him a little breathing room. "You'll see, Tuchan." And so began his account of the last 2 days. "I'm going to crucify Azazel as soon as I get back," said a very angry Tengu surrounded by a strange dark energy. "It's okay, Tuchan, look on the bright side. I ran into a family member and made 2 friends, #followers, #servants. It's not so bad." That seemed to calm the Tengu slightly. "All right, but he's still going to pay." The redhead began to smile sinisterly. "Why don't we let Kachan handle him?" The winged man followed his son's example as he began to cackle. "Keek, very good idea," he said before returning to his serious expression. "But what do you plan to do? It seems you are outnumbered, and although you could summon us for help, it would only be temporary." The redhead's smile didn't change one bit. "Relax, I won't need your help. I have a plan." "Did you all understand?" the blue-eyed man asked. Karen, Yugo, and Kimimaro nodded. "Very good. Are you sure you can handle this, Yugo?" The giant nodded. "Don't worry, Naruto-sama. I have Bairi with me." Everyone stared at him, puzzled. Yugo, who's Bairi?" asked the redhead with glasses. The red-haired man pointed over his shoulder to where the small brown bird was. "This is Bairi." "Pio." Everyone stared at him in silence. Yugo," Naruto began. "How do you expect a bird to help you?" he asked, puzzled. "Bairi can tell me the enemy's position, and if he's too busy, I can always ask other birds." Now all 3 were truly surprised. "Yugo, can he talk to animals?" the albino asked. The redhead nodded. "Why didn't you ever tell us?" Karen asked. Yugo shrugged. "You never asked." His response made all 3 of them fall flat on their faces at how ridiculous the situation was. "All right," he said as he recovered. "We'll begin right now. You all have your orders. It's time to liberate this country from tyranny," he said with a murderous smile. It was already night, and the business magnate was now at his main base, immersed up to his torso in a jacuzzi, with a glass of wine on the curb and relaxing after a hard day's work. After yesterday's failed execution, he had to do damage control. This was the largest village in the entire country, just a few kilometers from the castle, so it was imperative to control it. Since that wasn't possible, he had to resort to the next best option, harassing the other villages in the country. If one rebelled, the others would follow suit, so he decided to keep the population under control by a threat. He sent his men to subdue the population with even more force, and this time, to kill if necessary. It didn't matter if he lost some manpower, whether mercenaries or villagers. They were replaceable as long as he maintained control of the country. Aoi Rokusho was the perfect example. Even though he lost 4 ninjas, he could always hire more. But for the moment, Zabuza would be enough. After all, he was a master of the silent killing, and no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't defeat what he couldn't see or touch. With a bit of luck, that monster would wound Zabuza enough for his men to finish the job, saving him the trouble of paying it. Otherwise, he'd just pay it, and that's that. It's not like he couldn't recoup that money once this country was under his control. Oh yes, however it happened, he would come out on top. That's why, after handing out his orders, doing the accounts, and giving Zabuza a bit of a telling off for not recovering faster, he came here to forget all the tiredness of the day. A shame that Naruto had other plans. The bathroom door burst open. "Boss!" She screamed like a little girl as she sank into the water. Not a minute later, she surfaced breathless and saw that it was one of her subordinates. "You damn fool, you scared me. What's going on?" she yelled indignantly. This was her private moment of the day, and this idiot came to ruin it. "The daimyo's palace has been attacked by a monster," I shouted. The cat remained silent, his face neutral. "Is this a joke?" "Because it's not funny," he said in a dark tone. The mercenary seemed desperate. "I swear, we tried everything. Swords, arrows. No matter what we threw at it, we couldn't pierce its hide. That thing was so strong it punched a 5-meter hole in the castle wall with a single blow," he said in a shaken tone, as if the experience had left him shaken. "It killed half the garrison before we even started to flee." The tycoon cursed aloud. He needed the daimyo alive in case things got complicated, and he needed a bargaining chip to send Zabuza, wounded or not. Gato put on his bathrobe before putting on his slippers and started walking towards the Nukanin's room. But he hadn't taken 5 steps outside when he fell on his, but because of one of his men. I glared at the mercenary, my face contorted with rage. "Idiot, watch where you're going," I yelled before taking a closer look. He was one of the men stationed in the woods to ambush the inhabitants. "Sir, our men are dead," she said in a whisper. "Men? What men? I have hundreds of men employed, you idiot." The bandit/mercenary still had the same expression on his face, as if he had seen hell. "Everyone." Gato froze. "You expect me to believe that over 500 bandits died in a single day?" He was coming for us, assaulting camp after camp, with bones sticking out of his body as if it were nothing and stabbing ours as if we were kebabs. I was the only one who managed to escape. This couldn't be a coincidence. First the castle, then their bandit camps. It had to be those kids, but why were they talking about a demon and a freak who was pulling out his bones? Things couldn't get any worse. "Boss," came a shout from afar. "What now?" I shouted. It was supposed to be a good day. "Our forces in the villages have been annihilated. Ninjas attacked us. No one survived." The cat was trembling with rage. "Those damn kids are ruining everything." The little man ran off at full speed to find Zabuza. In the moonlit Nami forest, Yugo walked peacefully back to the village, his bird, Bairi, perched on his shoulder. It had been an exhausting day. He'd spent the entire afternoon dealing with hundreds of troublesome bandits just to rescue one man. Strangely enough, it didn't bother him. Just 2 days ago, he would have shuddered at the mere thought of taking a life, but now it didn't bother him nearly as much. The giant knew he would never enjoy killing, but if it was for a good cause, he could easily forget his discomfort, especially for the person he was carrying on his back. "I hope I'm not being too much of a bother, young man," asked a small old man with a small white Chinese mustache and very short hair with a receding hairline that showed his hair was falling out. Not at all, Daimyo-sama, he replied. Please don't call me that, she said in a tone of deep sadness. After what has happened to my people, I no longer deserve to govern this country. Yugo felt really bad for this man. He shouldn't wallow in guilt. Instead, he should think of it as an experience he can learn from so it doesn't happen again. The old man began to laugh. Such wise words spoken by someone much younger than me, he said before sighing. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, for helping my people, he said as tears began to stream down his face. Yugo smiled inwardly as he continued walking. Yes, of course, killing cruel people so that good people like this man could live in peace was truly worth it. Kimimaro walked through the remains of the last bandit camp, illuminated by the firelight. Apparently, the information that Aoi Rokusho scum had given them had been surprisingly accurate. Just as Naruto had ordered, the albino had spent the entire day hunting down those worms to annihilate them. It had taken a lot of time and dedication, but in the end, it was worth it. Kimimaro had fulfilled the mission his savior and master had given him. I hope Naruto-sama is satisfied, he thought hopefully. It had been 3 days since he'd escaped hell, and they'd been a complete roller coaster. Kagaya certainly couldn't complain about being bored, but he liked a bit of activity. Even though Orochimaru forced him to train hard when he was more or less stable, he'd spent the last few years bedridden due to his illness. Kimimaro couldn't help but compare Orochimaru to his master. Both were powerful, both ruthless and cruel, and both had grand ambitions. The radical difference between the two was that he had just described Orochimaru in his entirety, but there was still a world of words left to describe the redhead. He was powerful, ruthless, cruel, and ambitious, but he was also kind, altruistic, and cared deeply for people. Above all, his dream wasn't just for himself, but for the world. Naruto Uzumaki was truly unique, and Kimimaro felt fortunate to have met him. Taking one last look at the bloodied and burned camp, he ran to the established meeting point where, most likely, they would face Zabuza Momochi and his accomplice. Hurry up, they could arrive at any moment, shouted the redhead. Yes, ma'am, several men shouted in unison. The town had been fortified from top to bottom. Entrances and alleyways had been blocked with planks and carts to obstruct entry. The destroyed houses that could have provided easy access inside had been covered with huge, sharp spikes of earth cutting off any possible access, and the rooftops were filled with wooden planks from which one could easily move around and throw things at their enemies if they managed to reach this far. Bring more planks. This corner needs to be secured, and someone needs to put that damn walkway straight, or someone's going to break their neck. And someone hang some torches. You can't see a thing, shouted an old man. Yes, Tazuna. Right now. Thank you, Karen said to the old man. If it weren't for you, it would have taken us much longer to fortify the village, she admitted, giving him a smile. Tazuna scoffed. Thank you? We're the ones who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, we would never have had a chance like this to overthrow Gato. Karen blushed. I don't think we're the... No, he exclaimed, silencing the girl. Perhaps you don't realize it, but Gato was slowly drowning our fighting spirit. Kaisa's death would have affected us all too much. But Naruto, Yugo, Kimimaro, and you appeared and helped us without asking for anything in return. But above all, that kid taught me something very important. Flashback. You want me to what? Tazuna exclaimed while standing around several villagers. I want you to fight Gato's men yourselves, he said calmly. But can't you take care of them yourself? A man in the crowd asked nervously. Of course, you won't be able to take them all on even with the numerical advantage, so we're going to reduce the size of their forces to a minimum to make it easier for you to face them, he explained calmly. I still don't understand why you can't finish them off yourself, Tazuna declared. Because it would be too easy for you. This isn't my land. I have no obligation to you or its inhabitants. I'm only helping because I want you to learn a lesson yourselves, he explained, leaving them all very confused. When I first arrived here, I saw the fire of rebellion in your eyes. You could have defended yourselves without any problem, but you chose not to. 1. B. But we're not warriors. We don't know how to fight. One of them justified himself. And that's an excuse to let yourselves be abused in such a way? Why fight? We could never have beaten them. Another villager justified. Naruto stared at each of them with a hard gaze that made them shudder. So that's it? Just because there's no chance you'll give up without a second thought? Cowards, he shouted at the end of his statement. That single word was enough to engulf them all in a sea of shame and self-loathing. Let me tell you a little story, he said, gaining everyone's attention. Once upon a time in Konoha, there was a child who was said not to deserve to live. That child was me. Tazuna began, knowing perfectly well what he was about to recount. My father, the fourth Hokage, who had managed to defeat the nine-tailed fox, sealed the beast's soul within me and its power within my two brothers. The man took the children, imbued with the beast's power, and his wife with him, abandoning me to my fate in a village where almost the entire population demanded my death every single day, he exclaimed, shocking everyone. I had to fight for my life every single day against hunger, loneliness, and death, day after day, without ceasing. Do you really think a mere child stood a chance against an entire village? But even so, I didn't give up. I fought because I wanted to live. I fought because I wanted to live a life worth living. I fought because I knew that if I died, the only 4 people who truly cared about me would be sad. I fought for myself, and in a way, I fought for those I cared about, the redhead exclaimed, taking a long breath. The real question you should be asking yourselves isn't why fight, he said, looking them straight in the eye. The real question is, why is it worth fighting for? In flashback. Inari, Tsunami, Kaiza, I will fight for you and for our country, he thought, a fire burning brightly within him, the same fire that had ignited in all the inhabitants of the village. They were going to fight for their loved ones. Naruto was currently in a clearing in the forest where he sat in the lotus position. While Yugo rescued the daimyo, Kimimaro eliminated the bandit camps, and Karen secured the village fortifications, he created a small army of would-release clones and sent them to exterminate the mercenaries who had invaded other villages throughout the country. The great advantage of these clones was that he could sense their exact location even without using Kagura's eye. It was only a matter of time before Gato took the bait. He'd set the trap, the idiot just had to fall for it. All that was left was to wait for Kimimaro. Their meeting point was right in the middle between the village and Gato's base, the shortest route straight through the woods instead of using the road. He was sure Zabuza and his accomplice would pass by. It would be foolish to take another route, but just in case, he had his sensor capabilities fully activated, ready for any eventuality. All that was left was to wait. Zabuza, shouted the dwarf as he entered the room of his 2 hired ninjas. What's wrong? Have you seen what time it is? He asked calmly as he removed some bandages from his side under the watchful gaze of the masked ninja. Those kids, I want them dead. Do you hear me? Dead, I yelled. The Nuknin sighed. What the hell did they do to make him so angry? And I suppose you want us to do it now, right? Yes. While you deal with them, I will raid the village near the castle with the rest of my men and make an example of them of what happens when they dare to go against me. And where are they right now? I asked with a blank expression. How do you expect me to know? Someone must have stayed behind in town. Go and ask them. I have to prepare an attack, he said before leaving through the door. Zabuza disagreed with all of this. There were other ways to operate, and he would have to be very careful with his opponents if he wanted to get out of this alive. Going in blind against a Jinchuriki was simply suicidal. Even so, he didn't have many options. He who paid the piper called the tune. All right, let's go, Haku. Hi, Zabuza-sama. The redhead hadn't moved an inch in the last 2 hours, waiting for everything to unfold as planned. Finally, he began to sense multiple presences entering from the periphery of his field of vision, all civilians, Gato's mercenaries. Naruto concentrated a little more and could tell that the idiotic tycoon was leading the way with his men. He hadn't planned for him to come in person, but it hardly mattered. He was going to die anyway, and this only made it easier. Again, he sensed three sources of chakra approaching his position. One of them was Kimimaro, the other two, although he couldn't distinguish them because he hadn't memorized their chakra signatures. Their sheer number betrayed them as shinobi. Aside from himself and his group, the only other two shinobi in Nami were Zabuza and his accomplice. The albino was the first to arrive. Naruto-sama, mission accomplished. Naruto smiled at him. Thanks, Kimimaro. Now comes the hard part, he said, returning to his serious expression. Not long after, the two mercenary ninjas appeared. Well, how lucky for me. I won't have to bother looking for you anymore, he said, unsheathing his massive blade. The redhead grinned. Sure, you're here with your partner, while Gato has gone to town with all his men, and I'm here peacefully taking a stroll with my friend while two more of our comrades are missing. Yeah, good luck, he replied, his smile becoming more and more foxy by the minute. The Nukenin took a few moments to answer. You had it all planned, didn't you? He said tensely. Naruto shrugged. What do you think? Although this isn't the time or place for explanations, we both know why we're here. Zabuza continued staring at the redhead. Haku, take care of his friend. The Uzumaki is mine. Hi, Zabuza-sama. Naruto observed the masked ninja and focused his ability to perceive what kind of person he was, and was surprised to discover that he was, by far, the purest person he had ever encountered. His chakra felt like pristine white snow. Why would someone like that serve someone like Zabuza? The redhead then checked the swordsman's chakra and was surprised to feel genuine concern for the masked ninja. Zabuza is worried about thee. Kimimaro, I know I'm asking a lot, but if you can, please don't kill him, he murmured, just low enough that his enemies couldn't hear him. Hi, Naruto-sama. Both subordinates disappeared to begin fighting elsewhere. I must admit, I didn't think you'd face me alone. Zabuza began, raising his sword. Naruto grabbed the Raijin no Ken, and a yellow lightning blade appeared. I'm not so arrogant as to think I'm on your level, but I had no choice. It was this or abandon the citizens of Nami to Gato, he said. Naruto had infinite potential with several tricks at his disposal, but Zabuza had the experience. This was not going to be an easy fight. The Nukenin began to laugh. I see you kept always sword. It was of no use to a dead man, he replied with a smile. Very true. Let's begin then, as he began to make a madra with one hand. Naruto lightly touched the patch over his left eye before focusing all his attention on the enemy. They're here. It's Gato. He's in command of that army. Karen ran up the stairs that led to a walkway over the rooftops and watched her enemies with growing fear. Several meters away stood the magnate with his typical arrogant smile before some 300 mercenaries, the only survivors of the massacre his friends had carried out across the country. They were armed to the teeth, shouting for blood, hoping to inspire fear. The redhead looked closer and realized that hardly any of them had bows or throwing weapons. Relief quickly coursed through her body. She would deal with them as soon as she could, as they were the most dangerous. The others would be easy as long as they stayed away from the wall. The men stood on scaffolding erected behind wooden walls, fearfully eyeing their enemies. They never imagined they would be fighting on the front lines. Many thought it was madness, but it was necessary if they wanted to live. Even so, that didn't stop more than a few from wanting to flee. I want to fight. They heard a shout below and turned around to see, to their disbelief, little Inari carrying a cooking pot on his head and a harpoon in his hand. Stop talking nonsense, young man. We're going to the shelter with the others, his mother shouted, grabbing her son's hand forcefully. No, this is my house too. I want to fight too, Chan, he insisted. You're too young. I'm only 2 years younger than Naruto and Ikki, and Karane is only 1 year older than me. They're ninjas, it's not the same thing. You're right, They fought for us when we just stood there putting up with Gato and his men without doing anything. I want to fight because I love my home, the boy shouted. Inari. Tsunami was deeply affected by the boy's words, and she wasn't the only one. All the men who had previously hesitated to fight now looked ready and fearless. How could they back down when a child had more willpower than they did? What Inari said wasn't just empty words. He wholeheartedly wished to protect his home. When Naruto told the men they were going to fight, Inari was there listening and wholeheartedly accepted the redhead's words. Naruto had suffered a childhood that would have killed anyone else, but he survived because he fought without ever giving up. Inari was going to follow his new brother's example. He was going to fight for those he loved. "Honey, leave him alone," a man said as he approached. "Kaiza, what are you doing here? You should be recovering," the woman scolded her husband. The fisherman had a determined look. "I'm not going to lie here and do nothing while our son fights," he said, shocking the woman. "Tsunami, let him fight," she said. "What? No, it's too much. No one is too young to fight for those they care about," Kaiza interrupted. "If we don't let him, he'll run away and get into trouble. It's better he fights here with me where I can keep an eye on him." Tsunami looked at the two men in her life. It seemed that no matter what she said, they wouldn't listen. Through tears, she approached them and hugged them. "Please, come back to me safely." "Promised," they exclaimed at the same time with a smile. Karen observed the entire scene with a wistful smile before gazing into the distant forest. "Yugo, Kimimaro-kun, Naruto and I. Please come back to me." He said a prayer before refocusing on Gato and his men, reinforcing his resolve. In the middle of the forest, two figures faced each other in close combat, exchanging blows and kicks without rest while a light fog surrounded the forest. Suddenly, one of them was deflected and went flying before hitting the ground and quickly rolling to his feet. "You're strong. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated you." "I thought the only one worth mentioning was Naruto Uzumaki," admitted the anonymous ninja, who now had a crack across his mask. "Naruto-sama is undoubtedly stronger than me, but even so, I'm not someone who's easy to defeat," the albino replied. "I can see it. I suppose introductions are necessary. My name is Haku Yuki," he admitted, removing his mask. There was no reason to continue wearing it. Haku had an angular and very handsome face, but due to his clothing and hairstyle, his gender was unclear to the albino. Kimimaro raised his eyebrows in surprise. "The Kiri clan specializes in Hayaton." "Well, it seems I'm not the only one who survived the blood purges," he said, surprising Haku. "My name is Kimimaro Kagaya." Haku stared at him fearfully before his face turned extremely serious. "I see. I certainly shouldn't have underestimated you. It won't happen again." The androgynous ninja knew the Kagaya clan perfectly, a clan with such a great thirst for blood and enough skill to wipe out more than half of Kiri's forces before perishing. If this albino was telling the truth, he couldn't let his guard down for a single moment. I quickly traced the mantras under Kimimaro's watchful gaze. "Nimpo, Sensatsu Suicho, 1,000 deadly needles." The water that had been scattered all over the ground due to the humidity around Kagaya rose into the air before turning into sunbon needles and headed directly towards their target. Kimimaro wasted no time. Sharp, pointed bones emerged from his palms, elbows, shoulder blades, and knees. Yanagi no Mai, Dance of the Willows. He leaped and spun like a top, striking all the water sunbon, and landed on his feet with his knees bent and the spindles of his palms crossed, pointing at Yuki, who stared at him in terror. "You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" he said before charging at his enemy. A little further away, at the epicenter of the fog's origin, stood a redhead with a lightning sword in his hand, his eyes closed. Just moments ago, Zabuza had performed one of his signature techniques, the Kirigakure no Jutsu, concealment in the mist technique, and after a few moments, he could barely see his own nose. Luckily for him, he only needed one eye to find it, Kagura's. Thanks to it, he had been able to parry all of the thrusts she had launched at him so far. and that was starting to unnerve the Nuke hidden behind a tree. Damn, how does he do it? It's almost like he can see the future, he thought. I can see you, Zabuza, the redhead said before lunging at the Jonin, stabbing the tree behind which he was hiding. Unfortunately, he jumped before he could impale him. Damn, there's no reason to keep the fog up if it doesn't give me any advantage, he thought before quickly breaking his technique and clearing the area. He could see the log behind which it was hiding, and a cold sweat ran down his forehead when he saw the smoking hole in the wood. Damn, my best weapon is useless against him. I have to be careful. If he uses the Kyuubi's chakra, he's going to burn me to death. The Jonin was already thinking about the worst possible scenarios and how to counteract them. Doton, Garando Koe no Jutsu, Earth Stakes Technique. Zabuza had to jump over the trees to avoid the sharp pieces of earth so as not to end up impaled. Suetun, Teppadama no Jutsu, Water Bullet Technique. He unleashed, spitting large balls of water from his mouth, forcing the redhead to dodge and sometimes cut the water projectiles. Naruto continued dodging like this for a few moments until she sensed a source of chakra launching itself from behind her. Propelling herself forward, she performed a 360-degree spin with her sword extended and slashed at Zabuza. The redhead was momentarily surprised until the Nuke transformed into water. A clone? He must have done that at the beginning when he summoned the mist. I guess I didn't notice because I was suppressing his chakra, he thought, but his attention quickly returned to the original Zabuza, who was cursing his clone's failure and stared at him. Hey, can I ask you a question? The Nuke raised his non-existent eyebrows, but quickly recovered in case it was a trap. Fire. How the hell did you launch those projectiles with that force and not tear the bandages on your face? I asked with genuine curiosity. With the force and pressure with which those projectiles were fired, logically, those bandages should have been destroyed. The Nukenin's expression shifted from suspicious to proud. Professional secrecy. I can't just divulge my tricks like that, he said playfully, causing the redhead to sweat trickle down his neck from the ridicule. Besides, his tone changed back to serious. You should pay more attention to your surroundings. Suetun, Daiba Kofu no Jutsu. Great waterfall technique. The redhead's eyes widened. He knew this technique. He could use it himself, but it required vast amounts of water. Suddenly, he saw clearly what the Jonin had been doing. He cursed himself for not seeing the obvious as he watched all the water Zabuza had been spitting gather into a tornado, spinning at breakneck speed before shooting skyward in his direction, poised to crush him. Naruto stared at the massive mass of water about to crush him as he thought of a way out. Seconds later, the technique struck with full force, sweeping away a multitude of trees under the watchful eye of the Jonin, who was breathing heavily due to the massive amounts of chakra he had been using and hoped he had managed to eliminate the threat. Kimimaro was surrounded by multiple ice mirrors, each reflecting his enemy, and sunbon needles were scattered across the ground. The battle had reached a stalemate. The ninja Yuki was unable to pierce the bone armor beneath Kagaya's skin, and Kagaya was unable to break the ice mirrors. He had tried to pierce them with his bones, even with his Teshi Sandan, piercing fingers, but he could only pierce the ice, not break it, and the hole was repaired in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, a mini-earthquake shook the ground, alerting the two ninjas who were worried about their respective masters. He must be a formidable enemy if Zabuza-sama is having so much trouble defeating him, Haku thought. As soon as he saw the fog begin to clear in the distance, he panicked, thinking his master had been defeated. But the sounds of battle in the distance eased his doubts, though not his worry. Therefore, he had decided to end this quickly. Only his plans were thwarted when he realized his opponent could match his speed and even strike him if necessary. His skill with bones only made him the most difficult and terrifying opponent he had ever faced. But something was bothering Haku. Why are you holding back? Kimimaro looked into his opponent's eyes. Because Naruto-sama has asked me not to kill you, he said, surprising Yuki. You must be someone remarkable if my lord has given me such an order. Haku's interest suddenly surfaced. Master, The albino nodded. Yes, Naruto-sama saved my life, freed me from the darkness that was my life, and gave me a future. I can never repay him enough for that. Even though I would do anything for him, he only asked me to be friends. A small smile formed on his face. Naruto-sama is truly a kind person who would do anything for his loved ones and his dreams. Therefore, I serve him not only out of gratitude, but also because he is a worthy person to follow. He concluded, his voice overflowing with devotion. Haku stared at the white-haired man in silence, considering what he had heard, until he decided to speak. I see. We're quite similar in that respect. Zabuza-sama saved my life, and from that day forward, I decided to become his tool. He's the only person I care about in this world, and for the sake of his dream, I'll have to defeat you, he said, raising his Senbon needles. I'm sorry, he said before the mirrors began to glow and 100 needles flew toward the white-haired man. Kimimaro didn't even flinch as he prepared his next technique. That I haven't tried this technique yet, but I have no choice if I want to break this deadlock. He thought before concentrating a large amount of chakra in his palms. Sawarabi no Mai, Fern Dance, he said, and suddenly planted his palms in the ground. Haku never saw the danger coming. From the ground, countless bones erupted from the earth for dozens of meters around him, deflecting all the needles and impaling the mirrors. Their number was so great that they tore dozens of holes in them, and they were so swift that he didn't even have time to react. The mirrors shattered, and Haku suddenly appeared as the ice dust gathered to form his figure. Miraculously, he grabbed onto a tree for cover without looking back. A minute later, Haku poked his head out from the branches and saw that his enemy had created, quite literally, an immense forest of bones. The bone stakes ranged from 8 to 20 meters in length, all driven very close together and tightly packed. Yuki looked around, searching for his enemy, while leaning against one of those same bones. It was a fatal mistake. This is my victory. That was the last thing the androgynous ninja heard before falling unconscious from a blow to the back of his head. A hand had emerged from the giant bone Haku had been touching, and from it, Kagaya emerged, her breath ragged. I need to improve. If I had less chakra, I would have fainted from exhaustion, he thought as he caught his breath. He looked at his opponent, who had luckily fallen to the ground next to his bones, and approached him. He took both his arms and placed them behind his back, forming shackles of pure bone with one hand on top of both wrists before hoisting the unconscious ninja onto his shoulder. Looking around, she couldn't help but feel that something was missing. This is too. And the answer came on its own. Silence. Before, she had been able to hear the distant sounds of her lord's battle, but now, she was unable to hear anything. I need to hurry. Gato was seething with rage. He was currently observing the battle. He wasn't even sure if it could be called that. The villagers were huddled behind their barricades and rooftops, hurling anything they could find at his men. A good number had already been killed or incapacitated because of it, and his men were beginning to panic. The worst part was that they had almost won just a few minutes ago. Their mercenaries had managed to force the villagers off one of the scaffolding platforms and climb up. It was just a matter of holding their position so the others could do the same, and they would have entered the village, or at least that's what would have happened if only those damned women hadn't shown up. Just when they were almost there, women appeared from their windows and in the streets carrying pots full of water. The mercenaries were surprised and laughed at first, until the women poured the contents over them and they realized it was boiling water. Armed and wearing armor, the scalding water forced them to drop their weapons and try to remove the wet clothes that were burning their skin. The invaders were defenseless and fell like flies. They still had a few men left, and those parasites were tired and on their last legs. That was all they had left. A scream was heard in the distance. What now? Thought Gato, very frightened. Zabuza was on his knees looking into the distance at the trail of destruction caused by his Suiton Jutsu and waiting to see the redhead crushed and dead. That was not the case. 6 golden chakra chains emerged from the redhead's back, plunging into the ground. For more chains reappeared at four corners, each 5 meters away, converging 8 meters high. Somehow, an energy dome had formed, protecting Naruto from Zabuza's water-release jutsu. Not only had a child mastered one of his most powerful and lethal techniques, but he had also managed to defeat him. The two remaining chains had coiled around the Nuke-Nin, immobilizing him and blocking his chakra. He was defenseless and defeated, his sword lying on the ground a little further away. Naruto retracted his chains and lowered the barrier before looking at the Nuke-Nin. "Looks like I've won," he said in a serious, unassuming tone. Zabuza, who was still observing the whole scene, sighed. "So it seems," he said before bursting into laughter. "God, me, the Kirigakure no Kijin, defeated by a 12-year-old. Ha ha." He continued laughing. "There's no shame in it. I caught you by surprise. Part of the reason I defeated you was pure luck," he said in a humble tone, though deep down he knew it wasn't entirely true. It was better that he didn't know he'd been holding back to avoid hurting his pride. After all, he still had would release as his last resort. "Perhaps, but that doesn't diminish the merit of your actions. Even so, I think you're going to have to let me go soon," he said with a smile from behind the bandages. Naruto seemed curious. "Why?" "Don't think for a second that my weapon is going to lose. It has the Kekkei Jinkai Hayaton. Even I've had a few problems with that. Your friend doesn't stand a chance," he said confidently, but the redhead's amused smile disarmed him a little. "What's so funny?" "Nothing. It's just that the last time Kiri underestimated the Kagaya clan, they paid a heavy price for it." A chill ran down Zabuza's spine. "No, you're lying. We killed them all," he whispered, disbelieving. "No, you left one out. And on top of that, the only possessor of the Shikatsumiyaku in decades." Zabuza's eyes widened in horror as he stared in the direction his subordinate had gone. "No, Haku," he said, his voice filled with worry. Naruto noticed, but said nothing. Kimimaro then appeared, carrying his prisoner. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Naruto-sama," he said before setting Yuki down on the ground next to Zabuza, who breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing he was alive. "Good work, Kimimaro." Kagaya smiled in response. Naruto refocused all his attention on the Nuke-Nin. "Zabuza, there's no reason for us to fight anymore." The Kiri deserter looked at him in surprise. "What are you talking about? In case you haven't noticed, we're on opposite sides." "We were on opposite sides because you had been hired by Gato, but if he can no longer pay you, that means you no longer have a reason to fight," he replied with a smile. "You don't expect me to believe that simple villagers from a small town could stand up to more than 300 experienced and armed mercenaries," he said, narrowing his eyes. The redhead's grin grew from ear to ear. "Who said they were all from the same town?" Gato couldn't believe it. They were surrounded. The shouts he'd heard earlier in the distance were actually the inhabitants of other villages running and clamoring for his blood as they came this way. The village ahead and a crowd of hundreds had completely surrounded them. They were supposed to be submissive and cowardly. How had these spineless idiots found the courage to rebel? "Cat, we can't put up with this anymore. Your days of terror come to an end today. You're going to pay for everything you've done." Those comments and more were what the inhabitants of the wave, armed with harpoons, wood axes, and other tools, were shouting, while the remaining mercenaries were trembling beside Gato due to the numerical superiority. A loud noise alerted everyone present, and they turned to see a very familiar redhead on a rooftop. Yugo knelt down to let a passenger off, who stepped forward to the edge of the roof to look at them all, leaning on his small cane. "It's the daimyo, Suiro-sama." The little old man greeted all his subjects with a kind smile before glaring at the dwarf with such a hard look that it made him back away. "Cat, you imprisoned me like a criminal and seized my castle. You abused, robbed, and beat my people. As ruler of this land, I will not tolerate your impunity. Tonight, Nami no Kuni will have justice." They all shouted before charging against the mercenaries who tried to escape as best they could, leaving the tycoon to his fate. Come back, you idiots. You have to protect me, he yelled desperately as he watched his former men try in vain to fight their way through the villagers. Gato looked at the people who slowly began to approach. Wait, I'll pay you. Money, jewels, women, whatever you want. I can be a better ruler than that pathetic old. No, please, no? No. He screamed one last time before Nami's people brought down their weapons against the tyrant, thus ending his reign of terror. Zabuza stared at the redhead in disbelief. You're a cunning bastard. Did you know that? And don't forget it. I replied with a sly grin before my face turned serious again. Having said that, are you still going to fight? Zabuza was about to answer, but was interrupted by Haku, who was slowly opening his eyes. Zabuza-sama, I'm sorry. I've failed you. The Nukanin's expression was unreadable, very different from when he learned that Haku might die. Tisk, you're really useless. Are you at least unharmed? A useless tool is of no use to me. Yuki's eyes began to fill with tears, and an expression of despair began to form on his face. Zabuza suddenly fell to the ground, hitting his head, much to Haku and Kimamaro's surprise. Then they saw Naruto with his fist outstretched, showing that he was the one who had struck the Nukanin. How dare you say that? She said, glaring at Zabuza with one red, slanted eye filled with fury. Don't you care? He's your partner. Zabuza, who was a little disoriented, looked as best he could at the redhead. Shut your mouth, idiot. I use Haku the same way Gato used me. In the ninja world, there are only two kinds of people, those who use others and those who are used, he said initially before focusing his gaze on the redhead. Ninjas are just weapons. What interests me about Haku isn't him as a person, but the blood of his clan, nothing more. Naruto glared at the dark-haired boy with fury. Why do you insist on lying? He said, surprising everyone. Zabuza was surprised for a moment, but his hard expression returned. Lying? What are you? You can insist on deceiving yourself, but I don't believe it. Kagura's eye is one of the most unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. It not only allows us to detect and track anyone's chakra from miles away, but with a little practice, we can discern people's feelings and know what kind of people they are, he said, leaving Haku and Zabuza in shock. Kimamaro already knew this, so he didn't flinch. Your heart is almost as black as a moonless night, but inside you there's a tiny light. So small, I almost missed it the first time I felt it. Haku was that light, he said, shocking Haku to his core. The redhead's words were beginning to affect Zabuza. Haku truly loves you, to the point where she'd give her life for you. And you act like you don't care. You act like you don't care at all and treat her like a mere tool. Are you too cowardly to admit that you actually care? And all because of power? Because in your eyes a ninja with emotions is weak? Haven't you even considered the harm you're doing to her just by treating her this way? Shut up, the Nukanin shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone was surprised by the sudden explosion of the Nukanin, but nothing compared to what they were seeing. Tears. Don't say another word, she said as tears streamed down her face. Darkness has always surrounded my life, and the path I've followed has been stained with blood. I earned the name Kirigakure no Kijin for a reason. I always thought that would be my life until my death, until I met Haku. I only wanted a tool at first, but you're right. No matter how much I want to deny it, I love her. She's my daughter in my eyes, but I have no right to think like this. Someone as pure as her doesn't deserve someone like me to see her that way. I'm a monster. I don't deserve that kind of happiness, he admitted, sobbing desperately. Haku stared at the Nukanin, weeping. She had never imagined he would see her that way, but her happiness was cut short by the pain of realizing that Zabuza saw himself that way. Naruto stared at the adult for a few moments until a voice echoed in his head. Naruto, switch places with me. His brother's voice surprised him, but he did as he was told. Zabuza wept until he felt the chains binding him begin to loosen and release him. He looked up at his former captor, but the red eyes that had gazed at him before had changed. They looked ancient, very ancient, and the power he could sense emanating from them made him shudder violently. He then noticed the nine tails swishing behind him and the blackened whisker-like markings beside his pitch-black lips. This was not Naruto Uzumaki. He was now before the Kyuubi. Haku and Kimimaro stared at the redhead, frightened by the presence he emanated at that moment. You say you don't deserve to be happy. I've roamed this world for millennia, killing and destroying without a second thought, until I was sealed away. I managed to escape once and ended up destroying a good part of Konoha and killing hundreds of ninja. All my actions caused Naruto to be hated simply for existing and being a Jinchuriki, and yet he accepted me, he said, surprising those present. A little boy accepted me with all my sins when the most sensible thing would have been to hate and condemn me. He called me Oni-chan even though he should have called me monster. Kurama turned around, but not before giving the Nukenin one last look. Defy, who am the very embodiment of evil, could be forgiven and loved. You have no excuse not to do the same. And with those words he walked away, giving Naruto back control over his body, and the redhead started to walk away with Kimimaro following closely behind. Zabuza watched the two figures walk away before turning to Yuki. Haku, he said, calling her attention. I'm sorry, can you forgive me? The dark-haired girl smiled at him with tears in her eyes. There's nothing to forgive. Father, she said. It was too much for Zabuza. He grabbed the girl and hugged her with everything he had. Kimimaro, who had observed the entire scene as he walked away, smiled and looked back at the redhead. You are truly unique, Naruto-sama. You managed to change someone's heart. I have no doubt that one day you will achieve your dream, and I will be there to help you. Naruto was oblivious to his friend's thoughts, too preoccupied with gazing at the moon with a smile. He could feel it, as Zabuza Momochi's dark chakra gradually cleared, enveloped by Haku's warmth. In the end, all the Nukenin needed in his life was to let himself be loved. A week had passed since Gato died, and the inhabitants of Nami no Kuni had been celebrating ever since. Of course, there was much to do. Rebuild their homes, recover their stolen belongings, and rebuild their lives. But despite the difficulties on the horizon, the people's joy was almost palpable. Naruto's group had been busy during that time, making sure all of the tycoon's men had disappeared, so they traveled all over the island searching for their enemies. It wasn't a difficult task, after all, with the two redheads whose detection skills could spot a bandit from miles away. It was a piece of cake, but it was still annoying. They also occasionally detected the two Kiri ninjas, but Naruto decided to leave them alone. After all, they no longer had any reason to fight. The most tedious task was finding all the properties Gato had built, drug labs, warehouses, and brothels where he kept his merchandise. The redhead had to burn most of them down along with the drugs, free the women and girls so they could return home, and transport all the money they had found so the daimyo could use it to rebuild the country. In short, it had been a busy week. Naruto was currently resting in the former walled village. His clones were moving about, carrying wood to rebuild the houses or dismantling the wall and scaffolding. Karen was with the women preparing food, while Yugo and Kimimaro had gone to help the fishermen bring in the fish they had caught in their nets. The boy observed each person with a smile. The happiness and hope of each individual reaffirmed his resolve. He wasn't the only one who had liberated the country. Each of them had played their part, stood up, and fought for their home. Frankly, if some idiot dared to try the same trick as the dwarf again, he'd most likely end up with his head on a pike. Aniki. Naruto turned his head to see little Inari approaching with a smile. The little boy had grown very attached to the redhead after that night, and ended up seeing him as a role model. The little boy approached and handed him a canteen, which the blue-eyed/violet-eyed boy accepted before taking a long, deep drink to hydrate himself. How's work going? The dark-haired man asked. Naruto lowered his canteen and let out a long, satisfied sigh before answering. All right, the wall and scaffolding are almost done. We just need to rebuild the houses and we'll be finished. The boy looked at him with concern. When are you leaving? He asked. Naruto thought for a moment before answering. We'll have finished construction tonight, so I suppose tomorrow or in the next few days the sooner the better. The redhead's answer saddened the 10-year-old boy a little. Don't you want to stay? He asked dejectedly. Naruto looked at him for a few moments before beginning to stroke his head while smiling. It's not that, Inari. It's just that this isn't our home, and we have to continue our journey, he explained so the boy would understand. But if you stay here, it could be your home. With you, no one would dare try to take Nami again, the boy assured him, a gleam of admiration in his eyes. The Uzumaki chuckled. That may be true, but we've done our part. Now it's up to you to defend your home. But we are weak, he replied in a dejected whisper. The redhead's face turned serious. Well, get strong, he said, drawing the boy's attention. We won't always be here to bail you out. If you want to protect your home and your family, train and get strong. The boy thought about it for a moment. What? The question made the redhead grin from ear to ear. When Naruto and Inari finished, the dark-haired boy walked away thoughtfully, but with a determined look in his eyes. Naruto watched him as he walked away. That I'm sure you'll become very strong, kid, he thought. He was going to return to work, but two approaching presences made him change his mind. He turned to look towards the village entrance, waiting for them to arrive. A few minutes later, two people arrived whom he knew but could barely recognize, and apparently neither could the townspeople. Zabuza blended into the crowd despite easily being the tallest man there. Most likely, people couldn't connect him to the ninja mercenary working for Gato because he wasn't wearing his mouth gag. The dark-haired man had removed Kiri's gag and the bandages from his mouth. Not to mention he was now wearing a sleeveless shirt instead of being shirtless. He also wasn't wearing his arm warmers or carrying his sword, though he kept his black pants and shinobi sandals. Wow, that almost seems normal, he thought in surprise. The Nukenin recognized him and flashed him a wide grin and gave him a great view of his razor-sharp teeth. Forget it, I didn't say anything, he thought, sweat trickling down the back of his neck. A certain fox began to laugh in his mind. The person beside the swordsman was also very different from how he remembered her. Hakuyuki. At first, Naruto wasn't entirely sure of her gender because of her clothes, mask, and hairstyle, but now he could see clearly, very clearly, that Haku was a woman. The 14-year-old girl was 155 centimeters tall, with an angelic face, long black hair flowing down her back, and warm brown eyes. She wore a pink kimono that accentuated her hips and shapely bottom, along with a glimpse of her C-cup breasts. Holy shit, what a change, I exclaimed in his head. When the girl looked at him, she blushed slightly as a shy smile formed on her face. Naruto blushed slightly, captivated by Haku's beauty, but recovered in time for the two of them to reach him. Zabuza, Haku, it's good to see you. I see that. I would appreciate it if you didn't look at my daughter that way, he said, unleashing his murderous instinct on the boy while wearing a homicidal smile on his face. Father, the girl shouted as she blushed. Is this a challenge without eyebrows? Do I have to remind you who beat you last time? The blonde replied, revealing his own intent to kill while looking at the Nukenin condescendingly. Don't be arrogant, kid, it was just luck, he retorted, frowning. Sure, whatever helps you sleep better at night, the redhead replied calmly. Zabuza had an inhuman urge to behead the man, but he restrained himself, firstly because he wasn't carrying his sword, and secondly because that wasn't why they had come here. He took a long breath to compose himself before looking with complete seriousness at the redhead. I want to ask you a favor, he said, surprising Uzumaki. Naruto Dano, I'm glad you were able to come, said the daimyo with a smile. The redhead entered the empty tavern, occupied only by the daimyo, who was seated at a table, and himself. You're welcome, daimyo-sama. Why did you summon me? He asked, taking the seat opposite the old man. First, I'd like to thank you again for what you've done for us. We would never have escaped Gato's tyranny without your help. Thank you, he said, bowing his head deeply before the redhead. Please raise your head. A daimyo should not bow to a commoner, he said somewhat uncomfortably. It was supposed to be the other way around. Right now, I'm not the leader of this country. I'm just an old man grateful for what you've done for its people, he said, lifting his head and smiling happily. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, blushing. He'd always had trouble accepting people's gratitude. Secondly, I believe you'll need transportation to reach the mainland, he said uncertainly. The redhead nodded. May I ask where? He inquired. Naruto paled slightly. I'm sorry, Daimyo-sama, but I prefer this remain a secret, he said nervously. One doesn't simply deny the daimyo of a country what one wants without facing some kind of punishment. I sincerely hope he doesn't take it too badly. The old man stared at him with a mysterious smile before nodding. I see. The fewer people who know, the more trouble Konoha will have finding you, he said lightly, making Naruto tense up, but he relaxed instantly at the small man's kind smile. Don't be surprised. News of what happened to you spread like wildfire across the continent, and even though Nami is out at sea, I received the news through my contacts. The old man's smile vanished, replaced by utter seriousness. Now, the fact that you came to my country specifically makes me think you needed to travel by sea to your destination, so you must have come across the continent. Since Hino Kuni is the closest country, I suppose you came from there, and with you being one of the most wanted men, you didn't want to risk crossing the border to reach your destination. Naruto stared at the old man in disbelief. From beginning to end, he had been right about everything. Why yes, that's right, he managed to articulate. I see, he replied before looking into the Uzumaki's eyes. All the Uzumaki saw there was sincerity and gratitude. If you tell me where you want to go, I'll make sure you get transport to your destination and the crew's silence. You have my word, he promised, smiling. Naruto remained silent for a few moments before nodding to the daimyo with a smile, although in his head a certain fox couldn't help but think nervously. Damn that old guy. In his own way, he's even more dangerous than Zabuza. Naruto and his group were waiting at the dock where they would board a ship bound for Kaminari no Kuni. The ship in question had previously belonged to Gato. It was a 30-meter-long cargo ship, mostly made of metal, with 4 built-in engines, which would shorten their journey. They were currently waiting for the 5 sailors assigned by the daimyo to finish preparations for the voyage. The old man had assured them that these 5 would keep their mouths shut, although they were also waiting for a 5th person to join their group. Naruto looked away from the boat and turned to say goodbye to Tezuna's family. The redhead couldn't help it. Those 4 people had made a deep impression on him. Well, this is our farewell, said Uzumaki with a smile. Kaiza stepped forward to shake his hand. Thank you for everything. We'll never forget what you've done for us, she said with a smile. Tsunami approached the redhead and gave him a hug. Come back to visit. We'll always have a place reserved for you in our home. Naruto returned the hug before they separated. Maybe I'll take that offer someday, he replied with a smile, before looking at Inari, who was making a superhuman effort not to burst into tears. Come on, I know goodbyes are sad, but don't start crying, she said with a chuckle. I'm not crying. Besides, who wants you here? Just get out, I yelled with my eyes closed. The redhead began to rub the child's head. Oh, it turns out that little Inari is at Sundara, he said in a mocking tone, much to the amusement of those present. That's not true, he shouted angrily. Sure, he continued in a mocking tone. Naruto then looked at the boy with a kind smile. Don't forget what we talked about, get strong. Inari couldn't take it anymore. She threw herself into the redhead's arms. I promise, next time I'll be the one to fight, she said, much to her family's surprise. Naruto returned the hug for a few moments before pulling away. He was about to speak to Tezuna when he noticed Zabuza and Haku arrive. The family was visibly startled by their arrival, but they calmed down when they saw the boy smile at the newcomers. Excuse me for a moment, he said before approaching the father and daughter. Gaki, the Nukenin greeted as he approached the redhead. Both had put their ninja outfits back on, except that Zabuza no longer wore the bandages on his face, and Haku no longer wore his mask or Kiri's hitayate. Zabuza, I see you were serious, he said. Did you doubt it? Well, you've just discovered, so to speak, your relationship with Haku as a daughter, and you're separating from her so quickly. I didn't finish the statement. Words weren't necessary. Zabuza nodded. Yes, but that's precisely why I want you to come with me. I'm going back to Kiri to join Meiterumi's rebellion, and I don't want Haku in the middle of it. Why? The girl asked in a lively tone, drawing their attention. Why can't I go with you? I can help you fight against. No, don't even think about it, the enraged Nuknin shouted, interrupting his daughter. Zabuza sighed wearily before looking at Naruto. Will you leave us alone for a moment? The redhead nodded before walking away. Father, why won't you let me go with you? She asked, her eyes overflowing with tears of sadness. The dark-haired man stroked his daughter's cheek. It's taken me years to realize how much you mean to me, and I'm not going to risk losing you now. We both know you're incapable of killing. I'm not going into a small skirmish or confrontation. I'm going to war. It's kill or be killed. I'm not going to put your life at risk, not while there's a chance some enemy could stab you in the back because you chose to let him live. Then let's go with them. We can go together, she pleaded. Zabuza smiled at the girl. I can't, and you know it. They're going to Kumo to join the village. Even if the Reikage accepted me, it would open hostilities between the two villages, and I'd have to surrender sooner or later. My best bet is to go to Kiri and fight for the rebellion. If we win, we could request a treaty with Kumo, and I could see you again without the risk of someone stabbing me in the back. But what if there's no treaty? What if Kumo and Kiri end up being enemies? I wouldn't be able to fight you. The terrified girl began to rant, thinking of the worst possible scenarios. It won't happen, I'm sure, not taking into account what Gaki's objective is, he said with a smile, showing his shark-like teeth. Haku was greatly surprised. Peace? Father, do you really think that? Yes, I answered without hesitation. I believe it. That boy is special. He has something about him that inspires others to follow him. You only have to see the influence he's had in this country. I've decided to believe in his dream. Haku stared at his father for a few moments before nodding and hugging him tightly, treasuring this moment. Be careful on the way and don't let your guard down. And don't sleep in. You'll be grumpy in the morning, he said, his head buried in the swordsman's chest. Zabuza snorted. I'm the adult here, and I'm the one who should be saying these things. And please, please, come back to me safe and sound. The dark-haired man smiled tenderly before kissing his little girl's head. I promise. The two remained embraced like this for a while until they let go, and with great reluctance, Haku turned to head towards the redhead's group. Zabuza looked at his daughter for a few more moments before turning his attention back to the redhead. Hey, Tomato, you'd better make sure nothing happens to her, or face the consequences, he said with a dangerous edge. Naruto snorted. You worry about surviving that eyebrowless war, and I'll worry about Haku, he retorted with a smile that Zabuza returned. With a final nod between them, the new Kiri rebel vanished in a mist Shunshin. Naruto-sama, we are ready to leave, shouted one of the sailors. Naruto looked at his group. Go on up, I'll be right back. They nodded before following his orders. Karen took Haku's hand, who was still crying, and led her aboard the ship. The redhead then approached the old man. Well, Tazuna, this is goodbye, he said, shaking his hand. The old man laughed heartily. I suppose so. Things are going to be super quiet around here without you. Don't say that. You still have work to do, reopening the shops and getting the economy going again, he began before remembering something. Besides, the reason all this started was because Gato isolated the country. If I were you, I'd do something to prevent this from happening again. Naruto-sama, Greedo Kimimaro. Well, see you soon, she said before turning around, picking up speed, and leaping aboard the ship. All right, let's go, she shouted. You heard me, move, shouted the leader of the 5 sailors. Aniki, Naruto, turned to look at the boy. Even though tears were still streaming down his face, the sadness had vanished, replaced by a huge smile. Next time we meet, I'm going to kick your ass. The Uzumaki smiled back. We'll see about that. Goodbye, he said, waving goodbye. The little girl watched the ship sail away until it was out of sight. Inari's smile gave way to a determined look before she turned to face her family. Mao-chan, Ka-chan, Aji-chan, I want to ask you something. The adults stared at the child until he dropped the bombshell. I want to go to Tetsu no Kuni. It took them a moment to process the child's words. What? They shouted. I want to be a samurai. Zabuza was running through the trees heading to the other side of the island where the small boat he had arrived in Nami was located. I'm sorry, Haku, but it's for the best. If we win the war, Kiri will be free, and I'll be a legitimate shinobi again. Besides, if we ask Humo for help, with a bit of luck, they'll grant it if Gaki intercedes for us. Peace may be a long way off right now, but I'm sure that boy will achieve it. He thought. A tender smile, quite unlike him, appeared on his face. If he could teach a demon like me to open his heart, I don't think his dream is so far-fetched. Inari, you can't. Tsunami shouted. Of course I can. I will be a samurai. I have decided. I declared. Son, why don't you speak? No, I'm not going to back down. I didn't even let my father argue. Tazuna was laughing heartily, not to mock. It was a jovial laugh full of happiness. You are truly unique. Boy, you change people's hearts. You gave us the will to fight for ourselves. He thought a little more calmly, but then he remembered the redhead's words. The reason all this started was because Gato isolated the country. If I were you, I would do something to prevent this from happening again. His words echoed in the old man's head, and he began to think deeply. Nami was a country without a land border. All that surrounded it was water, and the tycoon took advantage of this by intercepting ships and blockading ports. It would have been much more difficult for him to achieve something like that if they were connected to the mainland continent. Tazuna then had an idea: a bridge. The idea was good. With a bridge ensuring land transport, not only would trade in Nami be more varied, but they would also be more involved with the mainland. But Tazuna wasn't going to build a simple stone structure. It was going to be majestic, enormous, a work of art, a monument, and a symbol for the people of the country. But above all, a tribute to the person to whom they owed so much. The Great Bridge of Naruto. He couldn't help but laugh at the idea. Yes, it's perfect. 2 weeks had passed since Nami's ship sailed, and a certain redhead was starting to get very, very annoyed. During their 2-week voyage, they had passed near an island that brought deep sadness to both Naruto and Karen. This island was the former home of the Uzumaki clan, Yuzu no Kuni. Although neither of them had been old enough to remember the destruction of their ancestral home, the knowledge that this island could have been theirs filled them with profound sorrow. Despite this, they recovered quickly thanks to their friends. There was no time to dwell on what might have been. They had to look toward the future. But that wasn't the reason why Uzumaki was about to jump off the boat and run across the water to Kaminari no Kuni. I blame you for this, Kurama II. He thought angrily as he leaned against the edge of the ship with a sulking face. Now you have a small idea of how I've felt for the past 3 decades. He thought contentedly, although deep down he felt the same as his brother. If you hadn't insisted so much. Don't go that way, cried the fox indignantly. You took that bottle and drank it to your heart's content of your own free will. I didn't do anything. The reason Naruto was in a bad mood was because he was dying for a good drink of sake. Why on earth do I have such a strong urge to drink? I don't understand. It only happened once. It's impossible that I've become an alcoholic. I don't know, but the same thing happened to my first container. When I was sealed in it, and it tried a sip of sake at a party, it ended up becoming addicted. If it didn't drink from time to time, it would get incredibly grumpy. He thought, remembering the beatings Hashirama and Tobarama received trying to get him to stop drinking. The redhead sweated from the back of his neck. Mito-bachan had the same problem too. Yes, the time I spent sealed inside Kushina was awful. Mito told me never to touch a drop of alcohol, and I obeyed. Then you came along, and I couldn't force a child to drink. My conscience wouldn't allow it. You started asking me to take a drink when I was 10 years old. he thought with a blank expression. And you killed when you were 8 years old. That made you an adult, he said with a smile. Naruto sighed resignedly. He wasn't going to win this argument, so he decided to stare into the distance until it was still far away but clearly visible. Land. Not a second longer, the boy looked everywhere, searching for all the ship's passengers until he found the captain. "Captain," he shouted. "Naruto-sama, stop the ship." The sailor didn't understand his reasons, but obeyed nonetheless. The shout alerted the rest of his group, who rushed to the deck. "Naruto-sama, what's going on?" Kimimaro asked. "We're almost there. We only have a few kilometers left, but I'd prefer to finish the journey by flying," replied the redhead, surprising everyone, especially Haku. "Flying?" I asked, shocked. "I thought the reason we went to Nami was to enter the country without attracting attention," Yugo said, not understanding his leader's decision. "That's because we would have had to cross 2 countries before reaching Kumo. You know, Kuni would have been easy. They don't have a ninja village. The real problem would have been Shimo no Kuni. Border control is very strict, and we would have had to explain our reasons for crossing the country," he said, clearing up the orange-haired man's doubts. "I see. If we had crossed legally, they could have discovered you, and if we had flown across, they would have responded with violence," Karen concluded. Naruto nodded. "Now that we're so close, we can finish the journey ourselves. It's easier than jumping off a cargo ship in plain sight." "That would be too suspicious," he explained, receiving nods from everyone. "Besides, I have the perfect technique for hiding us," he explained with a smile. "I just hope Haku doesn't get mad at me." Everyone was confused by the last part, but still went to collect their things while the redhead thanked the crew for the trip and said goodbye to them. When everyone had gathered back on deck and was ready to leave, Naruto performed his earth release technique and touched them all. Kimimaro and Yugo didn't even need instructions. They simply jumped and floated in the air under the astonished gaze of Haku and the ship's crew. "Let's go, Haku," said the redhead as he jumped and began to fly in the air. Haku hesitated for a few moments, but when he saw Karen follow her cousin's example, he jumped, expecting to fall back onto the ship. It didn't happen. Haku was amazed as she enjoyed the sensation of weightlessness, but she quickly refocused on her surroundings when she felt something wrap around her hip. Looking down, she noticed it was one of the redhead's golden chains. Glancing at the others, she saw that they were all attached in the same way. "Very well," said Uzumaki, drawing the group's attention. "Let's go then. But just in case, I'll add a measure to make sure we aren't seen." The redhead concentrated his water-release chakra in his body while making the tiger symbol, much to Yuki's surprise. Kirigakure no Jutsu. The fog began to rise all around, completely enveloping the ship and expanding into the sky. When Naruto felt his technique was stable enough, he began to move towards solid ground. No one said anything for a few minutes, everyone enjoying the short trip until Haku couldn't stand it anymore. "Naruto-sama," he said, calling the redhead's attention. "Please, no, Sama. I already have enough to put up with these two without you doing the same now," she said with a pout, pointing at her 2 male friends. "Calling you anything else would be disrespectful," he said seriously. Naruto sweated profusely. If he respected him so much, why did he keep calling him you? He was sure he was just doing it to annoy him. "I can't call you anything else, Naruto-sama. It feels weird and unnatural," the orange-haired man said with a smile. Naruto sweated profusely. He couldn't understand the logic behind his words. Haku stared, unsure what to say to the 3 of them talking. "Forget it," Karen said, drawing his attention. "They always do the same thing. You'll get used to it," she added with a smile. The dark-haired girl nodded somewhat hesitantly and turned back to look at the redhead. Naruto-kun," she said, blushing. "Did Zabuza-sama teach you his technique?" Naruto was sweating 3 times as much now. This is going to be complicated. Naruto was now flying over the mainland, passing above a forest. The fog still concealed his group. "Just a little more, and we'll be able to descend safely." He thought contentedly, believing they had ventured deep enough into the country. The redhead turned to look at his group, noticing the sweat trickling down the back of his neck as he glanced at Haku. Shit, I should have kept my mouth shut. Haku seemed to be looking at him with a deep blush and eyes full of respect and admiration. He told him how he was able to learn the secret of Zabuza's technique thanks to his Rinnegan. During the battle, Naruto had deactivated the seal on his eye patch over his left eye that prevented him from using it. Well, not exactly. His eye patch had 3 seals. One to keep the black leather patch in place without any thread, another that allowed him to see through the fabric, and the third to block his eye's visual capacity. The Rinnegan granted an innate understanding of any chakra technique because it allowed him to see it perfectly and discern its secrets. Using a seal to block his eye's chakra allowed him to see with both eyes without constantly wasting chakra, because someone had decided to give him an eye with divine powers. Getting back to the topic, I didn't know why, but the girl was now looking at the redhead as if he were Kami's envoy on Earth. I wouldn't be far wrong, actually, Kurama said, amused, thinking about his reunion with his creator. Let's leave that bit of information for another time. She doesn't want me to start building a temple in her name. Oh God, Yugo and Kimimaro would most likely end up helping her. He thought in horror, much to the fox's amusement. Naruto stopped rambling when he sensed 5 chakra signatures following them from behind at high speed. Ninjas, the redhead changed course to avoid crossing paths with them when they landed, but to his horror, the group of ninjas was still following them. Damn, they must have a sensor in their group. Naruto and they're following us, the redhead shouted worriedly. Everyone else tensed up and prepared for battle. Listen, let's go down and assess the situation. If they're Kumo ninja, don't fight. It's not in our best interest to kill potential comrades, he said before dispelling the mist. Carefully, he slowly descended to the ground, remaining alert for any possible attack from his enemies. Just in case, he pulled his hood back up, obscuring his face and successfully concealing the markings on his cheeks and his hair. Once they were back on the ground, Naruto quickly dispelled his technique on his companions and freed them from their chains. They all lined up behind the redhead, waiting for the strangers to arrive. They didn't have to wait long. The 5 ninjas perched on the tree branches to get a better look at the group. 4 of them seemed quite normal, but it was the group leader who attracted the most attention. Unlike his subordinates, who were dressed head to toe in black pants, sandals, and long-sleeved shirts except for the white tactical vest on their chests, he had customized his attire. He wore black pants and a short-sleeved shirt, white shin guards with red stripes, and black arm protectors, along with the standard Kumo vest. He was blonde with black eyes and wore his Kumo insignia on his forehead. He was eyeing Naruto's group with suspicion. "Who are you and what are you doing in the lands of Kaminari no Kuni?" he asked authoritatively. Although they appeared to be a group of children with a few teenagers mixed in, he couldn't let his guard down. They all possessed substantial amounts of chakra, especially the one at the front of the group. His chakra pool was so vast he couldn't see its end. The hooded boy spoke. "We were heading to Kumo on business, sir." "See, elite jonin of Kumo. That doesn't answer my question," he replied. The blond man watched as the hooded figure scratched his cheek, hidden by the shadows of his hood, until he sighed and pulled it off. As soon as he saw him, his eyes widened. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My friends and I were heading to Kumo to join their ranks." C leaped from tree to tree toward his village, closely followed by the redhead's group, with his own men bringing up the rear. The blonde jonin was extremely nervous. No, scratch that. He was terrified. He was currently escorting the Jinchuriki of the most powerful Biju in the world, not to mention the long-lost son of a Kage. If the fear of him unleashing a giant, enraged fox in the middle of his beloved village wasn't terrifying enough, the political repercussions of this whole mess made him want to faint. He had sent his fastest man ahead to warn his Kage while he questioned the redhead a few times. Although he understood his reasons and saw the logic behind them, nothing guaranteed that it wasn't a trap or that he didn't have ulterior motives. Worst of all, he wasn't sure he could stop this kid if he became violent. Naruto carried Karen on his back, calmly following C, closely followed by his companions. The redhead had pulled his hood back up in case anyone recognized him in the village. He didn't want to cause a commotion, and even less did he want a spy from another village to report his presence. 5 hours of running finally brought them to the entrance of the village. Kimogakure no Sato was a feast for the eyes, of that there was no doubt. The village was nestled high in a mountain range that served as a natural defense. The widely spaced mountains provided a natural barrier, and the small gaps were protected by stone walls several meters high. If these defenses weren't enough, the low-lying clouds swirling around the area further concealed the village. The town was fortified. When everyone had passed through the checkpoint, Naruto was able to observe the interior of the village. There was a clear difference between Konoha and Kumo. Konoha had flat terrain, making construction easy and simple. Kumo, on the other hand, had numerous small mountains rising up all over the village. These mountains were adorned with numerous buildings, constructed with many windows and a stylish design. The buildings on the ground were equally impressive, including houses, apartment complexes, shops, and entertainment venues. Electric blue was the dominant color in all the buildings. Last but not least, on the mountain furthest from the gates stood the Raikage Tower. The building had been designed to blend seamlessly with the mountain, featuring several different levels and a multitude of windows. From a distance, with the antenna perched atop it, anyone would have thought it resembled a giant spinning top. "Let's go," said C, pulling the redhead out of his trance. "The Raikage must be waiting for us." The group followed the Jonin toward the tower, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. The Raikage, A, was currently in his office, staring intently at the door with anticipation. O was a dark-skinned man with a mustache and chin beard, his white hair braided back, trousers fastened with a belt with a boar-shaped buckle, black shinobi sandals, an open white haori revealing his muscular physique, and gold bracelets on each arm. On either side of him were his most trusted men. One of them had white hair braided back and a trimmed beard that trailed from his chin to below his nose. He wore sunglasses and had 2 tattoos, one on his cheek in the shape of horns and another on his right shoulder with the kanji for iron. He was dressed in black shinobi pants and sandals and wore only Kumo's white tactical vest on his chest. This man was Killer B, Jinchuriki of the Hashibi. The other one also had white hair, but he wore it loose and tangled, covering his left eye as if he had just woken up. His lazy expression didn't help dispel this impression. He also had tattoos on each shoulder, Suiton and Kuro Raiton on his right and left shoulders, respectively. He wore the exact same outfit as C, except his black short-sleeved shirt had a high collar, and he wasn't wearing a hitayate. As soon as one of his men rushed into his office and told him that C was coming to the village with Naruto Uzumaki, after getting over his surprise, he summoned B and Darui to his office. He would have liked Yujito Ni, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, to be present as well, but unfortunately, she was on a mission, so he had to make do. Now the 3 of them were waiting in his office for the group to arrive so they could hear what business they had with them. A assumed that the Chunin who had come to inform them knew, but after the surprise scream he let out upon hearing the information, the Chunin had fainted from fright. "I'm going to send that weakling to intensive training as soon as he wakes up," he thought angrily. The muscular man turned his attention back to the door when he heard knocking. "Come in." The 3 men watched as C entered A's office, followed by 5 individuals among whom he recognized Naruto, who had removed his hood as soon as they entered the tower. It was difficult not to see the whisker marks and red hair that betrayed his identity. "Raikage-sama, I've brought them," said C. I nodded before looking at the leader of the small group. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I must admit I never would have thought I'd see you in my own village willingly." The Uzumaki's expression turned as cold as ice, causing the Kumo shinobi to tense up, ready for anything. "I have my reasons for coming here, Raikage-sama. I'm sure your Chunin has already told you. And by the way, I'm just an Uzumaki. I have no ties to the Namikaze clan in Konoha. His words were sharp and cold, making everyone very nervous. Everyone, that is, except the Raikage, who simply nodded. I understand. The whole continent knows what happened to you in the village and what your parents did, he said. I wasn't offended by the redhead's tone. He could perfectly understand his anger because he shared it too. He once respected Minato for his courage on the battlefield and for the way he ran things in his village. That respect died the moment he learned about Naruto. The mere thought of abandoning B to abuse made his stomach churn, and he couldn't understand how the Namikaze could even think of abandoning his son. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked back at the redhead, with sweat trickling down his neck. Exactly why have you come? The tension was immediately broken, the newcomers nearly collapsing to the ground. Naruto recovered and looked at the village leader. Didn't the man who came to announce our arrival tell you? He asked, confused. One of A's eyebrows began to twitch in annoyance. The idiot fainted before he could give me any details. Well, he asked impatiently. Naruto decided to put it aside. Anyway, my friends and I would like to join Kumo. Darui, B, and A were speechless for a few moments until they finally processed the Uzumaki's words, and their jaws dropped to the ground. A remained expressionless, but for a very different reason. He was trying with all his might to suppress the inhuman urge to start dancing. Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Kyubi and formerly the leader of the Uzumaki clan, wanted to join his village. He had just received the best news of his life. A's father, the previous Raikage, had always had an unhealthy fascination with bloodlines and renowned clans. But two stood out, the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki clan. The Hyuga clan was renowned for its prodigious taijutsu skills thanks to its unique style, Junken, gentle fist. This taijutsu style allowed the user to close the tenketsu points of the human body, which were necessary for chakra to circulate throughout the ninja's body. Without these tenketsu, chakra could no longer circulate, and therefore they could no longer channel their chakra, which for a ninja was practically a death sentence on the battlefield. But this unique style went hand in hand with the clan's dojutsu, the Byakugan. This ocular Kekkei Genkai granted 360 degrees vision around the user and the ability to see over long distances. The third Raikage believed that, given the location of his village, this dojutsu would be a very valuable asset, especially if the users were given bows and began to bombard potential invaders with arrows from the mountaintops. The Uzumaki clan, known for many reasons, was renowned for its longevity and vitality, which allowed them to utilize a wide range of unique abilities and, above all, for its mastery of Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. They were powerful enough to establish themselves as a ninja village on their own, without any outside help. Such a powerful clan would have been more than welcome in Kumo. But the third Hokage knew that would never happen. He could have attempted to invade, but he wasn't foolish. He was well aware of the red-haired clan's strength and wasn't willing to endanger his village. This was the main reason why, during the Second Great Ninja War, he refused to form an alliance with Iwa and Kiri. He knew beforehand that the losses would be monstrous and didn't want to participate. The man was ultimately right. 50,000 ninja from two villages against the 2,000 Uzumaki clan members resulted in a massacre on both sides. The Uzumaki were exterminated, but they took almost the entire enemy army with them. That was the reason why that war was the shortest. Kumo did not participate, and Iwa and Kiri lost too many men, so they had to surrender to Konoha's supremacy. A's father had gone so far as to attempt to kidnap Kushina before the Third Great Ninja War. The Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai was too good not to try to acquire, but he failed in his attempt because of Minato Namikaze. The third Raikage ended up dying during the Third Great Ninja War, but that didn't stop his supporters from trying the same trick later on. Specifically with the Hyuga clan, they sent a fake peace emissary with the objective of kidnapping a Hyuga from the main branch. But again, the kidnapping failed, and the fake envoy was killed. The supporters claimed the killer's body, thinking that the culprit was the clan leader, and thought they could obtain the Hyuga's sperm before the corpse cooled. Unfortunately, the Hyuga clan sent them the corpse of the clan leader's brother, a Hyuga from the branch whose body had already been affected by the caged bird seal, rendering his eyes completely useless, as well as his sperm. The worst thing for them came when they found out about everything and executed them for treason. I briefly wondered if this was what they called good karma. He had never agreed with some of his father's decisions, such as kidnapping children to repopulate the clans in their own village. Nor did he like the militaristic atmosphere Kumo had once possessed. Since becoming Raikage, he had made sure his village was a more pleasant place to live and that they weren't so preoccupied with when the next war would break out. And he had succeeded. His men were less tense and more agreeable, which further solidified their sense of camaraderie. The village had seen an increase in tourism and trade. Even so, they hadn't relaxed. Kumo was still more militant than many other villages. The Raikage broke his train of thought. This was not the time for this. A wide grin spread across his face. Sure, but tell me what you can bring to my village that it doesn't already have. He wasn't going to refuse, but he wanted to know what more he could gain by adding his clan to Kumo. Naruto pulled a small scroll from his back pocket and handed it to the muscular man. I took the scroll curiously and opened it to begin reading. The more he read, the wider his smile grew, until he looked up at the boy again. Besides a trade agreement with Nami's village, I can also offer my own knowledge of Fuinjutsu. Even though I'm only 12 years old, I'm an intermediate level 8 in the art of seals with the means to become a level 15 Fuin master for the Uzumaki banners, he said with a smile. Oh yes, the best day of my life. Naruto closed his bedroom door and sighed. The redhead had spent the last 3 hours negotiating the terms of his joining the village with the Raikage. He hadn't just been negotiating for himself. He had to do it for his friends as well. Naruto had to tell them everything, from his relationship with Kurama to his left eye, which had caused a great impression in the room. What? It was a sensor with a range of several kilometers. Amazing. That he had the ability to summon chains strong enough to subdue a bijou? Brutal. That he saw Kyubi as a brother figure? Unbelievable. He was the descendant of the first Hokage and had inherited his wood release? Absolutely breathtaking. What did one of the Sage of the Six Paths' eyes have in its left socket? Shut up. Don't say another word. They're going to have a stroke. In summary, it had reached nirvana when he managed to process all the information. Then he had to introduce his friends, and saying that A was delighted that Haku and Kimimaro possessed a Kekkei Genkai was an understatement. Yugo and Karen were no less remarkable. Yugo's abilities remained uncertain, as it could be a new Kekkei Genkai or a unique skill, but in any case, the Raikage was delighted by his presence. Although Karen possessed similar abilities, such as sensory perception and chakra chains, this didn't diminish her value in A's eyes. Sensory abilities were extremely rare, and the two redheads were arguably the most gifted in that area across the entire continent. After weighing what they offered and what they asked for in return for several hours, they reached an agreement. The Uzumaki clan would be recognized as a fully legitimate clan in Kumo, along with all the advantages and obligations. The Uzumaki clan would be offered a plot of land to build their home. Naruto and his group would receive training and education, if necessary, in different areas, both shinobi and mundane. A seat on the Kumo Council would be offered to the leader of the Uzumaki clan, namely Naruto, as well as the right to offer his opinion on the council. The right to establish businesses within their land without having to pay real estate taxes. The Uzumaki clan would be allowed to keep their techniques and knowledge among themselves as long as they helped the village with them. In exchange for all this, the Uzumaki clan was going to remain loyal to Kumo. They were going to contribute to the town by improving the walls with seals and offering a barrier for the town. The agreement was very good for the redhead. From the outside, one might think it was a bargain for them, but they would be wrong. The right to be recognized as a clan implied a great responsibility. Each clan contributed to the village in some way. The Uzumaki would do so by maintaining the sealed walls and the future barrier. Naruto had enough skill to greatly improve the walls with his current level, but with the barrier, he had gotten a little ahead, although he had already told A. The Tengu clan was the one that had the plans for the barrier that he planned to put into action, so he would have to wait until everything was in place. He had also drawn a clear line regarding his friends. They were untouchable, under the protection of his clan. Although Yugo and Kimimaro were quick to declare themselves loyal subordinates to the Uzumaki clan, and Haku eventually echoed this sentiment, though why he blushed like a maiden when he said it remained a mystery to the redhead. Starting tomorrow, he was going to have a lot of work to do, visit his plot of land, build a house, maybe even start a business. He was sure his seals would sell like hotcakes. It wasn't that they were short of money. The daimyo had given them a large sum as thanks, but the money wasn't going to last forever, especially since he'd given half of it to Zabuza to finance Kiri's rebellion. Naruto sighed again. Now he was going to have to summon his family. He just hoped his Ka-chan wouldn't kill him for taking so long. Kuchios no Jutsu. A puff of smoke later, Barikil, Shuri, and Akino appeared in the room. It didn't take even half a second for the two girls to dive headfirst into the redhead's arms and hug him. Naruto-chan, you had me so worried. I've missed you, Naruto-kun. The redhead was dying slowly and very peacefully, much to his father's amusement, but he decided it was time to intervene. How have you been since we last saw each other in Nami? He asked. When the women released him, he proceeded to tell them everything that had happened, from what occurred in Nami until they arrived in Kumo. They were very proud of him, but couldn't help but scold him for putting himself in danger. Meanwhile, Shuri and Akino explained the terrible punishment they had given Azazel for his mistake. It wasn't pleasant. But the redhead noticed something odd, something different, and he began to look closely at his family. Barikil and Shuri were still the same. It was Akino who was unwell, although he couldn't see why. She seemed normal, bad. A perfectly normal human. What are you SS wear? Your wings. I yelled at the end. Akino remained silent for a few moments, thinking about how she could explain it before answering. I gave up my wings and became human. What? Why? He asked incredulously. Because I wanted to be with you, she said, surprising the Uzumaki. What I said back then was completely serious. I love you, and I can't imagine life without you. I was a Tengu. You would have died long before me. No, I couldn't bear it, she said, almost on the verge of tears. The civilian nodded quickly and promised to keep his mouth shut for the rest of the meeting. Minato looked at the silver-haired man again. Kakashi, are you implying that Bridge was named for some reason related to my son? He asked in a serious tone, although the slight glimmer in his eyes betrayed his anxiety and hope. The Jonin was about to reply, but Sum interrupted him with a snort. Please, isn't it obvious? He said sharply. I don't see how you can be convinced that Bridge and Minato and Kushina's son are related, Hayashi said. Come on, who in all the elemental nations, apart from Kushina, would think of naming their son after a ramen topping? He asked with a smile that earned a snort from Tsunade and Mikoto. Kushina turned as red as a tomato. Her name means whirlwind, she cried. Of course, and that's why her brothers are named Minma and Shio, Mikoto said, earning laughter from her two female companions. The white-haired girl's blush tripled in intensity. For those of you who didn't know, Shio is a type of sea salt that is added to ramen soup. Minma, it's a condiment made from fermented bamboo shoots. It's also added to ramen. Naruto or Narutowaki. I really don't need to explain it to you, right? Well, a little culture wouldn't hurt. Minato coughed loudly to get everyone's attention. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear the rest of the report, he said, narrowing his eyes. The women looked slightly embarrassed and fell silent, except for Tsum, the matriarch, who still wore a wide grin. The Namikaze conveniently ignored the Inuzuka and turned back to Kakashi. Explain to us what connection you have with my son, he ordered. During the next 15 minutes, Kakashi explained all the information they were able to gather from the merchants who passed through Nami. Finally, Minato settled back in his seat and sighed. I see. That explains why they're so reluctant to form a treaty with us, he said dejectedly, though he couldn't help feeling a pang of pride deep down. His son had saved a country from tyranny. The silver-haired man nodded. The citizens of Nami see Naruto as a national hero, and his life in Konoha is common knowledge. They would never agree to make deals with the people who tortured him in his childhood, Shikaku finished. The head of the Nara clan had listened with his eyes closed and total concentration to all the information the Genin teams had gathered. Do you know if the boy has been in Nami recently? Koharu asked. We assume not, although we didn't dare to check, Kakashi stated. Why? It wouldn't have been difficult for the Jonin to infiltrate and gather information, Danzo stated, narrowing his eye. Actually, he's wrong. It would have been completely suicidal. The statement surprised everyone present, especially since it came from a former ENBU captain. You see, it seems the country is guarded by samurai from Tetsu no Kuni. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The gray-haired man took 5 more minutes to explain the situation in the country. I understand. Entering Nami would have been extremely difficult. Even so, do you have any idea where Naruto might be? Minato asked. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before answering. No, but we know someone who might, he said, drawing everyone's attention. Nami's daimyo. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. What makes you make that assumption? Nothing. It was just a rumor that the merchant told me, he replied. Merchants talk a lot. They manipulate rumors to their advantage. Even though the Jinchuriki passed through that country, nothing guarantees that this information isn't just a fabricated story, Danzo replied. Many on the Shinobi Council glared angrily at the crippled old man, still seeing him only as a tool instead of a person. But every story has a grain of truth, Shikaku stated. The rumors may be exaggerated, but the core of the story could be true. No one could deny his words. I could go to Nami and check, Jiraiya said, drawing everyone's attention. I'll infiltrate the daimyo's palace and gather information, he proposed. It's very risky, Jiraiya-sensei. If they discover the treaty between Hai no Kuni and Nami no Kuni, it could be broken, and then the daimyo would be demanding our heads, Minato protested. This is the first lead we've found in 4 years. Even with my spy network, I haven't been able to find anything. I promise to be careful. The 4th Hokage was hesitant. He looked at the rest of the council to see if anyone was against it. No one said anything. The blond man sighed. Very well. In that case, I'll leave it to you, he warned. The Gama-sennin nodded before disappearing in a shunshin. The meeting didn't last much longer. They discussed a few points, such as who the 3 people accompanying him were, who had trained them, etc., before ending. They all left the room talking amongst themselves. Minato had stayed behind to speak with his wife. Of them all, only one person seemed truly happy. No one noticed old Sarutobi as he hummed back toward his house. XXXX. 2 months later. Kumo had changed considerably in recent years. Although the naked eye wouldn't be able to see it, the mountain village was now surrounded by an invisible, dome-shaped barrier. This protection was a gift from the Uzumaki clan, who had settled in the village a few years prior. Not only that, the walls that, along with the small mountains surrounding the buried village, had been enhanced with chakra-absorbing and resistant seals, transforming Kumo into a flawless walled stronghold. There was only one entrance and one exit. It was utterly impossible to sneak into the village undetected. Another visible difference would be the new compound near the Raikage Tower. Since the inhabitants had learned to use the land to their advantage for construction, Naruto had decided to do the same. The Uzumaki had chosen 2 small mountains that were almost touching, and with his wood release, he had built the cylindrical complex encompassing both stone mounds. From the base to about halfway up to the summit, there were long, wide wooden stairs that connected the ground to the entrance of the complex, a 3-meter-high double door with wooden dragon statues on either side, and the Uzumaki clan's symbol above the door frame. The first floor, which included the entrance, the lobby, as well as the dining room and kitchens, had been built between the two mountains. The lobby was an enormous hall with a soaring ceiling, reaching hundreds of meters high, with two staircases leading upwards and connecting to the different floors that extended along each mountain, making the most of the available space. At the far end of the lobby was the dining room with hundreds of tatami mats where people could sit comfortably on cushions, and in a side room were the pantry and kitchen. The upper floors had been built in the same way, with a corridor constructed near the center of the mountains, placing the rooms further out and allowing for large windows that offered magnificent views of the village. The rooms themselves were not built in any particular style. They were simple spaces that could be furnished as desired. The only rooms that had been carefully constructed were the training room that had been built on the top of the right mountain. The top on the left had been used to build a garden and an onsen. The armory and the library, both built side by side. Naruto, instead of building the rooms with his wood release, had carefully dug into the mountain itself to ensure that the books and weapons were well protected.